Hello everybody, it is time. I have once again put together every single video for my Ironman Speedrun Maxcape series. Sit back and enjoy. After seeing everybody else on RuneScape challenge themselves by restricting their accounts, back in August, I did the exact opposite. I created the first ever Maxcape Speedrun series with 0 restrictions. After investing insane amounts of GP, time, and learning unique methods, I was able to achieve max total within 792 hours. Now though, it's time for something else. I'm going to recreate that exact series of Maxcape. However, this time, we'll be choosing Hardcore Ironman mode. On a Hardcore Ironman, the Ironman part means we can't use a Grand Exchange. All the items we have to get ourselves or from shops. For Hardcore specifically, you only have one life. Once I die once, I turn into a normal Ironman, and should that happen, I'll continue the series as usual, just as a normal Iron. When I started this account, I did want to do a normal Ironman speedrun. However, there's no downside to starting as a hardcore, since once I die, I become a normal Ironman anyways. So why not start as a hardcore and see how far we can go before dying? My RSM might confuse some of you that have been watching my Twitch, so please just watch the whole video and you'll get an explanation. But for now, we'll go with the name FE for Iron and Ask to Max, short for Fast to Max. The first step, which we're doing right now, is just collecting some items and supplies we'll be needing for early game questing and skilling, since we can't trade anyone. There's a bunch of random garbage on the floor here that's pretty useful. Our first big goal in the account is going to be the same as any other Ironman in the game. We're going to get 50 firemaking for Wintertot so that we can grind 99 immediately. For those unfamiliar, Wintertot is a skilling boss that when you have lower HP, you take less damage and use less food. In other words, finishing 99 at 10 HP while using cakes to heal is significantly better than waiting until you're 60 HP or even 99. Because when you're that high HP, you take more damage and have to use sharks or even brews to heal the same amount that you heal with cakes at 10. Couple this with the rewards it gives, such as early game raw cash until we have an actual money making method, and all skilling supplies such as gems for crafting, raw fish for cooking, logs for hunter. It gives everything. This is how 99.9% of Ironmen start out, since it's such low requirements and such high rewards. Plus, like I just said, you literally use less food at 10 HP due to the HP scaling. For the first step on our journey to 50 firemaking, we're going to be hopping around the top floor of Lumbridge Castle and lighting these 4 logs until 15 firemaking, so that way we can start lighting oaks. After lighting a bunch of logs on my alt in a world while doing this, I hopped back on Feast to Max to pick up the ashes, because despite being an Ironman, Ironmen are allowed to loot ashes from other accounts. These ashes are needed for questing. While getting my ashes, I also realized I forgot something. On my way up, I was supposed to start Room Mysteries, so I'm gonna do that right now before I forget. Because Ironmen have absolutely 0 teleports, stamina energy potions, and items early on, it's essential to follow a precise plan that gets a lot of multi-questing out of the way. Multi-questing is when you start a quest and you don't immediately complete it, but rather you do multiple quests at the same time. Because, for example, right now I'm in Lumbridge Castle training firemaking. Why not, while I'm here, start Room Mysteries and worry about the second step later on in the account when I'm nearby the area for the second step, which is Wizard Tower. This requires a lot of planning, but thankfully, a lot of people have made guides to help us. If you guys were an Ironman and tried playing efficiently before, you probably heard of the Osiris guide. This was an in-depth guide made by Osiris, who currently has the fastest hardcore Ironman Maxcape at 119 days played, or 2,863 hours. This was done about 4 to 5 years ago, and while it has been updated since then, there's still many updates it does not consider since the game is always getting easier. So while the Osiris guide is a great guide, we're going to be using a very much updated guide called the Brush Sailor guide. However, there's a small catch to it. This guide, made by Ironbra and Parasailor, is very recent, and just like the Osiris guide, it has a lot of thought put into it. However, the downside of it for me is that this was not specifically made for my series. It was made for a normal Ironman that has to do PVM in the future, so it has you do things like combat achievements, camping some drops for upgrades, which aren't going to be needed if our only goal is for maxing, etc. So, throughout the series, we're going to be making adjustments to that. However, for this episode specifically, We only go through their first chapter, which for the most part is the same for a PVMer or a skiller. Huge thank you to both of them for working on this guide as hard as they have, and I'll put a link in the description. Let's jump back into the games. Also, on the way to 15 fire making, before leaving Lumbridge Castle, we have to bank 110 logs for questing and fletching. So I started picking up my logs around now. After banking 110 logs, it was time to make some GP with early game thieving. This was a moment of truth. Are we strong enough to remain a hardcore Ironman? Or is this level 2 man going to rid us of the hardcore status? At not even 100 GP in, things were not looking good. I want this speedrun to take as little time as possible, so I wasn't going to go out of my way getting food. That's XP waste. So I let the man win, losing my hardcore status because respawning was quicker than getting food. It was a good run. After a couple more deaths and 6 thieving, we hit 250 GP and decided to move on. So I ran north while fletching to start X marks the spot quest, grabbed some runes from the magic tutor, and bought some stuff from the general store. Next, time to go south and start a second quest while I'm in the area, Restless Ghosts. Then, run across the street and spend my hard-earned money that I got myself and didn't trade anybody for a steel axe from Bob. Continuing a step on X marks the spot, and then heading south for yet another quest, Mistland Mystery. I start this quest south, and it's on its own island where I can leave after, so I actually end up doing the whole thing, getting us our first quest complete. I also got level 6 crafting, and I did turn off the little interface for level ups, so unfortunately for this whole series we won't be seeing those. Despite me liking the look of them, it does have a lot of time loss, especially when it interrupts skilling. Next, on my way to Draenor, I run to the southwestern part of the swamp to continue the Restless Ghosts, and grab some leather gloves for questing. After that, I'm heading to Draenor to buy me some food. Wines heal 11 HP, and you can buy them for 1 GP each, so I'll grab a full inventory. This is a teleport we'll be utilizing a lot, a minigame teleport to Clan Wars. This brings us to Ferox Enclave, which has a bank and a pool that restores our run energy and HP back to full. It's very useful for early games since you're walking around a lot. While here, I stepped right outside into the dangerous wilderness to get me some iron bars that we'll need for questing. Another useful minigame teleport is Soul Wars. This brings us to Edgeville with no real teleports. It's best to continue fletching as much as I can while walking/running, and while I'm here in Edgeville, I'm going to grab 2 nettles for questing, then head back to the wilderness with this lever, because when you hit the lever from inside the wilderness, instead of bringing you back to Edgeville, it brings you to Ardoin, essentially giving me a free teleport to there. Remember how I said I'll explain why my name is Feast to Max and not Fast 3 Max like some of you were expecting? Well, I'm about to start a quest, Haziel Cult. This quest has 2 different ways to do it, depending on who you side with lore-wise. That's all I know since I only hit spacebar and quick blue highlights. I don't actually know the storyline. But basically what happened on my other account, Fast 3 Max, is that I selected the wrong side here and I physically could not complete the quest because with the side I chose I had to kill level 13 and I had no combat stats. It was a big enough mistake to where after putting a year membership in the account, I had to restart. After carefully choosing who to side with this time, it was time for this account's first amount of stupid multi-questing. So I quickly started Monk's Friend. Then I started Clock Tower. Then I completed Clock Tower while also doing other steps of Monk's Friend and Haziel Cult. Completing Monk's Friend and getting 13 woodcutting from it. And right here, the brush seller guy says you get 35 woodcutting, but we're gonna do something different. We're only gonna get 15, and we'll do oaks later on. And it was at this point where I realized I definitely can't show every step of the brush sailor guide, because this episode is going to end up being like 1 hour long, so let's fast forward a bit. Now completing Haziel Cult, which gets us level 14 thieving. Now, we need to get food for Wintertot. The best way to do it is to get cakes from the stall here, and it's common knowledge to get about 300 to 400 for 99 fire making. However, I'm going to be doing something different. I'm only going to bank 140 and see how far it can get me through the Wintertot method that I'm going to be doing. Next quest, I'm completing Sheep Herder for a nice GP reward and some quest points. Starting Tribal Totem. and starting and completing Sea Slug, and this is where I made the first big mistake of the account. Remember when I mentioned I'll just hold off on getting 35 woodcutting until later on? Well, 35 woodcutting is for teaks, but what I didn't think about is the fire making levels you get from it. It easily gets you to 30 fire making, which is required for Sea Slug, and I didn't catch this until I was midway through the quest and couldn't light these logs. So I had to teleport out and go train woodcutting and fire making. There's another YouTuber named Glem, working on an Ironman speedrun series, but with some restrictions. I learned about this Tuesday woodcutting method from their video, and it's in this nice spot south of Falador, where you can lure the 2 rats from the farm and play with these 2 oaks. I was going to do all of 15 to 50 fire making in one sitting once I made my way over here, which at this point is now. And thankfully, the rats don't interrupt the fire making cycle, so you can still fire make like normal. Fast forwarding to our goal of level 50 fire making, given that I didn't have access to any 3-tick methods yet, I was able to get 50 fire making in about 2.5 hours of training. I think that was pretty good. Following that, we went back to Artie to finish Sea Slug and got 24 fishing from it. Continuing Tribal Totem, I learned there was a little bug here. You have to hit these arrows on the door to spell Kurt. However, if you click the arrows too fast, apparently the letter showing is alternative to what the game thinks is showing. So if doing this quest, make sure you click the arrows slowly. Finishing Tribal Totem now, which brings me to 27 thieving. Then I teleported to Lumbridge, continued X marks the spot, and then completed Sheep Shearer. Finally made my way back to Wizard's Tower for the first quest we got, Room Mysteries. And while I'm here, there's another step for the Restless Ghost that I can complete. After that, I headed back to Draenor, finished X marks the spot, and ran north to start Pirate's Treasure. Please note that the XP lamp you get from this I'm destroying because I'd rather claim it later on. It'll make sense, trust me. I completed Daddy's home for some early game construction XP, because having 10 construction versus 1 at Wintertot actually makes a pretty big difference. I'll explain that when I get there, and I promise guys we're almost there. There's also a lot of fletching levels on the screen, from adding feathers to arrow shafts that I made, and you'll see that having a higher fletching level than 1 for Wintertot also makes a big difference just like construction. I then went to Rimington to train construction in my POH with the leftover planks I got, and ran south to do Witch's Potion. And the final quest we do outside of Zeah before going to Wintertot, the Tower of Life, is complete. And now we're finally on Zeah, the island where Wintertot is. But we get to start the quest Client of Kourend. And just for some backstory, Zeah is the biggest fucking island in the whole world of Gaiganor. Early on, when Ironman have no stamps or teleports here, it's a huge pain to work on, so we have to do some quest on the way to Wintertot to save us time long term. Look at this small little island. The ice part at north is Wintertot, and everywhere else I'm scrolling is the same island. It's crazy. Unfortunately, my PC was giving me some problems with crashing whenever I was opening OBS to record, so I do not have any clips of me getting to Wintertot, but here's some early game leveling. This time, I did take note of my playtime when I did enter Wintertot though. I was at 7 hours and 20 minutes played. But anyway, let's talk about Wintertot, what mechanic I'm going to be abusing, and how long 99 fire making should take. First things first, Wintertot is a skilling boss that can be either soloed or massed. A lot of people choose to do these in masses, and there are 4 official worlds for masses: 309, 307, 311, and 389. Solos are good mainly for Ultimate Ironman or people grinding the pet because you get good loot for them, but the XP rate isn't nearly as good. Because we only care about XP rates, we're only going to be focusing on masses. The gameplay itself is pretty simple. You chop logs and add them to a fire for fire making XP and points. However, there is a very important mechanic that is essential to our speedrun account. The reward crates are given to anybody who gets 500 points or more per game. If you get under 500 points, you get no reward and no bonus. When you do receive 500 points, there's a bonus of fire making XP. That is 2 zeros added onto your level. So for example, if I'm level 55 and I just completed a Wintertot game, I get an extra 5.5k fire making XP drop at the end. or if I'm level 80, I would get an 8k firemaking XP drop at the end. This is per game. What I did was I would scout all 4 mass worlds and always make sure that the only time I would log in the speedrun account would be when Drought had between 56 to 62% health. At this point, I would log in, woodcut all my logs, fletch them, put them in the fire, and just as I hit 500 points, the game would end and I would get my firemaking XP bonus. After that happened, I would just log out until the next world was ready. Fletching normally isn't worth it, but it does get you more points. So when doing this hop method, logging in at the sweet spot of 60% always guarantees you 500 points as long as you don't get screwed over by RNG. So you get a lot of passive fletching XP from this. And the reason why I mentioned earlier that 10 fletching is significantly better than 1 is because the XP scales per level. At level 1 you get like 2 XP per log, while at level 10 it's like 10 to 13. This is 5 times better. The same rule applies to construction. Early on in the video, I spoke about crates having good rewards such as GP and skilling supplies, but these crates are bankable. I just finished my 10th KC, so I'm not going to go crazy yet and I will open these. But after I open 30 or 40 crates, I'm going to sit them in the bank. The reason for this is because skilling supplies you get varies based on your stats. Meaning if I'm level 1 hurler and I'm opening all these crates, I'm going to get a lot of Guams and Harlanders, which are lower tier herbs, whereas if I hold them in the bank until I'm level 30 plus, I'll get higher tier ones instead, making it more worth my time. 12 KC later, I finished my second trip, and here I actually learned something for the first time of how little food you actually use in Drought. I'm only bringing 4 or 5 cakes per inventory, and I only have 2 warm items. Yet, I am literally averaging 4 to 5 kills per cake. I think the reason for this is that I'm only logging in for the last 60%, and also I'm making sure to dodge any damage that I can avoid since I'm not AFKing or playing any alts. Not even 2 hours since I started Drought, I managed to do level 50 to 67, and the rate is still climbing heavily since the XP is scaling with every level up as we're getting more XP per game. The fact that I'm at 230k an hour starting from level 50 is just insane to me. I'm pretty sure the average rate is like 170k. I still haven't reset my rate yet, and we're at 250k an hour. Here's level 70. A bit later on, after resetting my tracker, these were the rates we were seeing. Starting from level 72 or so, we're already at 312k an hour. This was insane. This is the rate that normal people get for post 99 normal Drought. Looking at levels past level 90, we're now seeing over 400k an hour firemaking XP. Here's level 93. At this point in the account, we had something added to Runelight that in my opinion was long overdue. Huge thank you to Muffin for spending 12 hours and creating a plugin that shows time played that actually works. Unless you guys specifically comment you don't like this, from now on, we're going to be having a timer on our screen that shows our playtime. So currently, about to hit 94 firemaking, we're at 1 day, 5 hours, and 38 minutes played. I can also show the time in hours played so it shows 29 hours, and to be honest, even to this day, I haven't gotten a layout that I prefer, so you might see it switched around a bit here and there. Here's 94 firemaking after a fat session of over 400k an hour. Being the great content creator I am, I enhanced my interface one more time for you guys for my last session before 99 firemaking. Here you can see all my XP rates on the side, game on most of the screen, time played, and the Drought Scout plugin that shows all the world's healths. I don't remember if I talked in depth about the Drought Scout plugin, but it's needed for this necessary and it can be found in the plugin hub. It will show each world, but it will only work if somebody inside that world also has the plugin installed. For the most part though, every hour I was here, it was working. Here I am hitting 98 firemaking, and it's important for me to note that since I've only completed like 5 quests so far, I'm going to be stopping about 50k short of 99 firemaking, because the rest of the XP we will get from questing later on in the account. Something I find crazy is that I finished 99 firemaking with exactly the right amount of cakes. On my final trip, I had 1 cake remaining in my bank. So it took me about 140 cakes for 50 to 99 firemaking doing this logout hopping method. Not to mention, instead of doing the normal 400 to 500 KC 99 firemaking takes, it took me 723 kill count for 99. The reason this is so high is because I finish every game with just barely above 500 points. How awesome is that? I wouldn't be surprised if this is literally the highest KC for 99 firemaking. You can also see the time played in the screen, 40 hours, and we're finished with the firemaking grind already. Let's review our whole progress today. On the left is my beginning stats, fresh off of Tutorial Island, and on the right is where I was at the end of the firemaking grind. I do genuinely believe that in terms of doing this efficiently, my fletching and construction level have skyrocketed comparative to any other normal efficient Ironman account. And the fact that I'm done in 40 hours of playtime, including the first 7 hours, I think this is a great start. Here's an easier visual to see the gains, along with our current EHP 43. We're currently 3 hours over EHP, but I have to say, it will be hard to maintain this over the series. I forgot to even mention my goal, but we're going to try to max within 1800 hours. At perfect EHP rate, it's 1600 hours for max, but you guys have to trust me when I say those rates are insanely hard to get comparative to a main. It doesn't consider a lot of GP making for certain methods, and there's some RNG involved in drops, so we'll see what really happens, but I think 1800 hours is a very realistic goal at the moment, but there's always a possibility of changing it for the better in the future. Anyway, kings and queens, thank you so much for tuning in for the first episode of this brand new series that I'm really excited for. Hopefully you guys are too. If you are, or screw it, even if you aren't, you should still subscribe, like, and comment down below. Until next time, peace out. Last episode, we were wrapping up the most common early Ironman grind, 99 firemaking. Today, with the help of the Brush Sailor Guide, we will continue that grind, and now we'll be diving into a harder part, multi-questing. Here's a quick refresher on what multi-questing is. Since Ironmen don't have teleports or staminas, it's best to be as productive as possible in each town you go to. So for example, in this clip, I was just recently doing Queen of Thieves quest, and while running past Saltpeter, I decided to get this little mist requirement out of the way. On this account, we'll be going for the quest cape for a diary. This means we have to get 100% favor in all 5 Zeah houses on Current. And to begin, like I said, since we're in the area, we'll start digging up Saltpeter for 35% favor. The spots move around here and there, but I decided to scout worlds on my ult, so that if one world was just like the last one was almost done, I hopped to a world where the thing was full, and I could ensure that I get a full inventory before it degrades. I only need about 300, but this is just the first of many miscellaneous grinds where I physically cannot gain any XP, but have to do in order to progress my Ironman efficiently. Without Hasidious favor, there's no Tithe Farm, 100% safe herb patch, Woodcutting guild, quest cape, and unfortunately, this isn't even one of the longer grinds. Using the timer on screen as reference, after 13 minutes I finished making all my saltpeter, and the next grind was going to be to plow fields for 5% favor, because I need 5% to actually use my saltpeter. And my god guys, I forgot how lame plowing fields for favor is. I don't know how the mechanic works, but you just run back and forth and repair the plow thing whenever it breaks, which I think is RNG. Every so often I'm also rewarded with 0.2%, and I think that's also RNG. So this takes me a bit, but we start around the 57-minute mark on our timer. And a whole 12 minutes later, the first 5% of Hasidious favor is done. Now we can run to the bank and use our saltpeter. Using saltpeter on compost gives 2 farming XP each, but it's actually pretty quick level ups for early game. I love doing this method on every account I've done Hasidious favor on, but it takes me a bit to set up my bank. But you'll quickly see that a proper bank setup is essential for doing this method quick. I'm not 100%, but I do believe that if you use the saltpeter in the compost, it'll AFK the inventory. On every account I've done this on, I've spam clicked. I always do it at an early farming level, and seeing the constant 4 XP drops every tick is so satisfying. Look at this quick 3 farming. 4. 5. 6. And 7. After level 7, I was just about done with the remainder of my saltpeter, so this stage was complete. I just quickly had to run back to the guy to turn in all my saltpeter, and now it's time for the next step. Thieving fruit stalls is easily the best thieving XP before blackjack. I believe it's about 30 to 40k an hour, but now that I look back at this, I kind of forgot to look at my tracker. On top of being this good at low thieving, it also gives me strange fruits, which restore my run energy by 30. The weird shaped things in my inventory are used for making botanical pies, which will boost my herblore level for questing later on. I'm only banking 6 or 7 of them, since we don't always need herblore boost. However, I will bank as many strange fruits as I can while I'm here. Here's 35 thieving, 36. A few levels later, I'm getting close to finishing my first full inventory of just strange fruits. It looks pretty good. At 39 thieving, I'm almost done with this method. I need a bit more than level 42, and once I'm done with that, the quest XP reward for completing the feud, which is the quest I have to do to unlock blackjacking anyway, will get me level 45. Being the great content creator I am, I forgot to record level 42, but here's the last level up I have in recordings, level 40. Something insanely interesting that I learned during this run is that papaya fruits actually heal run energy. It's only 5 energy, but it's 5 more than I ever knew. I use them here and there for restoring energy if I was actively switching between stalls, but other than that, I didn't think it was worth the time to bank them since it was only 5 energy per slot. Let's fast forward post 42 thieving. This guide had me doing a bunch of random stuff after that, and eventually I do get around to having to complete the feud. But the only problem is, we physically could not do the boss fight. What I mean by this is one of the bosses has a despawn timer, where no matter what, whether it hits you or you're hitting it, it will despawn if you don't kill it fast enough. So when I was first attempting this quest, I was about 17 magic and I was using Fire Strike. When I got to the boss, I'm not even kidding, I did 25 out of 75 of its damage and it despawned. I wasn't even close. I was really pissed, and I never recorded due to PC issues that I have since solved. However, blackjacking and completing the feud was going to be a major step that we had to take a little detour out of. I looked ahead on the guide and made some executive decisions, and seeing that barb fishing is the next big grind, I made my way towards there. To start leveling up fishing, I have to go to Sears Village, so naturally I do all the diaries and quests within the area while I'm there. Barbarian fishing and fly fishing are 2 different things, and it's important to understand the difference. Fly fishing requires 20 fishing for trout and 30 for salmon, while barbarian fishing requires 48 fishing for leaping trout and 58 fishing for leaping salmon. The leaping fish give the same fishing XP, so you might be wondering, why does it matter? Well, the leaping fish actually give a bonus of 5 to 6 strength and agility XP each as well. And while this might not sound like a lot, when you think of getting 5 to 6,000 agility and strength XP at level 30, trust me, it adds up. The only problem is, it's not worth starting this until we're 58 fishing, because when we can only catch trout, our success rate of catching a fish is significantly lower than when it also has a chance to catch a salmon. So for now, our first goal is to train fishing in Sears Village for 58. Here, I'm grabbing my old school cool Boots of Lightness since we will not be doing the new, in-style, graceful content on this account. While here, I'm also going to give Merlin's Crystal a start, but of course, I won't complete it because I love confusing myself for later on. I'm also going to start fishing contests, but I'm actually going to complete this one for the fishing XP, even though the guide recommends that I don't just yet. My mindset of completing it now is just that I personally feel like that the 1 minute wasted of going out of my way to complete it trumps the XP an hour difference between pre-level 30 fishing and post-level 30 fishing, because I think once you can catch salmon, the XP an hour actually goes up pretty significantly. So there's this fishing method for fly fishing specifically. It's not that popular because it's really only efficient for early game fishing or free to play. The method itself, in my opinion, is one of the harder methods to learn. And because I'm both low fishing and cooking, it's even harder due to my success rate of successfully cooking and fishing being lowered. As you can see in this clip, I'm just trying to 3-tick fish with low success rate, and at this point, I'm too nervous to also try cooking. On a separate account, I want to show you guys with the live example how to efficiently cook as an Ironman. I hopped on my ult real quick to show this example, but notice how when I AFK cook, it takes 4 ticks or 2.4 seconds per fish to cook. However, something unique about this game, as always with skilling, is that the 4-tick action is only when you have multiple fish in your inventory. If I only have one of a raw fish and I use it on a fire, I won't get the pop-up interface to make X or all, but rather it'll instantly cook my fish in 1 tick. This means that if I theoretically had 28 different raw fish in my inventory, I could technically 1-tick cook all of them since I won't get any interfaces. In this live example, I am picking up 1 raw fish at a time and cooking it in a tick, meaning I spend 1 tick picking it up and 1 tick cooking. However, when I'm fly fishing, I don't need to drop or pick up fish because I'm catching them. So what if we combined it, and the 1 tick I spent cooking was between the 3 tick cycles? This is called airy fishing. So let's recap what exactly is going on here in slow-mo. Eating a fish starts the same 3 tick cycle as a knife log, and each tick is 0.6 seconds. So what happens on this method is, on tick number 1, you start your knife log or eat, and you use the raw fish on the fire. Tick number 2, you're cooking the water. Finally, tick number 3, you either pre-click the knife and log or hover over your cooked fish to start the next 3 tick cycle. So if I fast forward to over an hour later, nearing 54 cooking, these were the XP rates I was able to maintain. 57k fishing and 47k cooking. Sometimes I'd accidentally have a lot of mess ups where I drop a lot of raw fish, but I pick them up one by one and do normal 2 tick cooking with them. I figured since they were already on the ground, this would be the best way to get early game cooking XP. Coming up close to 58 fishing, which was the goal, I decided to stop just slightly before and run north to do everyone's favorite quest, Murder Mystery. This quest overall isn't that bad, but the OSRS community, myself included, became spoiled by a RuneLite plugin called the Quest Helper, which highlights every step of the way so we don't really have to think about questing. However, for some reason, the Quest Helper on this one specific quest is insanely bugged comparative to any other quest, and it has been for years, yet no one's ever bothered to fix it. Now, this Quest Helper usually bugs during the quest, but thankfully I had the luxury of discovering something that I didn't even know was possible in this account. I started the quest with Quest Helper open, and because I'm a speedrun account and I panic at the thought of not knowing what to do next, especially during quests because that happens a lot, I tend to log out all the time. Now for this one specific quest, even though I've logged out during every other quest, for just this one quest, when I logged out at the time I did, I physically could not open Quest Helper again. I was spam clicking it, opening my in-game journal. I even reset my RuneLite client once, and none of it worked. So this quest was already insanely bugged, and now I was doing my first ever quest with 0 Quest Helper since I started the account. With a lot of help from my Twitch chat, here's the completion, and if you look at my chat box, you'll also see that I got 58 fishing during the quest while I was running by and had to bank at Camelot. With 58 fishing out of the way and almost ready to start barbarian fishing, leaping trout and salmon also required 30 strength and agility, so I needed to get that next. I ended up completing Fight Arena for some juicy attack experience, and while in the area, I walked through the gnome maze to start Tree Gnome Village, and while walking through the maze, I went in a trapdoor to get a pebble for the waterfall quest. After all of that, I did the rest of Tree Gnome Village and finished it, and then I started the Grand Tree, which will give me some agility XP to get level 30 for leaping salmon. While visiting the Grand Tree, I decided to buy some supplies for some weird game iron stuff, such as lemon, limes, and chocolate dust. Then I went on to complete the waterfall quest, and this got me some juicy combat levels. I have no idea where, but somewhere I completed the Grand Tree, and then I started my barb fishing grind. And I apologize so much for the constant name changes. I know it's been a little confusing to follow, but I should 100% be done with name changes after this one. You guys can figure out my permanent name by asking yourself, why was 6 afraid of 7? With that joke out of the way, these were the XP rates we were seeing from barb fishing. This method is significantly easier than airy fishing, but similar to how I was eating there to start a 3-tick cycle, it's the same scenario when I get my roe from the fish. The roe is the orange thing you see when I use my knife on the fish, and it gives me cooking XP. It's used as food so I can eat it and easily and relaxingly start my next fish cycle. Here's 35 strength, 63 fishing, 64, 65, 67, 68, and 70, along with 45 strength immediately before. 70 fishing got us 45 strength and 45 agility, and it's highly recommended by all iron guys to stay here until level 50 agility. However, we're going to be making another executive decision to try something else on this Max Cape Speedrun account, and we're going to leave right now. The reason is that the caviar you get from cutting the level 70 fish, the sturgeon, is heavily useful for herblore training, and we want to minimize using it without banking or usage, which at the moment, if we were to do it with our current stats, we can neither bank or use it efficiently. Before leaving, I'm just filling up my inventory with them so that I can get a pile started in my bank. Next, I went to Rogue's Den, and I opened more crates because I wanted raw fish, and unfortunately, I still did not get a Tome of Fire. However, now it's time for that one-stick cooking method I was talking about earlier. I grabbed all the raw fish in my bank that I could cook, and I put them in a tab where I can easily withdraw only one of each. I even decided to bring in my lowest tier fish, which was anchovies, giving me 30 cooking XP each. My mindset was 30 XP times 6,000 ticks per hour is still 180k an hour, and given my cooking level, I don't think this is too bad. I stupidly forgot to reset my tracker in this clip, but I do know that this actually averaged out to be 270k an hour. Given that I burn a lot of fish at my current level, I'm very happy with this. For God knows what reason, this boss has a timer for when it spawns to prevent noobs from completing it. After leveling up Mage from my earlier attempt with Fire Strike, I now had 26 Magic and Chaos runes. This was the results on my first attempt. Even at 26 Magic, he still despawned literally by 2 seconds. I was so pissed. I remember streaming this and like screaming because, I mean, what are the odds? I literally got the HP XP drop, I just didn't get the kill. I also wasn't even logged in for 5 minutes, which I was told was the respawn timer. So what actually is the despawn timer? Is it 3 minutes? 3:30? No one really knows. But I attempted one more time since I was close, and I was finally able to kill this boss after 3 attempts. After that, I had to kill a second boss just to finish off the quest, but this one couldn't despawn, so it wasn't any problem. After that, I finished the quest and forgot the clip since I'm such a great content creator, but my next goal was to Blackjack. I'm actually taking a massive detour in the guide right now. It's recommended to Blackjack with Rogue's outfit for 1.6 mil GP, and the Rogue's outfit will give double loot. However, we're going to be doing something else for early game GP, a little later on. So, I need 53 thieving for Desert Treasure, and I wanted to at least complete that. But also, as you can see, I'm only getting 95k an hour at level 48, and at level 55, you do this exact same method on a different NPC for more XP per pickpocket. So instead of stopping at 53 for Desert Treasure, I wanted to do at least one level at their 55. Because if 55 to 56 was going to be faster than 53 to 54 or 54 to 55, why not do it? And here are my final XP rates hitting level 55, right before our upgrade. And the XP rates post 55 did jump by 20%. However, I don't have that many jugs of wine left, so I'm just going to finish this inventory and head out. Our final thieving level will indeed be 56. We are very low magic, and magic is kind of essential at this account. Ironically enough, even though it's mostly known as a 0-time skill because you train it during Slayer or even high alching while doing other stuff, we need to find a way to train it from level 30, while we don't have high alch and we have no items to low alch. I decided to buy runes and head to the magic training arena. This place has a very long endgame diary requirement for Lumbridge Hard, and despite taking 3 to 4 hours to complete it, I'm going to route this account to do the entire thing, because I have a feeling the diary will make it worth it. Since I didn't get much GP from blackjacking before this step, I'm supposed to be rich, but I'm not. So I'm going to continue opening my winter top crates for GP, and I don't even have a Tome of Fire yet, so hopefully we're about to see one. I still have trouble believing it, but unfortunately this game is real. I literally got 2 pets in back-to-back inventories of crates, yet still no Tome of Fire. Because I get better loot as I level my stats, once I was a bit over 200k cash, I decided to stop opening my crates for now. It was time to head to MTA. I have never done Magic Training Arena on any accounts, so all of this was going to be brand new to me. We were now entering with 60 hours and 45 minutes played, and it was time to see how long Bones to Peaches takes to unlock. Basically, there are 4 different runes that each give different points: Telekinetic, Graveyard, Enchanting, and Alchemist. The Alchemist rune is the best for early game magic XP, However, you do get more XP there at level 55 once you unlock high alching instead of low alching. To unlock Bones to Peaches, you need points in all 4 of these rooms, and since the alchemy room is best to wait until 55 magic for more XP, I'm going to start with the graveyard room, because I want to get as close to level 55 as I can before I start the alchemy room. I always heard that this room was the most annoying and one of the hardest ones, especially with low hit points. But honestly, once I got in the rhythm of always eating bananas each lap, because I didn't want to take many risks, it was pretty laid back. The room light plugin does every room for you pretty much. As you can see, in this room I have it enabled, and in the bottom left of my screen there's a number that changes. The way this room works is you have to transfer bones into bananas and deposit them. The bones are constantly changing, and some are worth 1 banana while others are worth 3 or 4 bananas. The number in the bottom left tells me how many bananas I'll get when I cast it, and it takes into consideration the shape of every bone you have in your inventory. So I pretty much just have to loot until it says 24, and then I run to the deposit. It's very simple. Next was the absolute worst room, the telegrab room. It probably isn't that bad if you like AFKing stuff, but especially without staminas, this was by far the least interactive and longest room for points. Again, the room light plugin tells you exactly what to do, so there's not much to learn. I just have to run towards the green arrow and cast telegrab on this guy so that he runs through the maze properly. There's 5 mazes and then I get a fat point / XP drop, but I literally have to repeat this for like an hour. It's extremely slow and boring. Next room was the enchantment room, and I brought some magic cup boost to help me cast my highest enchant, because it's more points the higher enchant that you can do. I trolled a bit here because I didn't realize how to do it properly, but basically there's 4 different colors and there's 2 on each side. There's a bonus color that rotates every 20 seconds or so, and it's best to enchant that color. However, I learned halfway through that it's best to just camp in one corner and hope that it gives you your 2 colors that are bonuses. And if it's a different color that's a bonus, you can just enchant the wrong color for slightly reduced points until it changes again. This is the best points per hour. After that was done, I moved on to the final room. I wasn't 55 magic yet, so I started with low AL. But basically, this is the same XP an hour as alching normally, but the coins I'm getting are its own currency inside of MTA, and they can't be transferred outside. But rather, you deposit them for points and a huge XP drop, making this insane magic XP an hour for Ironman at this level. The way this room works is that items alch for different amounts of GP, and it's always changing. But not to worry, RuneLite will always tell you exactly where to click and what to alch in my inventory for the most GP possible. The rule of thumb here is pretty simple. A, B, C. A always, B, B, C casting. So when running to the next one, I'm still casting, trying to get 8 coins and 15 coins, but I do immediately want to start getting the one that gives 30. Here's what I mean by you get massive XP drops when depositing coins. I hate to say it, but after 3 hours of gaining nearly 0 EHP, we were low on nature runes, so I made a decision to stop early. We have 60 alchemy points left to get, which is maybe another 20 minutes or so. So this Bones to Peaches grind was about 3 hours and 15 minutes-ish. Not bad if you ask me. I think this is a fair point of progress to stop the video, so let's look into our progress. On the left is my stats from last episode, and on the right are my current stats. Lots of juicy total levels on this episode. Unfortunately, I don't remember my quest points, but I think I was around 60 or 70 here. A good chunk of skilling was done as well, between fishing, thieving, and even magic. At 63 hours played, our EHP rate at this point was 1 over. We had 64 EHP. The reason that I wasn't hurting is because for some reason the fishing rate is set extremely low, so I was getting like 1.7 EHP every hour that I did fishing. I have a very strong feeling that in the next episode, where I won't have this anymore, and we'll be doing even more questing, will probably no longer be over EHP. Anyway, boys and girls, as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. And hopefully next week, we will be making some money and then questing. Peace out. Last episode, we did a fat amount of quests and ended the episode with 3 hours of magic training in the magic training arena. I hate to admit it, but today, we're going to be putting ourselves through the same amount of questing. Only this time, we're going to be doing even harder quests. One of my goals this episode will be to unlock Fossil Island, as there's a lot of Ironman content on that place. Bon Voyage is a quest that unlocks it, and one of the requirements is 100 kudos, so I'm going to be unlocking that by talking to the guy upstairs with my amazing quest knowledge that I spacebarred through and have no clue what I'm saying, and he's gonna shower me in XP lamps and kudos. Put my XP lamp on Herbler since I'm an Ironman, by the way. And now, starting the quest at 67 hours played. While this quest is a huge goal for the account due to the unlocks, I still have a million other quests to do, so it will probably be a while before I complete it. The Giant Dwarf. This quest is absolute dog shit. The guy told me to complete this earlier, but I got mad and rage quit it. However, I'm now at a point in the guide where it's come to reality that I have to complete it. The problem with this quest and why it's so awful to do, especially on an Ironman, is that there's a specific step in it where you want to please the dwarves and do a job for them, so they send you out to get a random quality of ores, such as 10 iron ores or 5 mithril ores. You don't really know, it's different for every account. All the ores are accessible for purchase inside the blast furnace, so it's not that bad. However, the problem is after that. Once you do a good job bringing them the ores, they want you to get bars. And because I'm only 36 smithing at the time of this quest, I cannot make gold or mithril bars. So if they ask me to do that, I have to decline it and then redo the step over again. It's a pain in the ass. The thing is, when I rage quit earlier in the account, I was streaming this and I accidentally accepted a mithril bar job, leaving me to get 10 mithril bars, which I physically cannot make. I had 18 minutes to do it and the timer didn't go down unless I was logged in. So you can imagine it was very easy to rage quit completely. But alas, the next day, after a good night's sleep and calming down a bit, I came back ready to finish this quest off once and for all. And the ending point to one quest is a starting point to another. Now I have to start Forgettable Tale. Crafting is a really important grind in an Ironman since it unlocks teleports such as Ring of Dueling or Games Necklace, and especially dig site pendants which you need to teleport to Fossil Island. So I mined myself some sand and bought some soda ash from the shop to train crafting for a bit. And immediately after all my sand, I decided to cut all my gems from Wintertot that I could. Here's 40 crafting and 850 total. I swear I wasn't drinking, but I somehow found myself in Cannabis during this clip, so I guess I'm finishing Shades of Morton now. I do need to unlock myself fairy rings to teleport around RuneScape easier, so I found myself doing Lost City now. The boss fight, piss easy. I'm grabbing myself a lot of Dreaming Branches, and I'm about to show you guys why. In Friendly Trials, there's this one boss fight where you're not allowed to bring in any gear or weapons. However, you can bring in rings, so I made myself 2 Ring of Recoils, and I jumped right into it. This is where the first Dreaming Branch comes to use, because I'm allowed to bring in the branch and a knife, and I can craft the staff while I'm inside the arena. This gives me a better weapon to kill him with. And since I don't have overheads, I was kind of nervous starting this fight, but it turns out with the Dreaming Staff it was actually pretty easy. I also happen to have a strength potion that I got from a random event. After killing him 3 times, I'm finally allowed to let him kill me and progress with the quest. However, I will not be completing this quest until later on. For Barrow's gloves, I have to rescue a dinner party for 8 different people, making it kind of like doing 8 little mini quests, but they're still actual quests. Here I am completing 3 of them. Time to finally finish up Lost City and get my ass to start Fairy Tale Part 1. And while in Draenor, I decided that now is a good time to buy a bunch of seeds so that I can start birdhouses as soon as I unlock Fossil Island. And before leaving the premises, I ran slightly north to finish up Vampire Slayer. I got every single bone for this quest passively while doing other quests, but here I am for the first time ever completing Rag and Bone Man 1. That's right, on every other account I've ever had, I've never actually completed this quest due to everyone saying how bad this series is. Teleporting back to Ferox with only 80k coins to my name, as an Ironman who isn't allowed to trade anyone else, and has to make all his gold pieces himself, it was time for me to make some bread. I did some Last Man Standing, which is a PvP minigame that anybody with 750 total and 30 quest points can enter. Here, we kill some players and get points, which can be used in a shop in actual RuneScape to buy rune arrows for GP. This normally would not be worth it at all in my opinion, comparative to blackjacking. However, for the sake of the speedrun, due to my amazing PvP skills and help from friends, I found this method to be just barely worth it. So now, with 14,000 rune arrows in my inventory, it was time to see some hard-earned cash. And how convenient. Since I'm subscribed to JCW and like this video, I found somebody to insta-buy my rune arrows as soon as I'm selling them. You guys should do the same. I have my option as left-click sell 5 at a time, but I realized literally 10 seconds into this clip that selling to the shop is way easier than I expected, So you'll notice me double clicking and selling 10 at a time a lot. 19 minutes later, finally wrapping up my sales, I made 2.5 mil cash on these rune arrows, and I saved some for alching during questing later on since we need some magic XP as well. It felt nice to be rich in an Ironman for once. Now that we have GP, it's time to finally take a trip to unlock Fossil Island. Now, I don't want to turn this video into something political, but I have to mention this because this part of the quest is just so bad. Sailing was voted in as a new skill, and yet this is the experience that we have with sailing. I mean, every account I've done this quest on, I've raged at this part. I spam click the arrows and it works only when it wants to, so I'm always stuck doing this longer than I should be. But I guess this is a skill we should all look forward to, right? Thankfully, we do eventually arrive at the island, and what's cool about this is you have to build your own bank for the first time, so I brought my supplies with me to do that. Doing my first birdhouse run, I decided to mine a lot of volcanic ash since it's very close nearby. Volcanic ash is used to make ultra compost, which we'll be using for the entirety of the account. Not only does ultra compost prevent your crops from dying less, but it also gives extra loot. So like for example, when I plant herbs, it may give me an extra herb or two when looting versus super compost. Of course, being a speedrun account, we're going to tick manipulate everywhere we can. In another series, I explained 1.5 tick woodcutting, where you chop a log every 3 ticks, but you trick the game into giving you 2 rolls, essentially giving you a log on an average of 1.5 ticks. This mechanic of getting 2 rolls also works for mining volcanic ash. At this point, I don't really know what I'm doing because the volcanic ash degrades so quickly and there's only 3 next to each other, sometimes even 2 if I want to be really picky and not run far. But like I said, I'm able to 1.5 tick mine it, and here's why. This old school 2007 game has a mechanic called arrival delay. Arrival delay only applies to certain objects, and when an object does have an arrival delay, it allows me to get 2 rolls instead of 1. Let's take a look at a great example of this. Planted teak trees on Fossil Island. Notice how I can click the tree for 1 square away, and if I try moving my character after I swing my axe, I don't move at all. This is because of the arrival delay. This proves that this is something 1.5 tick would work on, because the arrival delay is tricking the game into giving me a second roll. Meanwhile, look what happens when I do this exact same thing on an object without arrival delay. Notice how my character jumps right off? This confirms that there's no arrival delay on this, and therefore I cannot get 2 rolls. And one final time as a comparison for those in the back. As luck would have it, volcanic ash does have an arrival delay, so that's why you see me 1.5 ticking all of this. I don't want to do too much ash at this exact moment because I'm still low mining and the amount of ash you get scales with higher levels. So for now, I will stop just over 500 ash banked. Next, I'm doing some Birthorp quests and finishing Death Plateau, immediately jumping into Troll Stronghold. Troll Stronghold is actually a pretty scary quest. Every time I do this quest, I'm already high HP or 43 prayer for protection prayers, and this time I didn't have either, so I didn't really know what I was going to walk into. I mentioned something similar to this before, but I tend to treat every quest as a little jigsaw puzzle meant for 4-year-olds. Because let's face it, RuneScape quests aren't really a challenge, they're just an annoyance. Well, I wouldn't recommend any 4-year-old to ever try this quest with low HP and prayer, because I get fucked, and here's a Twitch clip proving it.
How do I safe spot this guy? I obviously need to make sure I don't fucking die. What?!
You guys can trust me when I say the run back was not fast, but fast forwarding, here I am completing it. I then went to Lumbridge and finished the Lost Tribe. This unlocked me a bone crossbow and bone bolts, which will be useful not too far from now. I came back to the dungeon to buy my bolts and bow, and I made an epic mistake with my hard self-earned GP, and bought the bolts separately from the packs. Why does that matter, you ask? Well, 1000 bolts in packs cost me 3k, meanwhile if I were to buy 1000 bolts one by one, it cost me 18k. Now that might not sound like much, but when you're a hardworking, self-earned Ironman like me, especially at these early stages, 15k difference is a lot of GP. I had to go through these Dragon Slayer 1 fights in order to get a map piece to make my way to Elvarg, And if you guys remember my death at Troll Stronghold, I did this part of this quest the same day as that one, and I swear it was just not my day when it came to questing. It takes me about 5 to 6 minutes to get to this final boss, which gives me access to the map piece. After killing it, I grab the key for the chest, and then I find my map piece. Well, look what I decided to do to the first map piece. Once again, on stream. Damn right, I outdid it. Next, I did Shadow of the Storm since it's amazing early game range levels. The boss is very slow at my combat stats, but it's safe spottable with melee, so it's fine. For this demon, I can attack it with whatever weapon I want, however, the final hit has to be a Silverlight. So I switched over to my new beer weapon and completed the quest. This got me 1 to 27 range. For Fairy Tale Part 1, there's a part of the quest which is RNG, and you're asked to grab 3 random items and bring it to somebody. I got lucky and was asked for 2 herbs which I got from Wintertot and Queen Norda, and a blue dragon scale which all I had to do was run to blue dragons. This made the remainder of the quest easy, and for once RNG was on my side. Following that, it was time for yet another boss fight, finishing Fairy Tale Part 1 and killing Drought. My low run energy made killing him kind of annoying because the safe spot included me running back and forth. I think there was a more efficient way to safe spot, however I was lazy and didn't look up anything, so I decided to do this slowly unfortunately. With Fairy Tale Part 1 about to be complete, we were so close to unlocking fairy rings, which will get us around RuneScape so much easier. While in Draenor, I decided to do a 4 Sign of Interest for free 1k Slayer XP. While at the Slayer Master, since I just completed the quest, I decided to buy a bunch of items that I'll be needing for Slayer later on. And look at this, I accidentally clicked him for a new task and I got assigned Banshees. At this moment, I'm not sure if this will screw me over or help me out later on. Because I do know that overall this master is not worth doing. Next, I'm finishing up the last bits of Fairy Tale magic, and then we're basically unlocking a new stage, teleports around all of Valinor. It took me a bit to want to return, but I do eventually go back to LMS to finish off a rune pouch, which holds 3 runes in 1 slot, so that'll prove very useful for just about everything. Finally, I'm going to wrap up one more quest before we start exploring the big ass island of Zeah. We'll finish this episode off with completing Mountain Daughter for some prayer XP. While we finish up this quest, let's look through our gains from last episode versus now. On the left are my stats from last episode, and on the right are my current stats. We got an okay amount of levels this time, but bear in mind that we had massive progress in the sense that we got a rune pouch plus 2.5 mil GP made, both of which we got 0 XP or EHP gained. Here's an easier visual for the gains, along with the EHP on the side. Our EHP at the end of this episode is 71, meaning we are officially 4 hours behind on our gameplay time. However, that is the life of an Ironman when you have to get everything yourself, including GP and other items such as rune pouches. I can't remember if I told you guys, but I am an Ironman, so yeah. Anyway boys and girls, TY for watching. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next week where we explore a big ass island named Zeah. Peace out. Last episode, we got ourselves a ton of quest points, landing us at 105. And now, while we are continuing to quest, since that's most of what early game Ironman is, we're finally going to have some variety as we explore the island of Zeah. Zeah is this huge, and I mean massive island with tons of useful content on it for Ironman. There's 5 houses or something on it, and each of them has a favor requirement where you can help them out. If you guys remember, I am going for quest keep on this account for the extra block from the Lumbridge Elite Diary. So, we have to complete the Zeah quest line, which requires 100% favor in all houses. The final quest also unlocks you many new spells in the spellbook, which will prove to be insanely useful later on for our training methods. Basically, this quest is needed, so I have to go out of my way to get 100% favor. Getting favor kind of sucks since I don't really get much XP during it, and I'm starting off with Shazian favor where I have to heal a bunch of wounded soldiers. These are scattered all around the area. However, since I'm a speedrun account, for in-game time only, it's better for me to just camp one set of them and hop worlds. That way I preserve my run energy. So I do this until I'm 30% favor, and then I take a little break to move on to the next step for Zeah. It was time for a break and we were going to buy something we never even knew existed. Wizard Kickers. These green beers that I didn't even know existed before like 3 days before this clip, boost my range level by 4. I don't have ranging potions yet since I'm an Ironman, and low level range will prove to be hard without a cannon or chins. So I'm going to buy 4 inventories of Wizard Kickers to help me with my early game range training. After that, I can start the Shazian quest, Tale of Righteous, and then make my way north towards the next clan, Lova. This clan's favor is probably the worst to do on an Ironman in the sense that it's definitely the longest. On top of that, being low HP kind of sucks because these unavoidable clouds do constant damage to anybody around it and they're always moving. So while 1.5 ticking, I have to try my best to avoid them. There is a safe spot, but it only lets me access one rock and I cannot 1.5 tick because if you guys remember from previous episodes, I need to move at least one tile to 1.5 tick. So I figured the best way of doing this was to just bring food and eat accordingly. I wanted to preserve my run energy, so I ended up only doing 1 to 2 rocks and hopping when they deplete, rather than running around the whole area. 49,000 mining XP later, which took me a little over an hour, I finished up 65% Loba favor and made my way to start the quest. Each clan has a quest that requires 20% favor to start, and since Zeah is such a big island, it's annoying to get around without teleports or stams. It's very important for me to do whichever quest I can while I'm in the area. After starting the Forsaken Tower, it was time to make our way to the next clan, Arceus. Arceus' favor is the easiest one to do in my opinion, maybe tied with Dissidious. The Runelight plugin tells you where every book is, so I just have to click wherever my arrow goes. It's about a 20-minute grind without staminas and it's pretty relaxing. You get a reward of magic or runecrafting XP, and I'm choosing magic because I'm only one runecrafting and it scales, but the XP is actually pretty good. Ending this favor at 95%, because the quest reward gives me the last 10% anyway to finish off 100, it was time to start this clan's quest. We're going to camp the Arceus spellbook a lot in this account for the teleports, and the teleports in this book main a soul rune. So we're going to have to go through a lot of soul runes, which can be expensive. However, since we're rich gang from LMS and have 2 mil cash at the moment, I decided to buy a couple hundred to start me off early on. Not long after that, I found myself doing Getting Ahead, which has a pretty high level boss fight. Now boss fights are easy, you just safe spot them and magic spell. However, the problem is, this time I'm on Arceus spellbook, which means I don't have access to magic combat spells. With no bank in sight, I did what any person would do, and I switched my little short bow at 27 range and very slowly killed it. A whole 4 minutes later when the fight was still going, I decided to switch to melee and get a hit to speed things up, while also trying to take as little damage as possible. I learned that you can actually grab an infinite amount of red and yellow dyes here, so I stocked up a bit for future questing, and then completed the quest. Next, I completed the quest for Dissidious clan, Depths of Despair. Then, I completed the quest for Piscalarius clan, the Queen of Thieves. Then, I completed the Lovakenge quest, and in this area, it was as close as I could get to being to Raids 1 on the minimap, so it was time for a break from questing, and time to skill near Raids 1. You may be wondering, why would being near a raid mean skilling? Well, the answer is easy. This is the best fishing spot. I took a break from fishing at level 70, despite the guide telling me to go to level 74. Now, I purposely delayed it because I wanted to wait until I unlocked this fishing spot, which is close to a bank. The caviar you get from the level 70 fish is worth a lot of herblord XP later on because you can make barbarian mixes with it. As an Ironman, this makes it worth to bank versus dropping or eating it at barbarian assault fishing spot. It's very important to note that this is only worth banking at this spot because the barbarian assault spot is way too far pre-99 fishing. Currently, I want one of my goals to be to complete Desert Treasure, which unlocks me Ancient Spellbook. However, for that quest, I need a wad of lockpicks, and the main place to buy them is Rogue's Den, but the problem is you need 50 agility to open that shop. So what I'm going to do now that I can bank the caviar, I'm going to finish 50 agility here. This should get me 74 fishing along with some strength levels. Here I am hitting 4 digits in our total level in this account. 1000 total level. And doing all my fishing in one session, I managed to maintain 86k an hour while banking caviar, which I consider a great rate for the account. Here I am hitting 50 agility, and I figured I might as well finish my inventory full of caviar before leaving. And finishing that 1 extra inventory managed to get me another fishing level. Here's level 74. And now that my agility level is 50, I guess I'm skinny enough for this Martin guy to actually want to trade me. It's time to buy lockpicks for Desert Treasure, which isn't too far off. After that, I headed back to Hoptodt to finish off 100% favor. Hoptod's cooking method is insanely fast. The method is basic in the sense that the wiki has planned out every step just like it were a quest, except it doesn't change, can't kill you, you can't use the wrong items, and wrong blue highlights can't screw you over. It's a very fun method actually. I did a lot of drop cooking, since when you only have one thing to cook in your inventory, it only takes 1 tick to cook, versus the normal 4 ticks. With this in mind, it only took me like 10 minutes to finish up 100% favor. Next, it was time to do a series of quests. I completed the Arceus quest, Forgettable Tale, Romeo and Juliet, Holy Grail for some juicy prayer levels, Corsair Curse, and the Abyss mini quest for some more Runecrafting levels. For Karamja Medium Diary, I need a Gout Tuber. This item comes from chopping these forest things, and the reason I'm not showing my Ironman account at the moment is because the Gout Tuber can be looted on my Ironman from somebody else digging it. Every time this bush fully chops down, there's a 1 in 100% chance of a Gout Tuber spawning. Once it spawns, I just use a spade on my Ironman and then I get it in my inventory. I hopped on 4 accounts to chop these faster and ended up finding one pretty soon. As you can see, once I got it, I just quickly switched over to my Ironman and dug it up. This will prove to be useful once I get around to doing Karamja Diary. It was finally time to finish up 40 smithing for gold ore, and get myself some gold bars so that I can make jewelry for teleporting. I have a lot of silver ores from Wintertot, so I'm using those to get 40 smithing because I'll end up needing the bars for something later on anyway. Once I hit 40, I'm making myself as many gold bars as possible, even though I don't have goldsmith gauntlets yet, just because I really need the teleports. Here's level 40 smithing, along with a good amount of starter gold bars. And finally, a huge stage for the account, Ring of Duelings for infinite teleports to a bank, along with Ferox which will restore my run energy. We all know how early game Ironmen hate walking, so I'll be spamming the hell out of these just to ensure I'm walking the least amount possible. When in Varrock, I finished Garden of Tranquility, which got me 35 farming for teak trees. These hardwood trees, teak and mahogany, are one of the most important parts of early game farming for both Ironmen and mains. They take 72 hours to grow, however they are double to triple the amount of XP per tree versus a normal tree at these levels. And on top of that, they have 3 patches all right next to each other, so you only have to run to them once and you'll get an immediate 3 times fat XP drop. So in 72 hours, we're gonna get a fat amount of farming XP. At this point, I'm pretty much ready for Desert Treasure. I'm only missing one requirement, 43 prayer. I need 43 prayer for overheads, and the first step to getting to 43 prayer is to train range. The first step to train range is to get an amulet of accuracy. The way to get an amulet of accuracy is to do imp catcher, and to do imp catcher in an Ironman, I have to kill imps for 4 different beads. It's slow, but even ranging these, it's the best range XP per hour I can get at my current stats. It only took me 40 kills or so, but once I got all 4 colored beads, I headed to the wizard tower to complete imp catcher and get my amulet of accuracy. I wanted the range green dragons so I can safe spot them, but I'm still only 28 range. I had to train at doing something, and I thought, Turiel Slayer would not be a bad idea, so let's go grab 9 Turiel tasks and range all of them. I'll have to do this for Slayer points later on anyway, so why not get it done now? My first task was a Banshee task, which I accidentally grabbed when trying to quest, so I figured I'll do it. Look at my XP rate guys, 3k an hour Slayer, 15k an hour range. It's really bad. I have a lamp in my inventory from a diary, And I know everybody likes lamping Herblore in an Ironman, and this might sound crazy, but I ran the numbers, and I think lamping early range on an Ironman in Speedrun is actually worth it. It's a minimum requirement of level 30 to use the lamp, so once I hit level 30 in this task, I'll use it immediately. And after that juicy 2.5k range XP drop, I reset my tracker to see the XP rates 2 range levels later. We are now up to 3.4k an hour Slayer and 17k range. It's still really bad. I also realized I forgot my green beers this task, but this is the only one I forget it on, so I'll consider restarting my run, but not yet. After completing my first task and seeing the XP rates, I decided to grab a couple other XP lamps for more range XP. I made some earth runes to finish up Varrock Easy Diary. Went to grab my XP lamp from completing the Varrock tasks. And thanks to the brushseller guide we've been using, we completed all of the Lumbridge tasks passively, so I went to grab that XP lamp, along with the Kandarin XP lamp. Now I claimed a fat 7.5k range XP, bringing us to 36 range. There was one more diary we completed passively, Fremenic. So I made my way towards Relica and grabbed the last 2.5k XP. And now that we were higher range, it was time to continue the Slayer grind. I need 9 tasks completed. Now doing Turiel Slayer again, my first task back was Jackals, which got me 5k an hour Slayer and 22k range. It was quite the improvement. However, we all know it takes time to receive a new task, and it should be considered in your overall Slayer XP an hour. So let's fast forward to 9 tasks later without resetting and see what rates we're at. And here we go. We've done nearly an hour of Slayer logged in, and we're getting 3.6k an hour and nearly 15k range. It's awful, guys. I'm also now on my 9th task, and the 10th task is supposed to be done for a point boost. But I can't get any high level Slayer masters to assign me a task because I'm low combat. So my streak is basically useless. I was also only 41 range, and I was supposed to be around 44 before starting Green Dragons. So it's kind of a matter of, what should we do? Well, I couldn't accept being okay with 3.6k an hour Slayer, no matter how slow level Slayer is supposed to be. It was now time to detour from the guide and come up with something fun. Thankfully, as a level 3 who did some Wildy Slayer, I had the perfect idea of game mechanics I could use. We're going to grab a Wildy Slayer task, because they're good Slayer points anyway, but also we can get really good Slayer XP from these as long as we get a multi-combat task. Let's just really hope we get one, because they're not guaranteed. And thankfully, Jax decided to be nice to me today, because we got an insanely good Slayer task. 145 Ice Giants. It was time to zoom. I grabbed a couple alts and headed to a multi-combat area for Ice Giants. Now, I'm going to quickly recap this Slayer method that was used for level 3s while they had a guaranteed splash weapon. Slayer XP is given to players based off of 2 things. Whoever does the most damage and whoever gets the last hit. As an Ironman, if any damage is given to your monster, you are given half XP no matter what. However, even if I do 100% damage on an alt, I'll still get half XP on my Ironman as long as I deal the final blow. So what do we do here? Well, we grab a weapon on our alt that's the same speed as a bow and crossbow. We attack the NPCs on our alt plus Ironman in the same tick, and the game will always register my Ironman as dealing the final hit, so I'll always get half XP. This means that I'll get half XP on all these NPCs, sure, but I will have the DPS of a 99 range crossbow account. How insanely good is that? Let's see the XP rates. From 4k an hour to 17k an hour. What a jump this was. I was just wrapping up my tasks, so hopefully we'll get another multi-combat one after this. Come on, come on. Good luck. And we got 60 Ents. I quickly logged out because I wasn't sure what to do here, but I remembered I do have 30 Slayer points from a quest. So let's risk it. I'm gonna skip this and... let's fucking go! We got 90 Hellhounds. Yet another multi-combat task, and we actually managed to hit 20k an hour here, which is pretty insane. At this point, I was pretty much ready to do Green Dragons, but I decided I'll grab one more task, just so I know what I'm going to return to later on in the series. And the task right before we grind Green Dragons for 43 prayer is... Green Dragons? Okay, I mean, I'll take this task, it's gonna be free passive Slayer XP. Heading over to Green Dragons to avoid the hassle of using any rocks as safe spot, which to be honest with you guys, I don't even know if they exist here. I'm using a human shield as my rock. All I have to do is place it in between me and the dragon and I'm safe. It's pretty convenient. I got assigned 90 dragons, but I honestly wanted out of the wilderness ASAP because I screwed my sleep schedule heavily for this, since I didn't want to be in the wilderness at peak times. It was like 5 AM on a work day and I was tired as fuck. So I was just gonna rush my 75 to 80 kills for 43 prayer, and then I was gonna stop, not bothering to finish the task. I just hit 46 range, and level 50 will prove to be very useful for a diary. That's basically my current goal, and surprisingly, I managed to kill like 45 green dragons an hour with this method. So ranging these isn't even that bad at the moment. Here's level 47 range and the XP rates on screen. Followed by level 37 Slayer, and now we're very close to the end. I have to use the altar in the wilderness because there's a 50% chance it won't consume the bone when I offer it. This means that my 77 bones I had banked on average RNG can give me 154 bones worth of XP. I don't want to bring noted bones because I worked very hard for these bones as an Ironman, so I'm going to play it safe and run 3 separate trips to the wilderness altar to ensure I don't die. Coming up on my final trip for 43 prayer, I was excited as hell. However, I ran into a small problem. Remember how I said there's a 50% chance that the bones are saved? Well, I guess I had bad RNG because I fell 1k prayer XP short of 43 and I was out of bones. Bearing in mind that I said it was very late and I wanted to go to bed, I decided not to go back to Green Dragons, but rather finish 43 prayer the next day. And what better way to finish 43 prayer than with a quest? With protection prayers all unlocked, it's time for a review of our stats. On the left are my stats from last episode, and on the right are my current stats. Decent gains this week, but now that we have 43 prayer, the future of high level questing looks very bright. Here's an easier visual for other gamers, along with our current EHP. Based off feedback and my own preference now, I moved our playtime to the report button at some point during this video, so you can look there for my playtime for future reference. Currently, we have 100 hours played along with 87 EHP, so we're 13 hours behind. However, I wouldn't worry because this is completely normal for somebody with 139 quest points on an Ironman. Anyway, kings and queens, as always, TY for watching. I would appreciate a like, comment, and subscribe if you haven't, and I will see you all next episode. Peace out. Previously, we just finished 43 prayer locking us overhead prayers, and it was now time to get into the dangers of questing. Our main goal at the moment is to find a way to make money, since GP early game is pretty hard to do without losing too much time and XP. So what will we be doing today? Well, to make our money, we're actually going to be making earth battle stabs. We've already made a bunch of molten glass at a furnace, but the 20 XP drops we got from that wasn't the reason I was doing it. It's now time for step 2 with the glass, which is blow it into unpowered orbs. Blowing orbs is a very slow and AFK method if you were to train it normally at a bank, and I would never even think about AFKing on my speedrun account, so I head to thieving artifacts so that I can gain some thieving XP while blowing the glass. This way, I'm running around and not completely wasting my time while AFKing because I'm getting some passive thieving XP. This thieving method specifically for Ironman is significantly better than blackjacking due to the crafting XP you get per hour. This is the main reason we tried to avoid blackjacking as much as we could. Towards the end of every lap, there's a fat thieving speed drop that scales with every level, and because we need run energy for the next lap anyway, we teleport to Ferox to restore our run energy, and conveniently there's a bank there as well so we can grab more molten glass. I have to go through all 1600 molten glass, so a lot of level ups were coming in both crafting and thieving. Here I am hitting level 58 thieving. And not even an hour and a half later, here's 64 thieving. And as you can see from our crafting level, we're already level 55. And coming up just short of 65 thieving, I'm now out of glass, finishing at 56 crafting as well. All of these thieving levels help prepare me for desert treasure, which is another requirement for earth battle stabs. Just a friendly reminder, I need to do birdhouse runs until 80 hunter, so it's important for me to do them as often as possible, since they are only ready every 50 minutes. I would be limited IRL time if I don't do them often enough. A lot of my birdhouse runs are done on mobile at work, so it's pretty rare where I have a clip of me doing them. I'm only doing 3 birdhouses, getting me about 3k XP per run, meaning I have to do this 700 times for 80 hunter. I'm a little over halfway there at the time of this clip. Here I am hitting level 46 out of 80. It was now time to work my way towards desert treasure, and one of the pre-quests is Temple of Ikov, which requires 20 limpwort roots. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I am an Ironman, meaning I can't simply buy them from somebody else like simple folk. I have to actually get them myself, the morally correct way. The best way to go about doing this is to do easy farming contracts, which require 45 farming in the farming guild. A farming contract is given by Guildmaster Jane, and she tells me to grow something and will reward me with the seed pack after I harvest it. I was hoping to get limpwort seeds from them, and thankfully in my first contract completion, we got them. With the limpworts grown, I was able to finally do this quest, and complete it for the absolute fat amount of range XP, which also got me 1200 total. And now it's time for the final step before we become rich, Desert Treasure. There's a lot of boss fights in this one, but with overhead prayers, I'm prepared. First boss fight is super easy. I just have to pray melee and mage him with the water spell. Remember how I mentioned thieving level affecting this quest? I have to unlock this chest with the lockpick for the next boss, and to do that, I have to succeed 3 picks in a row. At 64 thieving, the chances of me succeeding was 6.14%, or about 1 in 17. So if I go unlucky here, I'd have to bank a couple times, and trust me, it was not fast to get here. Thankfully, I somehow clutched this, and I get it on my 6th try. The second boss fight is a little scary because you have to be careful not to let him hit you, since when he does, he drains your prayer and will kill you. So I have to play around a little and make sure that NPCs or something is blocking it from hitting me every attack. It's a little of a hassle, but I do end up killing him before he kills me. Third boss, definitely the easiest. If I flick my prayer from range and melee every 0.6 seconds, he'll do the tango dance with me, it won't hurt me. Last boss, and probably the hardest because the snow area constantly drains your stats, run energy, and prayer. However, I still managed to kill him before he killed me. And it was the final boss fight of this, and I still had 0 deaths in this quest. Things were looking good. The final step of this quest was to take all of my gems from the bosses and bring them to the pyramid, and then run through the pyramid to finish the quest. Entering the pyramid, there are 4 floors I have to run through. You may notice from my inventory that I have a lot of energy potions, some swordfish for food in case I take damage, and an anti-poison. I didn't bring any prayer potions because I figured I could just flick and preserve my prayer, but in every floor there will be NPCs that can attack me and I will be taking damage. However, it's not just the NPCs that can damage me. There's also an RNG possibility of hitting a trap that will make you fall through the pyramid and have to restart from the first floor again. I thought that there was no way to avoid this, just run, spam click the minimap, and hope for the best. However, I was streaming this quest, and my chat informed me that if I open my stats for an interface while running, it was impossible to fall through any traps. I love this idea, so I mindlessly opened an interface so that I can't fail. One problem I have with opening the stat interface is that this entire time so far, I have not enabled my protection prayer once. I completely forgot about it. So, what do you think's gonna happen? I died. I was so annoyed at this, I decided to just use my hacker program and teleport back here. I could not be bothered running back. Just to be clear on what happened, because I was so confused at the time, remember how I mentioned I can hit traps if I don't have the interface opened? What happened was, it seems that on the tick I got hit on and died, or maybe one tick after, I have no clue, but I seem to have hit a trap. I mentioned that it can spawn me back to floor 1, so after spawning in Lumbridge from my death, the trap animation triggered, and now here I am. Here's my live reaction to what happened as well.
What? Alright. Kind of forgot that those can do... Let's fucking go! Holy shit!
After all of that, I still have 0 prayer potions, but I make it on my next lap running out of prayer points just before the final entrance. The quest is now complete. With Desert Treasure complete, we were just about ready to start making our Earth Orbs for battle staves. The Earth Obelisk is located in Edgeville Dungeon, and we can now make Padella teleport tabs to get there. I'm now going to do 2 inventories for 50 tele tabs. After all my tabs are made, it was time to try a method that's going to be extremely useful for this account long term, but we've never done it before. It's a method called Gravestone Deposit. It's important that I have some items besides unpowered orbs go to my gravestone, so I grabbed some junk items in my bank. It was now time to set up our gravestone deposit, so I made my way towards the place to make earth orbs. When there, I politely let Charizard kill me as close to the obelisk as I could get. I now had a gravestone with 15 minutes to get back, but before going back, there was another step I had to do. My gravestone is currently holding unpowered orbs, however, it's important to note that there is a way to get even more orbs in there. If I die anywhere in the game, my items still go to my original grave. So I grab my games necklace along with a full inventory of unpowered orbs and make my way towards Corporal Beast. The noob couldn't even one-shot me, so I consider it a pretty close fight considering our combat levels, but I did end up losing. Now I grab my runes I need for enchanting the orbs, a looting bag, and a full inventory of more orbs. At this point, it's important that I explain what the looting bag is. It's not as simple as it sounds, where it's a bag that holds your items and you can conveniently use it for an extra 28 inventory slots. The bag only works for storage, and only in the wilderness. This means that if I want to withdraw from it, I have to leave the wilderness and go to a bank. Now that I'm back at the obelisk, I can cast enchant and make my whole inventory into earth orbs. It is possible to AFK this, but if you manually cast each time, it speeds it up a lot. After my whole inventory, I use my looting bag to store all of my earth orbs that I created, and I go to my deposit gravestone to grab the unpowered orbs. The games necklace inside the gravestone is essential because it makes the gravestone stay, whereas if it wasn't in my gravestone, I would accidentally loot all the orbs and the gravestone deposit would just disappear. After doing this for an hour, I was able to get 53,000 magic XP per hour, which equates to 750 orbs. Here I am hitting 65 magic. And nearly 2 hours later, I'm still maintaining 750 to 800 an hour, and each orb is about 2k profit, so this would be about 1.5 to 1.6 mil an hour. It might not sound like much, but at this stage in the account, because I'm an Ironman who can't train anybody or use the Grand Exchange, this is pretty good, and it gets me enough GP to get everything I need before I unlock our first big money making method, which will be Sepulchre. That's still very far away though. Right before running out of orbs, this gets me yet another magic level, level 66. Now that all of our earth orbs are made, we have to do one more quest to make battle staves, Hand in the Sand. This quest grants access to the Wizards Guild shop, which guess what we can buy from there? That's right, battle staves. It took me a bit to figure out how exactly I should go about this, but in the end, I decided the best method was to dump my entire cash stack in battle staves, alch them all into orbs, and then come back with a larger cash stack and repeat the process. So if you guys are ever looking for a live example of the rich get richer, this life hack is number 1. Once I spent my entire cash stack, I wasn't going to just stand around and alch them. I went straight back to artifacts to craft them. I brought my alch runes so that once I finished making 14, I could start alching. And for the most part, I would be able to alch 10 to 14 per trip, and the times when I couldn't do all 14, I would just save for noted for later on. Just a quick breakdown to anybody who is confused as to how this is the amount of profit it is. Bearing in mind that I'm an Ironman and I had to get all the supplies myself, the orbs cost me nothing since I was making them for crafting XP, and I go to the Wizards Guild to buy battle staves for 7,000 coins each. Once I attach the orbs that I spent 0 GP on, I can alch the Earth battle staff for 9,300 gold. Subtract the nature rune cost, and it's about 2.1k profit per staff. I'm doing 1650 staves, so this is about 3.4 mil cash to get me to Sepulchre. On top of all that hard-earned GP, we also get level ups such as 68 thieving, fast forwarding to 71 thieving, and ending at 63 crafting, with over 2.5 mil GP. At this point, I'm going to stop making GP and save my leftover 200 orbs for something else in the future. Something even more profitable. But for now, let's just hope that this amount of GP can get us through next episode, where we'll be spending our hard-earned cash. Now it's time to visit the progress for this episode. On the left are my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. We fell under EHP again due to having to make money, but that's expected and okay. Ironman EHP is very punishing, so it's unrealistic to always hold 1-to-1. Here's an easier visual for the gains along with the current EHP. I'm now at 98 EHP while having 118 hours played at the time of this clip. This means we're 20 hours behind, but with our goal of being 1800 hours or 75 days played, we're allowed to fall 200 hours behind before we don't hit the goal. So we're in fair shape at the moment, especially given my quest points. With all of that being said, I will see you all next time. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like the video if you guys enjoyed it, and maybe comment and subscribe as well. Peace out. Today, we have 2.7 mil cash. With so much money, it's time to find stuff to spend it on. At this stage in the account, it's important to focus on long-term goals. And as an Ironman, this means sometimes we will be doing inefficient things that will benefit us more later on. Right now, I want to train construction, and even though it's not the best XP rates, I want to train it through Mahogany Homes. Mahogany Homes is a construction minigame, and as a reward, I can buy a plank sack, which is exactly what it sounds like, a sack that holds planks. Not being able to trade anybody, it could be useful for carrying more than 28 items in my inventory later on. So for my early game construction levels, I'm going to unlock this sack that I won't be using until much later on in the account. Banking the planks on an Ironman is pretty easy, although it's quite expensive. I head over to the fossil island to 1.56 teaks, and in my opinion the only real hard part of this method is dropping the logs, and since I need them to make the planks, this method is actually pretty easy, especially at low woodcutting where my success rate isn't that great. I just have to fill up my inventory, and instead of going to a bank, I teleport to my POH and send my butler to the sawmill to turn them into planks. Once he's gone, I do not have to wait for him to come back, but rather I can just head straight back to the teaks and start my next inventory. Since I'm not in my POH for him to return to, he will automatically put the planks in my bank. It practically makes it 0 time to make the planks. One other strategy that I had to follow as an early game Ironman is that since I don't have staminas and I have to move each time I use my knife on the log in order to get 2 rolls, I try to only walk 1 square when I was chopping the same tree in order to preserve my run energy. Here's level 64 woodcutting. And next level up, I got my XP tracker on to show my XP rates. I'm getting nearly 70k an hour including banking all the logs for construction. And here's level 65 woodcutting. For Mahogany Homes, I get assigned a contract to repair somebody's house, and every time I do that, they reward me with carpenter points along with some XP. Remembering that I'm here for the carpenter points to buy my plank sack, I have to complete 88 contracts to afford it. So let's get right to it. 11 contracts in, I am now 53 construction. 15th contract, 54. 20 contracts, 55 construction. 25th contract, 56 construction. Fast forwarding to my last level up on my 83rd contract, 63 construction. And a few contracts later, I finally hit 350 carpenter points and made my way to Falador to buy my plank sack. The plank sack will be very good, but for the next 300 hours of gameplay, it'll just rot in my bank. With the plank sack out of the way, I made it my goal to get set up for the most comfortable herb runs possible. If you want to compare straight off Tutorial Island versus after the max cape, the difference between efficient herb/farm runs, it's a significant one. Why? Because there's 9 herb patches, and they're scattered all around Gailanor. An Ironman isn't going to be able to teleport around or even have staminas to run. Some of the herb patches are even locked behind some diaries and quests, which, still having only 100 hours played, I'm not going to have all of those. Herb runs are essential on the Ironman because we have to farm all of our herbs for 99 Herbler, so I'm making it my goal now, at 120 hours played, to get set up for the most comfortable farm runs so that I don't fall behind on Herbler. On the screen is a chart of every herb patch in the game and their requirements. Right now, my goal is going to be to unlock the top right patch, Waste Patch. Rather than grinding out my levels directly, I'm going to get them passively as I work on other important unlocks for the account, for long-term macro efficiency. There are 2 high skill requirements for this quest, 72 mining and 68 agility. For the sake of this episode, I'm going to focus on 72 mining. While working on these requirements, I'm also able to complete Lumbridge, Artie, and Candor Medium Diary. An important note to add would be that the hard and elite diaries are better for all of these because the medium, lumbridge, and arty diaries only give 3 tuggle boards a day. And when I have to bank all of the herbs myself, I'm going to be wanting to do a minimum of 5 to 8 per day. If my plan goes well, by the time I'm 72 mining and 68 agility, I'll have all the patches on the screen checked off to carry me until 73 agility, which that in itself is a 70 plus hour grind, and it would be easy for me to do farm runs during. So with all of that being said, you may be wondering why we're at a shooting star at 51 mining. Well, on our grind of 72, it's important to get 2000 Stardust for the Celestial Ring, which gives us a permanent +4 mining boost, saving us more than just a couple hours running and mining. When tick manipulating stars, it only takes about 1 hour of gameplay time if mining a tier 1 star, since that's the best Stardust per hour. The second star that I scouted was in the wilderness, and this was thankfully the only other star that I needed to get my full 2000 Stardust. I had to complete Underground Pass because it was needed to upgrade my Ivan's staff, which was needed for Arty Medium Diary. And upgrading my staff cost me another 200,000 gold pieces of my hard-earned GP. Everyone's favorite way of training runecrafting? Tears of Guthix quest is complete. Before doing my weekly Tears of Guthix, I wanted to gain some more runecrafting XP so that I'm a higher level at the start for more XP per tier. So Temple of the Eye is completed now, which brings us to 32 runecrafting. And then I headed straight back to actually do the minigame from Tears of Guthix. If you don't know what this is, it's a weekly event that people can do, which rewards you XP in your lowest skill. In my case, this will be runecrafting for the next upcoming weeks, if not months. The minigame itself is pretty simple: collect the blue tiers on the wall, avoid the green ones. For those that didn't already know this, it's best to find a world where all 3 blue tiers change back to back to back. The colors are synced to each world for every person, and they change every game update. So if somebody scouted a world on Wednesday afternoon after the update, it's the same for everybody until the following week with the next update. I use a website called togcrowdsourcing.com, which lets me know the worlds that people have been using that have the synced colors. After that whole 3-minute grind, I got myself a whole 7,000 runecrafting XP, bringing me to level 35. There's just one more very important thing that I should be grinding from farming. At level 65, you unlock Hespori. Hespori is a boss in the farming guild that takes 22 to 32 hours to grow, so you can only do it once a day at absolute best. This boss has a drop that is essential for our account, the Bottomless Bucket. This bucket holds all of our ultra compost in one slot, which sounds super convenient, but that's not even the best part. Every time we make our own ultra compost as an Ironman, when we put it in this bottomless bucket, it counts as double the charges. That's right, let's take a look at the supplies needed to make ultra compost. 30 watermelons and 50 volcanic ash, which I get myself as an Ironman, makes me 30 ultra compost at the moment, meaning it's just enough for 30 herb patches. This bucket simply doubles it at no extra cost. Same amount of supplies that we use, but I'll get 60 doses of ultra compost instead. Now imagine this doubling, but for thousands of ultra compost that we'll be making and using ourselves for 99 farming and herbler. It's a great time save, and it's important that I get in on the drop early, so that's why I'm rushing 62 farming at Tithe at the moment. So I can use a garden pie to boost it and start planting them and camping them every day ASAP. The Tithe farm is never worth it for XP because it maxes out at like 120k XP per hour, whereas trees are nearly 20 times the rate of that. However, there are some nice one-time rewards from the shop. We will be buying the auto weeder, herb sack, and seed box in this run. At the time of this clip, there was a soon-to-be Tithe update that was going to buff the points an hour, where these unlocks used to be an 8-hour grind, but after the update they will be a 6-hour, and I was waiting on it. However, now that I need Hespori, I decided to do 30 minutes of Tithe for some points as a way to get me ready for Hespori. Because 30 minutes was all I needed for level 60, and then on my next Mahogany Tree run I would get to 62 to start planning. Like I said, Hespori is PVM content, but it's not something you can go in with low combats and just AFK to kill. It actually requires decent stats and some DPS. At the time, I didn't have a Dragon Scimitar, So I took a little detour from the Brushsailor guide to figure out the best way to rush get the stats to kill his 40 daily without losing too much time. Firstly, I need to train combat for 60 attack. I didn't want to do this without a Berserker ring because the ring gives +8 strength bonus, which is a pretty noticeable difference. I believe it's about a 15-minute difference just for 50 to 60 attack through Slayer. Imagine the difference for 99 at that rate. It was time to do some PVM on 789. Dagannoth Kings on a low combat account strongly recommend getting a Granite Body from Barbarian Assault, and while working on that grind, which is only like 13 minutes, I figured I may as well get all the Barbarian Assault out of the way and grind out the Fighter Torso. So I went to DNG boosting service and I paid 95 mil from another account of my own hard-earned GP to leech a torso, taking me 48 minutes and also unlocking me a Granite Body. Before anybody complains about this being immoral, yes, this is allowed, and if it's allowed and good to use, I'm not gonna not use it. I'll save that for a moral account later on in the future. But for now, this is a speedrun account. So like I said, 48 minutes later, I got enough points to buy my Fighter Torso, also enabling me to buy a Granite Body for Dagannoth Kings to start my next grind of the Berserker ring. Dagannoth Kings were definitely going to be scary. I did not have an exact setup I should bring, and I was doing a strategy that I don't believe has been done by any low level irons before, so I wasn't sure how many of which supplies I should bring. My Ivan staff had 2.5k charges, so I brought 2.5k death runes, which should get me close to 100 KC. There are 2 essential drops that I need from Dagannoth Kings, a Dragon Axe and a Berserker ring. Each of these is 1 in 128, and the average drop rate to get both of them on my account is 1 in 192. This was the first opportunity where this account is getting a real chance to get good RNG to save me a good amount of hours. If I manage to get lucky here, I'll save myself a good 4 to 5 hours, if not even more, since I'm essentially getting 0 XP during this grind, as it's just magic which I'd get through alching or barraging anyway. The strategy I used was pretty simple. There are 3 Dagannoth Kings down here, a Major, a Ranger, and a Millier. The Millier is the one that drops the Berserker ring, so he's the one I'm going to be focusing on. The Major is deeper in the lair, attacking somebody else in my world, and the Ranger conveniently dies a few seconds before I enter the lair in this account, making it so that I don't have to stress, prayer flick, and can just relax and kill the Millier from this safe spot without worrying. Unfortunately, sometimes my skill level with the staff isn't as high as others, so I hit significantly lower and the Ranger respawns because the Millier is taking so long to die. When this happens, I just start prayer flicking so that it can't damage me, kill the Millier, and then run back upstairs. Even though I'm safe spotting the boss and I theoretically cannot take damage, there are these NPCs in the water around the room called spinners that move and attack anybody inside the room, and prayer does not protect against them, so I'm always taking damage. The strategy to go to make my trips last longer is to bring a few accounts to stand under my Ironman, so that the spinners around the room attack my iron less often, meaning I use less food, so the trips are longer. 20 kills later, unfortunately, I still have not seen luck. Still not a single drop, yet 50 kills in. And on my 63rd kill, I finally get a ring. But of course, it's the wrong one. The Warrior's Ring is the same drop rate as the Berserker, however it gives 0 strength bonus, so it's essentially worthless. I now have 0 prayer points and no food. It was safe to say that this would be my last kill, number 93. And look, I'll show you guys my tracker since I didn't manage to show you every single bad drop I got. But yes, we did manage 3 Warrior Rings in 93 KC, along with no Dragon Axes and no Berserker Rings. Now I could complain about RNG and how it's the same drop rate, I got 3, I'm always unlucky, but that does nothing. Hopefully next time when we get here, our RNG will be much better, and maybe you guys could like the video or something to pay respects to the 2 to 3 hours I've just wasted. A week later, more Tears of Guthix got me 38 Runecrafting and 1375 total. With no Berserker Ring, I was at loss of what to do, and I just stuck with my daily escape farm runs, birdhouses, etc. I really wanted to comfortably kill his Spory before I started my 72 mining grind, but without Berserkering, I didn't feel like training Slayer. I did the quest for Kingdom, which was another daily, and threw in some GP so that I could collect skilling supplies while offline. Finally, a few days later, I figured out what I wanted to do. I bought some runes for bursting, and made my way towards Zeah. I was going to do Organized Crime for 60 attack. This method, Organized Crime, is yet another log-in log-out method. Gangs meet up across Zeah every 30 minutes for about 5 minutes. So what I did was I would log out for 25 minutes and then log in and kill stuff for 5 minutes and repeat. I attacked once on a world with an ult and then piled the gang members as much as I could before bursting. If you're wondering why I'm training mage for attack XP, it's because these gangs drop an item called Intelligence, which can then be turned in for attack XP, kind of like an XP lamp. Bursting all of them is the best way to go about getting these, because the boss drops an Intelligence 100% of the time, whereas the NPCs around him have a 1 in 5 drop rate, which adds up when you're killing 5 to 6 of them at the same time as the boss. And after about 6 hours of logging in every 30 minutes, we managed to do 55 to 60 attack, unlocking us a Dragon Scimitar for extra DPS. It was now finally time to kill his Spory. From this point moving forward, every 24 to 32 hours, I can come back here for another attempt at the bottomless bucket. Going out of my way to rush this, in my opinion, was more than worth it considering how good the bucket will be. Let's just hope I don't go too dry. The kills are kind of long at the moment, roughly about 3 minutes each, so I will be working my way towards better combat gear and stats, but it'll take some time. For the time being, it's still worth coming here even though the kills are 3 minutes long. And here we go, 1 KC in a Spory, and I still don't have a bucket. Never lucky, man. I'm now able to get back into the skilling grind, and I don't have to feel guilty taking my time since I've unlocked so many new dailies that I can progress my account with. I think now is a good time to recap where we're at, so let's take a look at our progress. On the left are my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. Decent progress, a lot of preparation, so not anything too huge. The time played showing in-game right now is slightly inaccurate. It's actually only 148 hours at the progress shown in this video. So EHP wise, I'm at 118, or 30 hours behind, including 3 hours-ish that we spent at Dagannoth Kings. From this point until further notice, we're pretty much staying on top of everything such as Hespori, Tears of Gothics, birdhouses, farming runs. So there's going to be a lot of progress made since we are done preparing for this. Hopefully, my next Dagannoth King trip will be good RNG wise and we'll get our Dragon Axe and Berserker Ring. The reality though is, we're not closer now than we were 93 kills ago, so it's kind of demotivating, but we'll see what happens. Anyway guys, I'll end the video here, and as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe as always, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. The Quarry, filled with granite and sandstone. As a person who never really played Ironman, I never had much experience with sandstone rocks here, since granite was always better XP an hour. However, on this account, getting all the supplies myself since I'm an Ironman, it's time to utilize the sandstone rocks. This big boy over here can store up to 25k buckets of sand, which I will absolutely be making use of. For those unfamiliar with why an Ironman would need buckets of sand, they are used for training crafting long term for 99, because they can make molten glass which can then be blown for essentially the best crafting XP on an Ironman. I'm not going to be using this 25k buckets of sand for a long time, however I do need 72 mining for making friends with my arm quests, so I figured why not start off by mining 25,000 buckets of sand. I used this Gravestone method as a bank deposit in previous episodes, and I mentioned that I would be making use of it again. I don't have humidify yet, so realistically, I would have to bring 4 to 5 water skins per trip and then bank, otherwise the desert heat would kill me here. However, running here is a solid 1 to 2 minute waste of time, so I hit up death and put some water skins in my gravestone, which allows me to do 2 things. One is carry only 1 water skin in my inventory at a time, making it so that every time I have to run to the sand deposit, I have as much sand as possible in my inventory. And 2, I can stay in the desert for 6 hours without having to go anywhere, since that's about how long 25k buckets of sand is. If you're bad at the game and actually die, you probably know that gravestones have a 15-minute timer to get back to. However, a cool mechanic that makes this method so useful is that when the interface is open, the timer does not go down. With my gravestone on the tile that it is on, I'm allowed to just barely run between the rocks and sand grinder without ever closing the interface, so my gravestone timer never goes down. Here's level 59 mining. Mining sand is a pretty common method for Ironman. However, most people spend their time mining 4 sand rocks. The reality is that you only need about 2 mil mining XP worth of sand, so you can get your other 11 mil XP elsewhere. Granite is still one of the best XP methods in the game for mining, so what I'm doing is mining 3 sandstone and then 1 granite rock. As you can see, each rock is 1 tile away, so I never have to enable run energy. On top of that, my inventories are 25% longer since I have to drop 1 rock out of the 4, so it gives my energy enough time to restore to run back to the grinder. Just for reference, I started this trip at 53 mining and have not reset my tracker once, and while it is my first time doing this, I'm still managing to hold 77k an hour while banking sand. Fast forwarding, here's level 64 mining, nearly pushing my rate to 78k. And 430k XP gain later, here's level 68 mining. And very shortly after, 25,000 buckets of sand that I mined myself have been stored and will be brought out at a later date. I can't believe I did it, but I managed to play for 6 hours without leaving every 50 minutes for a birdhouse run. Now I'm back in routine though. Currently, I'm level 63 hunter, which means I only have 1.6 mil XP left to do at 3k XP per run. My playtime might jump around here because the clips are out of order, but I promise everything will make sense by the end of the video. I still need 72 mining for the quest at this point, so after a long time, I made my way back to the quarry, but since I had 25k buckets of sand in the grinder, I couldn't store more and I had no GP to take them out, so I mined granite for 3 levels. Here's level 69, 70, and 71. So you may be wondering, I said I need 72 mining, so why would I leave granite at 71 when I'm just 1 level off? Well, I'm actually going to be going for a gem bag during the speedrun. The gem bag cost me 100 nuggets from Motherlode Mine. You have a certain % chance to get a nugget when depositing ores from Motherlode Mine. So let's take a look at this chart. Nuggets are always a 2.73% chance. However, there are 4 spikes on the road to 99 where it goes up to an overall 3.13% chance. And one of the spikes is at level 71, so let's head right over there. Most people believe you cannot tick manipulate Motherlode Mine. However, that's just not true. It's just a lot more complicated than any other tick manipulation method. Regular granite mining with tick manipulation utilizes knife plus log with movement to roll 2 chances at successfully mining a rock every 3 ticks. If you miss the first roll, you get 1 more chance, which is why the XP rates you can get at a low level are so high, such as my 110k rate at level 70. Motherlode Mine has the same potential of using tick manipulation methods for 2 rolls, however there's a catch. If you succeed in receiving the pay dirt, the game code prevents your character from moving for 1 tick. In that 1 tick of delay, you're still interacting with the vein, and because of that, this only works with an adamant pickaxe. Why? Because adamant pickaxes have a 4 tick cycle. After a whole 1 tick delay when receiving the pay dirt, you start moving to the next vein with the remaining 3 ticks on that 4 tick cycle, just as if you knife log to start a 3 tick cycle. So if you use a pickaxe that was longer or shorter than 4 ticks, it would be off cycle and wouldn't work. Because for this to work, you have to start moving when there's 3 ticks left in your cycle. And remember, the adamant pickaxe starts a 4 tick cycle once you receive the pay dirt. It's best to only deposit 26 pay dirt at a time, because the sack can hold up to 80 ores before being full. If you deposit 26 at a time, the number lands right at 78 before your last deposit, meaning you can do a whole extra inventory of 26 before emptying your sack. And look at this guys, a full sack of 104 pay dirt gave me 2 golden nuggets. And yes, I need 100. So I kept on filling my sack, taking 15 minutes and getting 2 to 4 nuggets. I probably got about 12 to 14 nuggets an hour when the RNG averaged out, but that's with tick manipulation. So yeah, for anybody who actually needs to get the outfit and such from here, I am so sorry to hear, best of luck to you. Here's level 73 mining. I didn't expect to gain so many mining levels while here, and in hindsight, I probably could have started Motherlode Mine at 69 or 70 mining and then finish at 72. The next buff to nugget chance after level 71 is 85, and I will likely be making use of the gem bag before then, so I figured I might as well finish all this off now. One important thing that I want to note is that the extra buff to nugget chance does not work when using boosts, such as Dragon Pickaxe or the Celestial Ring, which boosts your mining level by 3 or 4. And yes, while the ring buff doesn't show your mining level like 75 out of 71, it still does give a +4 bonus and will mess up the nugget chance buff. 7, 8, or 9 dreadful hours later, being 7 nuggets away from the gem bag, I managed to get lucky and finish it all in this trip. The gem bag is finally mine. I delayed this grind for so long on this account, but a few months ago they pulled Tithe to make the points per hour 40% faster than normal. The rewards from here include the herb sack, seed box, and auto leader, all of which are worth getting. The buff to this minigame happened about 3 weeks after I would have preferred to do it. However, I saved myself 2 hours of Tithe farming by waiting for it, so it was probably worth it. The method I used for this was the basic 25 x 4 method where you plant 25 at a time, but now that you can have up to 10,000 seeds in your inventory, you just keep on going until your next birdhouse run. All of the XP comes at the end when you turn in your plants, and they are fat XP drops. This is about 110 to 120k XP an hour doing 25 plants at a time. It's not bad, but I would never recommend it for XP in a million years when growing trees exists. And I'm now hitting 77 farming, and I'm trying my best to do as much as I can for farming XP at this point, because 82 farming is a massive unlock for the Ironman. And now that I've hit over 500 points, I logged out as the fastest method for getting back to the shop, and it was time to buy the final rewards of the seed box and the herb sack. Farming will continue as much as possible while I work on other stuff. We just finished our 72 mining requirement for the waste herb patch. However, we still need 65 agility. The best way to get this is through barb fishing, and to prepare for efficient barb fishing, we have to do 2 things. One is to make as many herbler pots as possible. The more the better. Unfortunately, as of right now, it's not realistic to make as many as I will be using. Here's level 50 herbler. 51. 52, 53, 54, and just to let you guys know, from level 50 until the mid 80s, I only make 4 potions. I use my Aventos plus Snapegrass to make fishing potions, Irits plus Eye of Newts to make super attack potions, Quarms plus Limpwort Roots to make super strength potions, and Cadentine plus Whiteberries for super defense potions. Wow, JCW, only these 4 potions until mid 80s? How will you get the herbs for all of this without trading anybody since you're an Ironman? Well, that brings us to the farming guild and why 82 farming is so important. Farming contracts are their #1 grind for seeds on an Ironman. Guildmaster Jane has you grow crops inside the farming guild and rewards you with different tiered seed packs based off of what she asks for. You can use garden pies as a +3 farming boost to get contracts, so I started this at level 62 farming, and I'll only go harder after 82 when I can boost for the higher tiered contracts at 85. The rewards from the seed packs from the medium and higher tiers are all herb seeds and tree seeds that I can even use for farming XP. So while doing farming contracts as much as I can, along with Hespori trying to get a bottomless bucket drop, I have to still get 65 agility for the waste herb patch. I'm gonna do that through barb fishing, but before I even return to barb fishing, I need to train my cooking for a bit. So I grabbed my self-earned GP stack since I'm an Ironman and headed to Karamja where you can buy raw Kawambams. I bought 10 per world and then hopped, and when I got a full inventory, some genius let there be light and I was able to cook the Kawambams. This is the best cooking XP an hour for an Ironman, and it's how I will get 99 cooking. However, at the moment, my goal is to spend as much GP as I can to get close to level 80 for fishing. I mentioned in previous episodes how good caviar is from fishing, and you can cut sturgeon for them at any level to get it. However, at level 80 cooking, it becomes a 100% success rate. So let's spend some money. Here's 71 cooking. 72, 73, and around the time I was level 75 cooking, I realized I was probably too poor to afford level 80. So for some reason, I don't have any clips of future level ups, but I hit level 77 here, and then I made my way towards barb fishing, where I could finish the last requirement of 65 agility for Waste Herb Patch. I'm gonna put a small disclaimer here. I'm very behind on clips at the time of this video, and I did randomly switch my recording settings and hope to get better quality clips to you guys around the time I started recording 65 agility grind. So if there's a noticeable difference between these clips to the end of the video versus the beginning, that's why. The next video should all look like this, so hopefully you guys like it better. Right now, I'm doing normal cut eat fishing, where I use a knife on all of my fish in hopes to gain cooking XP, where I gain about 11 to 12k an hour. I still need a Berserker ring, and I do not have enough death runes or money for another Dagannoth King's trip, so I need to grow as many cats as possible while doing this agility grind. Caviar is still one of the best items in the game for my account at the moment, but I'll go more in depth about that method next episode, whereas for now, I just need to rush 65 agility. With that comes free fishing level ups of course, and here's level 81. 78 cooking. 82 fishing. During all of this, I'm trying my best to keep up with farm runs, including cow trees. And yes, despite what a lot of people think, it is possible to have multiple cats in your inventory to turn in for death runes at once. This is done by storing a grown cat in your POH in a pet house, and then going to grab another kitten. I have a teak house, which means I can start with the 5 cats and then grow another one, so I can turn in 6 cats at a time. And keeping up with my dailies, I'm still doing Hespori as much as I can, and I just hit 10k C, still no bottomless bucket. Around 83/84 fishing, somebody suggested for me to use fishing potions once per trip for the +3 fishing bonus. So once I get a caviar, I use it on my 2-dose fishing potion for 38 Herbler XP, and then I drink away accordingly when I need the bonus. Just as every other gatherer skill, the success rate of catching a resource, in this case a fish, goes up each level. So if I can drink a fishing potion to have a permanent +2/3 fishing bonus, it'll help my rates a good chunk to 99 fishing. Plus, remember, I'm an Ironman, so that means I can't trade anybody, so I won't be able to sell these anyway. Closing in now on level 84 fishing. 85. And I'm just going to hit the fast forward button. Nearing level 89 fishing, I am finally about to hit level 65 agility. With this, we can finally move on to questing. But first, a quick update on our farming gains. I'm now level 82 farming, which means I'm able to eat a garden pie to boost for a high level contract. So the herb seeds are now starting to fly in. I started doing the making friends with my arm quest, and I hate to admit it, but I scuffed the first boss fight and lost a few minutes. However, once I knew what I was actually doing, it was very easy. I dropped all my DDS specs to get her down pretty far in HP, and then I lured her to the safest spot there is and started flinching. And pro tip for you guys here, do not fucking misclick the staircase like I did. I went back and finished the boss fight and completed this long awaited quest. This actually got us our first 99 fire making, along with 74 mining and 66 agility. I made my way downstairs and started mining away for the rocks to build what I need. I'm building myself a fire of nourishment, which is what unlocks me the herb patch, and I'm using the extra rocks to make the actual teleports to the patch to last me for a bit. While you can build a portal in your POH, which many of you are probably going to tell me to do, it is not worth it for this account. The reason being is because I have to teleport to my house to use the portal, and I will not be on normal spellbook for most of this run, or have the construction cape to teleport to my home until very late into the account. Bearing in mind that I'm an Ironman and I have to make my own supplies, I would have to mine extra clay and make the tabs myself, and with that in mind, it's just better to not bother with the portal and just make the teleports. It seems pretty obvious, but just in case it isn't, if I bring all my colored salts in my inventory, I can use the unnoted salts that I mine as I get them on it to ensure that I don't have to bank them to make teleports. For now, I'll be getting 300 of the icy teleports, which I'll be using right away with all of our seeds, and 50 of the earth teleports while I'm in the area, which I won't be using until we complete a few diaries. Before we jump into the deep farming and fishing grind, I want to try my luck one more time at Dagannoth Kings with 3,000 death runes that I managed to grow with cats on my way to 65 agility. This banana boss is the first boss you have to kill in RFD, and surprisingly, he was definitely the hardest. I was lazier than I cared to admit about food, because I didn't think it would be that hard, but I did manage to just barely kill him. Upstairs and downstairs in Lumbridge Castle were too far for a bank on a speedrun account, so I ended up just running to the middle and hopping to a PvP world for the bank that spawns here. Many easy boss fights later, I did it. I got my barrels, gloves, and an XP lamp. This XP lamp unfortunately requires level 50 to use, and I wanted to put it on Slayer. So naturally, I did what any person with insane amount of game knowledge would do, and placed it in my bank until I'm level 50 Slayer. With our new gloves that make almost no difference at DKs, let's head over there and try our luck for a Berserker Ring or Dragon Axe. The Berserker Ring gives me a +8 strength bonus, which will prove itself to be very useful when I'm doing all 99 melees at 150k an hour. The Dragon Axe is about 10% better than a rune, so that alone will save me another 6 hours for 99 woodcutting. Both of these drops are 1 in 128 from Dagannoth Rex, so let's hope that we get both this trip. The reason that I use this side of the Dagannoth Kingslayer to kill is so that I can hop after each kill to another world for more kills per hour. This is a common method for pet hunters when they only need one of the pets, because the respawn timer on a Dagannoth King is 90 seconds. With this method, I get about 30 kills per hour with my shitty stats and gear. Many kills later, I hit 74 magic and I got a Runite bar. A Runite bar actually isn't the worst drop since it's an item requirement for the quest, and it's kind of hard to get since it requires level 85 smithing. And I did it! 200 kills and not a single Dragon Axe or Berserker Ring. I think I definitely have a right to cry about it now. I currently have no food and 27 HP, so I figured I'd try one more kill and hopefully we'll get something. Either way, we have to teleport after this. It was a little bit closer than I was expecting it to be for this kill, but I already had zero motivation since I was dry on drops, so I decided let's just risk this final kill. And with my second trip complete, I'm now poor again in death runes and can't go back. I still have no Dragon Axe, no Berserker Ring, but I do have 212 kill count. Let's do a recap to see the huge progress since last episode. On the left are my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. Many hours are played in this video, here's an easier visual to see the gains. We jumped up to 248 hours played, and our EHP at this point is 188. This puts us 60 hours behind where we want to be, but I think it's just straight impossible to hold 1-to-1 EHP the entire time on a normal Ironman account. There's just too many things you have to do yourself without trading anybody. Anyway, boys and girls, TY for watching. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. For 2 whole weeks, I have only been logging in to do my hourlies, dailies, and weeklies. The weekly that I did was Tears of Guthics, getting me about 10k Slayer and Runecrafting XP per week. Birdhouse runs were ready every 50 minutes, and got me 3k Hunter XP per run. I had to do this for 2 mil XP. Farming contracts, ready whenever my crops are ready, usually every 1 to 3 hours. Herb runs, to get me started on Herbler, ready every 70 minutes, but only when I had enough seeds because I was limited on those. Hispuri, I had to do once a day in hopes to get my bottomless bucket. And finally, when I had the seeds, tree and fruit tree runs to get me 99 farming ASAP. At the end of the 2 weeks, it was time to make all of the potions I've collected, and the question comes, why did I spend 2 weeks doing all of this instead of just logging in and playing the game? Well, these potions are required to do the method that I'll be doing for the rest of 99 fishing, which is my current goal. The method is called Barbor. Barbor is a method where you barbarian fish and train Herbler at the same time. Using a caviar on 2 dose potions make it a barbarian mix, granting you extra Herbler XP without ever needing to use another herb. If I have the potions banked, I'm able to bring 17 4-dose potions per trip. And this allows me to efficiently train 5 skills at once. Fishing, strength, and agility are all from catching a fish. Cooking is from cutting my fish into roe and caviar. And Herbler is from using that caviar on a potion. This might look a little click intensive, and it's about 10,000 clicks per hour. I'll quickly answer a comment that somebody will put soon. No, I do not have an RSI or carpal tunnel, and yes, my wrist feels fine after this. Just in case the cursor is moving too fast for you, here's exactly what's happening. Every fish cycle, I have to use a knife on my log to start a 3-tick cycle, which is 1.8 seconds long. In between those 3 ticks, before clicking the fishing spot, I have to use my knife on all the fish to get cooking XP, drop any orange roes that I got from cutting the trout or salmon, use any caviar that I got from cutting the sturgeon on a 2-dose potion, empty or drop a barbarian mix dependent on my inventory space, use a 4-dose potion on a vial to turn it into 2 2-dose potions ready to be mixed with caviar. If you can follow all of those steps, you can do Barbor. Barbor grants you about 100k an hour fishing, 9k an hour agility and strength, 15k an hour cooking, and 9 to 13k Herbler, dependent on which pots you're using, because higher tier pots give more XP. I have 60 hours of this to do before 99, so let's jump right into the gains. Here's level 90 fishing. 75 Herbler. Halfway mark, 92 fishing. 93 fishing. And soon after that, I was all out of potions besides fishing pots, which I want to save for putting once per trip. However, since I was close to 70 agility, I decided to finish that off because I knew it would be a while before I come back to Barbor, especially because it took me a whole 2 weeks of just farming to get this much. Here's level 70 agility. So what happens now? Do I just not play for 2 weeks again? The answer is no, but while we're at his 40 daily for the drop that we never seem to get, let's talk about the guaranteed anima seeds that he does drop, and their importance on this account. The different anima seeds are Iazer, Addis, and Chronos seeds. Iazer seeds give an extra chance for your crops to not get diseased, which is pretty useful when you have a limited amount of seeds, especially tree and fruit trees. Addis seeds give extra yield towards crops. This is useful when I'm planting herbs and want more herbs per patch. And there's a pretty common rumor that this doesn't work with the bottomless bucket. It's wrong. The seed works fine. Finally, the most underrated seed and the seed that I've been using for the last 2 weeks, Chronos seeds. Chronos seeds have a chance to skip a farm cycle, making the IRL time faster per crop. Of course, the speedrun is in-game time, not IRL. However, these seeds are addicting once you realize how good they actually are. For them to be good, you have to actually understand how farming cycles work, so let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at a herb patch, because that example was the easiest for me to understand how farming ticks actually work. If you plant a seed in a herb patch and then inspect it, you'll notice that it says in the chat box that it's on stage 1 out of 5. There's a Runelight plugin that shows you what time your patches will be done, but if you're trying to do it down to the minute, it's pretty common for this to be inaccurate. So how can we be so sure to the exact minute of what time our crops are done? There's a site called osrs.mo that shows universal farming cycles. For the example of herb patches, there are 20-minute cycles that happen every hour at minute 0, 20, and 40. The reality is, if everybody's farm cycle was at these times, every person in RuneScape would be doing their farm run at the same time a few minutes before the next cycle, and it would just be a mess. Instead, every person's account is assigned a unique number within that 20-minute span permanently. On 789, my herbs change farming cycles every hour at minute 11, 31, and 51. So if I want to time a farm run perfectly, I get here right at those intervals. To find what time your farm cycle changes, simply log out at a herb patch every minute and log back in until you notice that it grew a cycle. Once you have that number in your head, it's permanent until you get a false ban and have to restart your account. Not only do Chrono Seeds have a chance to skip a farm cycle, but they have potential to skip multiple. For example, if it skips from stage 1 to 3, it rolls another chance to skip from 3 to 4 in that same minute. Theoretically, you could grow a herb within 2 minutes if you plant it right before your farm cycle and it triggers 4 times in a row. I'm not sure what the exact chance of them skipping a cycle is, because there tends to be very minimal information about these seeds. However, if I had to guess, I would say that Chrono Seeds are probably overall 25 to 35% faster growth IRL time. Given that I'm locked behind having to do hundreds of contracts for herds for 99 fishing, this is well worth using at this stage in the account. I had a couple questions asking how I was making my compost, and I only use the bin in the farming guild, typically when I get a watermelon or snakegrass contract. It is possible to fill the bin while looting. All you have to do is have a watermelon or snakegrass in your inventory before you start looting. Then click harvest and use the crop on the bin at the same time. Your character will put one piece in the bin while digging up the next one. While we continue to do contracts and fill our compost, let's move on with our account, maybe working on some stuff I have planned for after 99 fishing. It wouldn't be a complete JCW video without yet another trip to Dagannoth Kings, because this account is not allowed to get 1 in 128 drops, despite being well over 200 KC. During the previous fishing grind, I was able to grind out another 3,000 death runes through my cats, so it was time to use them. While I do need both the Dragon Axe and Berserker Ring from Dagannoth Rex, getting a Berserker Ring here is almost essential, because the next bit of the account that I want to train involves a lot of combat, so it would be really nice to finally get the +8 strength bonus from the Berserker Ring. However, finishing up 250 KC here, still no Berserker Ring or Dragon Axe in sight. 31 kills later, I'm still going strong. And I got the ring! The account is saved at 281 KC. Since I'm already here, I'm gonna finish up my death runes, because I still need a Dragon Axe. Ideally, if I could get a Dragon Axe before leaving, I'll never have to come back here again. That would be a blessing. Level 76 magic from training at Dagannoth Kings. 303 KC now. And just 1 KC later, I finished all of my RNG from here and got my Dragon Axe. Now we can move on forever. My biggest goal after 99 fishing is to do 99 agility at Sepulchre, and the first step towards that is to get 74 smithing for adamant nails, or 73 with the +1 boost. I have leftover ores from Motherlode Mine doing my gem bag grind, so I'm going to be using all of my leftover gold ores, and then make some mithril bars with my leftover mithril. Mithril bars can be converted into GP. Here's level 60 smithing. The gold bars only got me to 61 smithing, and unfortunately I do not have a coal bag for the mithril bars, but I'm only making about 1,000, so it's not a big deal. Here's level 62 smithing through the mithril bars. After I ran out of mithril bars, I wanted to do as much smithing as I could while I was still in the area, so I was buying my gold ores as I was using the conveyor belt, and I did this until I ran out of GP. Here's level 67 smithing. This place definitely drains my GP stack. Just barely affording 68, with 55k remaining GP, I can now go use my mithril bars to make some bank back. I have enough bars for 280 plate bodies, which each alch for 3.1k. Once they are all alched, I will have a spare 873k to spend on smithing. Here's level 69 smithing. And after 70,000 smithing XP from this, I ran out, and I would be alching these during farm runs over the next few days for GP. Speaking of farming, let's take a look at Hispori. I got lucky with the Berserker ring. It would be pretty nice to be lucky again and get a bottomless bucket. And after 37 days at 37 KC, it happens. With my RNG starting to turn around, it was time to try our luck getting a Dragon Defender. I made my way to buy full Mithril so that I can get tokens, spoke to Gommel to collect my easy combat achievements, which gives me double tokens and a 5000 XP lamp, granting me 50 Slayer and 1600 total. If you remember when I got my Barrow's gloves, I banked the XP lamp because it could not be used on stats under level 50. So now that I am level 50, I can free up a bank space and get an extra 2 Slayer levels. Now it's just a matter of killing this Mithril dude for tokens and then going to get my defenders. For those that don't know exactly what the Dragon Defender grind entails, to get a Dragon Defender, you must get each defender one tier lower, making your way to Dragon. That means I have to get a Bronze, then Iron, then Steel, and so on. Warrior Guild tokens are used to enter the area and kill the Cyclopes that drop the defenders at a 1 in 50 drop rate. This place is only used from Bronze to Rune, so given that there are 7 defenders in that margin, to be on drop rate to hit the Rune Defender, I have to kill 350 Cyclopes. Well, being the epic YouTuber that I am, I was not recording my first 9 kills, but I managed to get 3 defenders in that time. This put me on a great pace to finish the Rune Defender at 182 total kills. I was way lucky on this, and honestly it's about damn time. However, now it was time to kill the bigger Cyclops for the Dragon Defender, and these actually have a drop rate of 1 in 100. Or, if you're a deserving gamer like me, I got mine 20 KC later. Now, with some extra GP in my hands, I'm finally able to finish up buying 73 smithing. And honestly, the XP rates from buying the gold ore as I go are way better than I expected. Getting 370k an hour and holding it, here I am leveling up to 71. And then came level 72 smithing. And when I got close to 73, I used all of my adamant ores to land me perfectly at level 73 once I ran out. With smithing done, I could move on and make use of my Dragon Defender. It was now time to grind 70 prayer. However, first, I needed to complete a Kingdom Divided to unlock new spells on the Arceus spellbook. I've never done this quest before in any accounts, so I was kind of nervous going into the boss fight, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. So I got to the end of the quest, unlocked the new spells, was really excited to start grinding prayer, but then Jagex did something. The long-awaited woodcutting expansion update finally happened, Forestry. Jagex accidentally broke the skill for a bit, and it made me take a slight detour to level up some woodcutting. Will you guys be seeing the method today? Absolutely not, but next episode for sure. Let's take a look at our gains and stats this episode. On the left are my stats from last week, and on the right are my current stats. Here's an easier visual for the gains, alongside the current EHP 255. We are now 83 hours under EHP since Ironman be like that, but I'm not worried. We're still well on track to beast out our goal of 1800 hours. Anyway, boys and girls, I'll end the video here now. So as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. The huge woodcutting rework, Forestry, has finally come into the game on June 28th. Forestry was supposed to have a public beta to test rewards and catch unintended mechanics and interactions in the live game. However, due to some issues within the beta, it was cancelled. And so, as it turns out, without players' feedback, a lot of broken XP methods were released into the live game, and on my Speedrun any % account, I did as much as I could before it was patched. There was these events that would spawn when a lot of players were chopping down the same tree, and this one event that I'm doing, saplings, were especially broken. Because they were so good, there was people scouting them on every world, and once an event was spotted, everybody would move to it. I would log in and get gaming. Not only did I not even require an axe to gain woodcutting XP, but as long as I was within the area and used some mulch that I picked up on the sapling, I could get a fat 3 to 4k XP drop at only 67 woodcutting each event. Sometimes events were 5 seconds long, and other times they were up to 45 seconds. I had no idea how much XP I could actually get from this because I knew it had to be nerfed soon. On top of that, I was working the day of release, making it a fat 9-hour wait of being anxiously excited to get some woodcut XP as soon as I got home. These are the gains I got when I was home. 69 woodcutting, 70, 71, and because my rate was always climbing, about 140,000 experience ago, I decided to reset to see if we were holding above 400k. And of course, we are. Here's 74 woodcutting. And as I was getting close to level 75, I thought for sure that I'd stop since it was a round number, it was about midnight, and I had to work in 8 hours. But I was streaming, and I wasn't the only one enjoying the woodcutting XP. There was a lot of viewers in my stream the night of release, and you guys were also relying on me for calls for woodcutting XP, so I was pressured to stay just a little bit longer. So I got my level up to 75, and then guess what? I just kept on going until like 2:30 AM and got 77 woodcutting. At this point, I was ready to call it a night because I was so tired. The very next day, I logged in and it was rightfully nerfed. It was fun while it lasted, but definitely way too overpowered to casually just be in the game. I got my butt back to the farming guild and started making more potions for fishing, while continuing my farming contracts with chrono seeds to speed them up. Last episode, I got a lot of positive feedback about the knowledge of being able to loot allotments while filling up the compost bin at the same time. So I figured I'd give you guys one more tip for the Ironmen who have to train farming. When standing next to a patch, if you click harvest and then again 0.6 seconds later, it will loot twice per dig instead of the casual player who only gets one. This works for herbs, allotments, and a Celestris tree. You'll notice me always doing it in my clips when I do herb farming. After 99 fishing, my goal is going to be 99 agility, meaning we have to complete the quest Sins of the Father. For both Sepulchre and the boss fight, there's a few things I want to work on while growing herbs. I want to get 62 range for the grapple loot inside Sepulchre, 70 prayer for piety and extra combat XP for the boss fight, and 58 slayer to do the black mask grind just for some little extra attack XP, because I am legit terrified of going into that boss with my current combat stats. If you were here in my last speedrun series, I managed to die over 8 times to that boss fight because my combats were shit and I stubbornly didn't want to train them. I kept thinking next attempt is for sure the go. I am not going to be making that mistake again. I made my way towards green dragons, and you may be wondering what these random runes in my inventory are. Well, a spell that I've never used before this account, and extremely underrated for speeding up Slayer, is Thralls. Thralls are on Arceus spellbook, and it basically is like summoning a little minion to help you do DPS for about 30 to 60 seconds dependent on your magic level. There's 3 tiers, and currently I'm using the second one, Superior, which uses death runes. The third tier uses blood runes, which my account cannot afford at the moment since the death runes were virtually free from growing cats. The reason that Thralls are so good is that they ignore the enemy's defense, and it's guaranteed to always hit. Something important to note is that in old school RuneScape, damage is rolled based off of 0 and above, not 1 and above like most people would think. This means that it's possible to successfully hit a 0. The Superior Thralls that I'm using is guaranteed to hit a 0, 1, or 2, meaning its average hit is a 1. This adds up a lot, and I'm going to be using it for pretty much all of my melee Slayer. It costs a few prayer points to cast. However, it's bare minimal when you get so many prayer pots just from contracts and Sepulchre later on. There's more than enough prayer points to afford Thralls. I'm currently training here until 65 defense, which is a requirement for the King's Ransom quest, and that will unlock me the better prayers that I want, Piety and Chivalry. You may also notice that I am looting the green hides. Those are going to be a very good source of GP and crafting XP very soon. Anyway, here's level 65 defense. Let's move on. King's Ransom complete. And one thing that I should have done immediately after Dagoneth Kings but forgot is alch my granite body for the GP and bank space. Its only use was for tanking, which I will not need any time ever again. So after finishing up gearing, it's time to make our way towards the night training waves, which will unlock us the prayers. To get through these waves, I need a stab, slash, and crush weapon. Stab and slash are easy because the dragon scimitar has an attack option for both. However, I decided to use an ancient staff for a crushed weapon, since it actually has pretty decent melee stats. And once it was done, I got all my combat XP, 61 attack, 66 defense, and 63 HP. I now only need 60 prayer for chivalry. With the new quest Desert Treasure 2 coming out soon, they added a little lore teaser in the game that rewarded 20,000 prayer XP. Now, I couldn't tell you what the lore was, only my spacebar knows that. But I had to kill barrows for the first time in my entire life, get this strange icon item, and then trade it in for my 20,000 prayer XP. Alright, the prayer grind. Something I was dreading, despite it being fast. As an Ironman who cannot trade other players or buy items on the Grand Exchange, I have to use the altar in the wilderness. What is the wilderness altar and why is it good? Well, it gives a 50% chance of saving a bone every time one's offered. That means that it's essentially double the bones. And since I had to get these dragon bones myself, since I can't use no dirty Grand Exchange, it's more than worth it to use it at the wilderness. It may not have been the most efficient, but I only brought one inventory of unnoted bones at a time because I couldn't mentally risk losing 8 minutes worth of bones. So let's view some level ups. Here is level 58, 59, and level 60. With Chivalry unlocked, there wasn't another prayer unlock for me until level 70, and that required 70 defense. However, I decided to stay here until I either ran out of bones or got attacked. Stay tuned to see what happens first. 61 prayer, 62, and shockingly enough, I was able to use all of my bones that I had banked without being attacked. We finished up at 64 prayer, meaning we had to get back to green dragons for 6 more levels. In previous clips, I was using the skeleton thralls, but that was wrong of me. I learned pretty quickly that the ghost thralls is the best one to use. The reason being is that the attacks register on the NPC 1 tick earlier than the skeleton. So theoretically, I do sometimes kill NPCs 1 tick sooner than I would if I was using skeleton. And of course, because it's mage, it can attack from a distance. That's the biggest reason why you don't want to use the melee one. Piety does have a 70 defense requirement, so hopefully we can get to level 70 while finishing up banking the bones for prayer. Here I am hitting level 68, along with 1650 total and 84 combat. Unfortunately, I forgot to clip any more green dragons after that, but I ended up banking 70 prayer at 69 defense. So before I do the Sins of the Father boss fight, I'll definitely need to find a defense level so that I can use Piety. For now though, it's not a huge deal and I'll just take my 70 prayer and move on. After that, I wanted to get the hides that I got from green dragons out of the way, so I went to go tan them in Al-Kharid. I just got level 68 crafting for making green D-hide bodies, and these bad boys alch for 4.6k each. Meaning once I craft all of them, I'll be alching them during my farm runs and I'll have an extra 1.6 mil cash to spend on myself. So of course, for Sins of the Father, I have to complete the vampire questline. And I figured now would be a decent time to do that. Here I am completing Darkness of Hollowvale. Because I need 58 Slayer for the Black Mask grind, all lamps I get from this point go towards Slayer. A Taste of Hope boss fight really didn't give me any problems. This quest was completed. Now the next quest after this is Sins of the Father, which I am not ready to do yet, but I figured, since I already put myself through the trouble of going through some quests, why not get as many as I can out of the way right now? Here is Dream Mentor completion. And I kind of forgot that this quest gives combat XP, but this got me a lot closer to 70 defense. Next quest was Zogre Flesh Eaters. And while in the area, I also grabbed the bone for everybody's favorite quest, Rag and Bone Man 2. Land of the Goblins, check. Rag and Bone Man 2, also getting me 250 quest points, check. I was doing a Night at the Theater quest, and I've never done it before, but you do have to kill a random Hespori and Canifis during it. I don't know what I was thinking, but I brought only 5 food and 7 energy potions. This was going to be a close fight. And holy shit, guys, what a clutch. I also had to complete a TOB kill for this quest, so I ended up completing a run in just 28 minutes. So with this quest complete, I put the XP lamps in ranged, and I got level 56. Moving on to another popular quest line, Regicide is now complete. Followed by Roving Elves, I was just about to jump into Morning's End Part 1, and then I realized something. I need level 60 range to start the quest. It is a pretty common method for Ironmen to catch dragon imps after 80 Hunter for Amulet of Glories. I desperately need this for a soon-to-be grind, so I spent the day editing while logging in whenever somebody scouted me a dragon imp. I tried Puro Puro before this, but it was awful with how many bots there was, so getting above world dragon imps was really the only way. And yes, don't worry, these hard workers were paid for finding me imps. After 9 imps were caught, I had somebody bring me to Fossil Island, and the thing literally made me run a marathon. Even after running all the way around, I still could not reach him. After he moves again, I finally catch him and make my way to another imp. The last one put me in a sour mood because all he gave me was his D long. So this time, I decided to try a different route. I asked politely in the chat. And who would have known, that was all it took. At 11 imps, I got my glories. Now, I need to finish 62 range before Sepulchre. Red Chins are notorious for being very annoying without the private areas, both of which I do not have the requirements for, because one of them is a Grandmaster quest, Song of the Elves, and the other one is Western Prov Hard Diaries, which requires 100 combat. However, something I learned very recently is Grey Chins are actually super good. There are 3 spawns all adjacent to the trap placement I have, and even another 2 spawns that are 2 tiles off. This spot is on the Isle of Souls, and it's amazing. Before we talk about XP rates, we should understand how this skill works. Hunter is a very unique skill in the sense that tick manipulation is not like any other skill. Chances are, I guarantee at least one of you have done tick manipulation Hunter and thought, wow, this is really easy compared to anything else. Truth is, you were just doing it wrong. The trick to Hunter tick manipulation isn't to 3-tick the traps, but it's to 1-tick them. There are 2 ways to do this. The first one is with a Celestious Bark. The bark starts a 4-tick fletching cycle, and if you are on top of a shaking box and click the bark plus a trap in the same tick, you can spam click another box trap in your inventory to place another one immediately. When in the cycle of 1-ticking a trap, you can then move to another shaking box and continue the same thing, making constant 1-tick trap placements. This happens until you either misclick or become idle. Sometimes I'll misclick and run to where it's not possible for me to use a bark, but there's still a way to start a new 1-tick cycle without the bark. I start a normal 3-tick cycle, and I have to click something called the destination tile, whether it's moving one tile over or the ground right below me. And if I move my character to the next trap the same tick I placed the previous box trap, I start my 1-tick cycle all over again. The trick to Hunter is just to maximize your 1-tick trap placements. Here I am hitting 81 Hunter. An important note is that I am using an alt to kill the 3 chins that spawn closest to the traps. This boosts my XP an hour up significantly. These raids would not be possible without a separate account killing the chins for you. So if you want to try this out, make sure you have an alt killing the chins, otherwise lower your expectations of the XP rates. 1200 chins should be more than enough for me to get 62 range. So I'm going to finish up this last bit, and if you look at my XP rate, I nearly got up to 150k despite never resetting my tracker. I think it's safe to say that these are better than red chins without the private area, mainly because they really just have the perfect spawn points. But now that we are done hunting, let's go use our chins. I know a lot of you do not like this logout stuff, and I really hope I don't have to do it much on this account, and as of right now, I don't think I do. However, because of the scarcity of chins and how bad Monkey Madness 1 tunnels are, we are going to train 62 range at sand crabs, and log out while they stack to boost our XP an hour for this account. Here's level 60 range, followed by level 61, and finally we hit our goal, 62 range. Besides 99 fishing, the only other thing before we start our agility grind is a black mask grind to give us a little bit extra combat XP for the boss fight. However, we are not 58 Slayer yet, so we can't grind it. Naturally, let's go send all of our diaries for XP lamps. That's right, I even sent the diary for Chompies for 10k Slayer XP. I need this diary later on for Crystal Halberd, so now wouldn't be the worst time to do it while I still need the Slayer XP lamp. This was surprisingly faster than I remember. I was maintaining 300 kills an hour somehow. All of these diaries are only easy and medium, so for the most part I had almost all of the tasks completed already through the guide. There was only usually 1 or 2 tasks missing. Now that we are 58 Slayer, we are able to start fighting cave horrors. Hopefully we don't go too dry on the mask, but who knows with this account's RNG so far. It's now time for the stats recap. On the left are my stats from last episode, and on the right are my current stats. Here's an easier visual for the gains, alongside the current EHP, 315. 315 EHP and 405 hours played. 90 hours behind? Given how much questing we got done, I'd say that's a W for sure. These are the last 10 quests we need to finish our quest cape. Remember, we need the quest cape for the Lumbridge Elite Diary, which gives us an extra block for Slayer. It will probably be a while before we turn to these quests, and Desert Treasure 2 will definitely be out before then, so I guess add that as an 11th quest. Anyway, boys and girls, that is all for today's episode. I will see you all next time. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Peace out. This is my goal, the max cape. With the clock always ticking, I want to do it in the shortest gameplay time possible, as an Ironman. Because I chose to be an Ironman, this helmet next to my name prevents me from trading anybody or using the Grand Exchange, so I have to get all the items myself. Since pathing is essential on an Ironman, a lot of theory crafting and planning goes into this max cape run, and thankfully we have a great guide to follow. Look at this guy. Genuinely, the hardest quest boss in the game for mid-level combat accounts. Today, either I am going to kill him, or he is going to kill me. While I do finally have the requirements for this quest, I'm not mentally ready to fight him with my current combat stats. So let's go heavy prepare for the biggest fight of this account. There's really only one problem with the Sins of the Father quest. For Ironman specifically, a massively efficient GP maker is right behind it, Sepulchre. I have been poor since I created this account 3 months ago, but I swear that will all change once I get to Sepulchre. Even though I technically have the stats and am ready to start Sepulchre, my combat stats feel low based off of past experiences with this boss fight. So I asked myself, how can I get as many combat levels as possible before the fight without screwing myself over? I ended up reading ahead, Chapter 3 of the Brush Sailor Guide, desperately trying to find something I can do for combat XP that I was already prepared for. Eventually, I got to the Slayer step. Early game efficient Slayer is extremely complicated, because most of the calculations for it assume that you already have Slayer points. And while you do profit Slayer points, the first 1.5k go towards unlocks, so it takes quite a while before you're comfortably doing only good tasks. With the help of some friends and a familiar Slayer method if you've seen my other videos, I knew that with the help of alts, I could make Wildy Slayer boosting for points efficient on this account. The first step to start my Slayer grind is to get a black mask, because the black mask provides a 16.67% attack and strength boost against all monsters on task. It is a 1 in 512 drop rate against cave horrors, which only have 55 HP, so I'm actually able to kill about 300 per hour. I started this at 62 attack, but here I am hitting level 64, not even 200 kills in yet. Coming up near the end of my trip, the ensouled heads that I have in my inventory will end up being a lot of prayer XP later on. But the funny thing is, being a newbie level 3 main account, I didn't know this my first trip, but I can bring the runes to turn these into prayer XP, and use it while I'm there. Now that I know of this, I'll be doing this for all monsters that give head. Look how easy this is. I don't even have to pick it up, it can just stay on the floor. And it's really that simple for 800 prayer XP. I was having so much fun getting so many kills per hour that I kinda forgot we actually want good RNG here so we can move on. But you know what they say, don't ask and you shall receive. That's right, I actually didn't go dry for once. I got my mask at 297 KC. Don't forget to like the video if you're proud of my RNG. Remember this method, Barbor? I never actually finished 99 fishing, but I was able to grow more herbs over the days of the other grind, so I figured I'd get some extra strength XP before jumping into Slayer. And of course, with that strength XP, I'm also going to be getting fishing. Here's level 96. 97 fishing, 74 strength, 75 agility, 84 cooking, 98 fishing, and the final strength level before 99, 75 strength. It would be nice to finish up 99 fishing, however, we are once again out of herbs. So while we grow more, let's head over to train Wildy Slayer for points. I crafted myself some slaughter bracelets just in case we find a task that seems to be amazing, and then I made my way over to Cristelia for our first Wildy task. I do remember getting a normal task in Zenaris for the Lumber's Diary, however I figured I'd just skip it. But I found out I only have 25 points, so I guess now we make our way towards Basilisks. A task like this is a prime example of why we don't do non-Wildy Slayer without Slayer points. I would have skipped this if I could. For this task and many Wildy tasks, you'll notice that I'm using Expeditious bracelets. These have a 25% chance of having 1 kill count as 2 towards your task, thus speeding up the task, giving me my Slayer points faster, and less time spent at shitty tasks. I have to say, I'm genuinely shocked at the fact I'm able to get 75k an hour attack XP with the Mirror Shield. This is just insane. With the task complete, let's make our way towards Cristelia for a Wildy task. Here we go. I got 100 skeletons. Believe it or not, this is a good task. Here's a level up already, 66 attack. My only goal in the wilderness is to complete 50 tasks. I don't care if I get 5k Slayer XP or 500k. I just want to get the 50 task bonus for points as fast as possible. There are 3 categories of tasks that I can split Wildy into. The first one is low HP tasks. These are typically less than 10 minutes and this is the best thing I can get. The second thing is a high HP single task. These are about 15 to 20 minutes per task. This is pretty awful, but at least it gives me good melee XP for Sins of the Father. And the last one is the high HP multi-tasks. These are about 10 to 15 minutes per task and still good melee XP. This is where I'll be using my ult to come in to help. So with the skeletons coming to an end, let's grab a new task. You guys might remember me grinding Dragon Imps for a glory a few episodes ago, and the reason I needed that glory is because of Wildy's Slayer. I was able to mount it in my POH so that I can have infinite teleports to Edgeville with just one house tab for Wildy's Slayer. It was an absolute necessity in order to grab a new task. The next task we get is Magic Axes, which I'll consider another low HP singles task. I didn't bring Thralls because I didn't realize how much HP these actually have, but I learned my lesson for next time. I'll still consider this a pretty quick task. It should be about 9 to 10 minutes, and it's even better because the attack XP is flying. One important note for this account as well is for nearly all tasks, I'm going to be bringing an ult with the Crystal Bow to scare away PKers. I'm sure most of you know, 95% of PKers will only attack people who can't fight back. So seeing somebody who isn't skilling typically scares them away. This works 75% of the time, all the time. The next task is yet another low HP sub 10 minute task, so let me fast forward until we find something new. Spiders, man. These are another fast task, but this is like a god tier fast task. They legit have 2 HP, so for the most part, they are one-hittable. Hey, that's why we say for the most part. Moss Giants were a singles task with pretty high HP. I did try doing this funky shit where I lowered the HP with an ult, but honestly it was pretty useless. I've just never done this task before, despite all of my past experience with Wildy's Slayer, so it was just me trying something new. It happened again at a Fire Giants task. Although these were really good combat XP and decent Slayer XP, the only problem is it was such a long task. It's the same story as Moss Giants where I tried damaging them on an ult to speed it up, but since it was singles, the help was so minimal to where it didn't really matter. I got a few of these Fire Giant tasks during the Wildy grind, and I will say another upside to it is there's barely any PKers here, so it's a pretty chill task. I'm happy with it. Bloodvelds were the first task that I got that I was finally able to utilize my ult. Here is where Wildy's Slayer proves to be really worth it if you have access to a combat ult. Bloodvelds are a pretty long task, having 134 HP each. However, since they are in multi-combat, there's a pretty unique mechanic that I can utilize. Slayer XP on each monster is rewarded in 2 ways. Whoever deals the most damage and whoever deals the last hit. Because it's multi-combat, I can time my attacks to hit the same tick as somebody else. This way the game thinks that I dealt the final hit, even if I hit a 0. My strategy for multi-combat tasks is to kill a couple of NPCs for full Slayer XP and drops, while my ult deals damage to a couple other NPCs. When my ult's NPCs are ready to die, I walk over and bonk them at the same time as my ult attacks, giving me half Slayer XP, and more importantly, kills towards my task to speed it up. I'm already up to my 19th task, so as you could imagine, we're flying through this. Black Knights were a pretty fast task, and very easy because I could pretty much AFK them since they auto-retaliated. Here's 70 attack. A bit later, on a different task but the same monster, 62 Slayer. I told myself before I started the Slayer grind that I would probably just skip all rev tasks, but I ended up getting assigned 48 of them, so I decided I'd give them a shot. I'm not sure if this was worth it because I had to spend 100k to even get in the cave, and it's a hotspot for PKing. However, the imps have 10 HP, so all my strategy was for this task is to log in, hit 2 of them, hopefully one hitting them, and then immediately log out and repeat once they respawn. Speaking strictly of playtime, this task was definitely worth it, but from the mental and realistic aspect of it, it was not. I got a rev task in the future later on, and I did end up skipping it, so this was a one-time thing. That was our 31st task, we're getting there. Scorpions were yet another task that you needed an alt. There are these scorpions with 2 HP inside the cave that Scorpio is located, which is a wildy boss. Scorpio will easily kill you, however, if somebody is tanking it or killing it, you will be able to keep killing the things with 2 HP and your task will be done as quick as the spiders. That brings us to our 43rd completed task, only 7 to go before the big boss fight. I made the switch over to train strength after 71 attack, as I figured a couple more strength levels would prove itself to be more valuable than the attack levels. This lesser demon task was my 49th task. I'm using the same strategy I did for Bloodvelds, and as you can see from the XP rates on screen, it is pretty decent, but the fact that this task still takes less than 15 minutes is the real highlight. On my way now to go see the last task, and we got Bloodvelds. This task definitely grew on me, because despite having to wear bad gear to protect myself from some of the enemies since we're in the God Wars, I still get 80k combat XP and 25k Slayer every hour. Along with that, with my ult helping me, this task still takes less than 15 minutes. And here's the end of this grind. 50 wilderness task completes, 1.5k points. Let's go see how many unlocks we can get. I'm going to be buying broader fletching to fletch broad arrows, a Slayer helm, ability to craft Slayer rings, and I'm going to completely block Fossil Island Wyverns. A 10-hour grind spent in 20 seconds. Now that I have 40 points, it's best for me to do another 10 tasks before I jump into actually training Slayer. However, we're not going to actually start training Slayer until way later, and I think I'm comfortable enough with my combat stats now to do the quest. So we'll just come back at a later date. Over the last couple days that it took me to do Wildy Slayer, I did manage to bank enough herbs for 99 fishing, so we're gonna quickly bang that one out. I also did some research and noticed that since I am 85 herblore, I'm high enough to make Zamorak mixes. These mixes are the best mix that I can make on this account with the future potions I'll be mixing, aka the best herb XP per caviar. So what better time to do it than in between fishing ticks? I have not used any torsals in my bank yet, so I looted some Jenga berries, and now I'm going to make as many Zambi brews as I can, and get some fat herblore XP during my last 1 mil fishing XP. And just like that, we casually get 16k herb XP every hour during fishing. I wanted to end fishing with the bang, so I figured I'd do 500k fishing XP in one sitting, no leaving for farm runs or birdhouses or anything. These were the rates we were able to hold. 106k fishing and 14k herb. Yes, we clearly had to lower our tier of potion once we finished all the Zambi brews, but all this herblore XP that I got had me thinking. I'm going to be very close to level 86 before Sins of the Father. I didn't plan this, but because I'm such a high herblore level from fishing, this made me change my plans just slightly. Once the gang was all here, we got our second 99, fishing. And here is the absolute final prep for the final boss fight on Sins of the Father. I'm going to finish up 86 herblore and then use a pie that I already have banked for a +4 herb boost and make a super combat. This will save me 2 inventory spaces because I won't need to bring a super attack or defense. And I mean, I'm 20k XP off, what's the harm of doing it now? Here's level 86 herb, followed by making a super combat. If you are curious how many contracts it took for me to get 99 fishing with barbware pots, the answer is 902. How long did this take? Well, I hit 82 farming around May 30th, and that was when going super hard on contracts really started. It was also around this time that I learned the power of Chronos Seeds. At 82 farming, I had about 150 contracts completed, which means it took me about 40 days to complete 750 contracts, which equates to about 18 to 19 contracts a day. This might sound like a lot, and I think it is, but contracts were the sweatiest thing I was doing on this account, as it meant everything for me getting 99 fishing sooner so that I can start playing this account for more hours per week. That being said, if you're really dedicated to contracts and do your pre-plants, such as where you can do 3 to 4 contracts each visit to the farming guild here and there, it's not impossible for this to be mimicked or even better. Stay strong on your farming contract grind and don't forget the power of Chronos seeds. Not only that, but all of the tree seeds I got from the contracts as well got me to level 97 farming already. And I was only planting anything that gives more than 7k XP, such as U's and above. It's now time for the long-awaited Sins of the Father boss fight. I decided to pre-pot at the bank, and man, I was just so nervous about this. Just a friendly reminder that this fight took over 8 attempts on my last account, so it was kind of a big deal. But this account was ready. I hard prepped this for 3 months, because in some ways, the minute I created my account, my goal was set on unlocking Sepulchre. Everything I did was for this big fight. I even managed to get super combats, which I am probably the only Ironman in the game to have 86 herb efficiently before this boss fight. Let's see the result. That's right, you witnessed it here first. RSN 789, the Ironman speedrunner, will officially be known as the one attempt only Sins of the Father boss fight gamer. Make sure you like the video and tell all of your friends about this epic fight. Now, with Sepulchre unlocked, epic gains are coming up in the next episode. Let's do a recap to see the gains this week. On the left are my stats from last week, the middle is my current stats, and the right are my gains. Our total EHP is now 349, so considering our 448 hours played, we are exactly 99 hours behind 1-to-1 EHP. Nothing unusual, but the real question is, will we be able to stay under 100? I got no clue, but finishing the account at 100 puts us at a 1700 hour finish, which is 100 hours ahead of our goal. Anyway, boys and girls, now is a good time for me to sign off, so don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it, and maybe comment and subscribe as well. As always, TY for watching, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. After completing Sins of the Father, the long-awaited grind is finally starting. With 448 hours clocked into our account so far, I'm now at Sepulchre. The best method for agility XP in terms of XP an hour, multi-skilling, and GP. I spent a few minutes at the bank not knowing how to gear up because it's been so long and I wanted to make sure I had the right supplies. There's an infinite amount of things you can do with multi-skilling here. You can cut gems, blow glass, attach bowstrings, literally any skilling that people do at a bank. The only difference is I'll be running on the course. Currently, what I want to do is bring a knife and my unnoted maple logs that I got from Kingdom. Each lap, I'll try to cut my entire inventory into arrow shafts and alch some noted gold bars for some passive magic XP. Let's go send this. For those unfamiliar with Sepulchre, this is the most engaging and, in my opinion, challenging skill and content in the game. If you've done it and gotten bad rates, you know how frustrating it could be. For early 4s, especially 1 and 2, it's pretty brain dead and all that matters is you have tile markers to click. The way the 4s work is that as soon as somebody steps into the 4, all the traps fire at the same time and stay on that cycle. As long as you are the first person to enter the 4, which is why it's essential for you to have your own world, you can time yourself to go over the traps because they are static, so long as you don't lose any ticks running. Take this lap as an example. Since I've lost 0 ticks since I ventured this room, I beat this sword by exactly 0.6 seconds, which happens every single time I get this path, so long as nobody else is in my world. If you're tick perfect, you can skip a lot of obstacles just like that, especially on 4s 1 to 3. However, this is not a guide. But if you wish to use my tiles, I will add them to the description. Additionally, the way I learned this a year ago is I used Hebox's skilling video on this, where he shows an example of how to do each 4 if it's static perfectly. I will also throw that in the description. I know in the past I've been asked to make an in-depth guide here, however, this time you guys have my word. Once I'm 99 agility, I am certain you can expect a very in-depth guide, so be ready for that. You may be wondering, where does the GP here actually come from? So far, I've only ran across, dodged stuff, cut maple logs, and alched. Well, across each 4 are scattered coffins that we can loot. Each coffin rolls differently on the drop table, scaled accordingly to the difficulty of the 4. Because of this, it's never worth to loot 4 1 and 2, and you only want to loot 4 3 in the beginning. 4 3 loot isn't good, however, looting anything gives you hollowed marks, the currency to use the shop here. There's items you can buy from this shop to speed up looting on 4 4 and above, so our goal is going to be to get the hollowed hammer, focus, and ring before 82 agility. 4 3 has 2 sides you can spawn on, and it's random. When I land on the eastern side, I can't loot anything because the coffin is behind a brazier obstacle, which requires 2 vampire dust to access. Guess what? I'm an Ironman, so I can't use the Grand Exchange, and I sure as hell don't have any of those that I've gotten myself. Whenever I get this side, I just run right past the coffin and hope for better luck next time. The west side is the best side though, because the coffin is behind an enchant obstacle, which I only need enchant runes to get past. At least, until this shit happens. That's right, it's possible to fail, and if you fail twice, it's broken until next lap. There's no information whatsoever on the success rate of this, but we don't care that much because after 100 marks, we can't fail anymore. Getting a fat 8k fletch XP per hour? Here's our first multi-skill level, 66 fletching. For those unfamiliar with Ironman mode, the fletching XP that I'm getting now is very irrelevant. The things I'm cutting maple logs into, arrow shafts, can then be fletched into headless arrows, which are then finally fletched into broad arrows. The final creation, broad arrows, is where most of the fletching XP comes from. The minimal fletch XP that I'm getting now is just the beginning of the Ironman process. Following that is another multi-skill level, 78 magic. And then 77 agility. And after 75 to 77 agility, only looting this one obstacle, I managed to get enough marks for my first purchase, the Hollowed Focus. When wielding the Hollow Focus, you are guaranteed to succeed in enchanting the portal on your first try. Since we don't have access to 4-4 yet, and this is the only obstacle we are looting, this was an obvious first purchase. I'm sure if you've tried multi-skilling in Sepulchre before, you've run into this exact issue. You enter the 4, super excited it's your first 4 of your tick perfect hour where you make 0 mistakes. You start multi-skilling and... oh, it delays you a tick. Now you know you're gonna get hit here, but you try to run through it anyway. Once you do finally get hit, you politely log out and return to the game 3 hours later and go to the rooftops. The little delay you had was something called an interface stall, and there is a way to ensure you never get it. When running somewhere, you usually click the ground and your cursor glows yellow. However, if you try to do an action, such as use something on another object, the click will turn red. If you force yourself a red click that's far away, you'll guarantee yourself that there will be no interface stalls. I highly recommend anybody looking to multi-skill here to use an item in your inventory on the statues to ensure a red click. It gets rid of the frustration, and it can be done on nearly every floor. Finally able to drop some decent sessions, I was testing XP rates and got about 65 to 66k an hour while looting floor 3 west and skipping east. On top of that, I also get 12k fletching and 22k magic. The multi-skilling, you can tell, is definitely productive. Here's level 80 agility. Not long after that, we had 250 marks, so it was time for our next purchase, the hollowed ring. This ring is really nice to have before the hard floors, floor 4 and 5, because with it equipped, you spend less time recovering from failing while getting hit by an obstacle, which happens a lot when you're someone like me. 100 marks later, still under level 82, it was time for the final purchase before floor 4, the hollowed hammer. Currently, this is useless. However, when I get to the bridge obstacle on the next floor, it'll guarantee me to not fail getting over the bridge. I'm about to hit 81 agility. I unlock floor 4 at 82, but I do want to stop a little bit before. Morning's End Part 2 rewards 60,000 agility XP. It would be better to get this XP reward before 82, because my XP an hour is going to increase, so it's more valuable at the moment. Morning's End Part 2 also requires the Death Talisman, which is impossible to get on an Ironman, although there are alternatives. If you go to the Guardians of the Rift, you have a 1 in 200 chance of getting a talisman for the Death Altar. 200 rolls is a lot, and while I do need to do more than that later on in the account, it's extremely inefficient to do with my current setup. However, I do need 59 Runecrafting for Lumber's Diary sometime soon. So I figured, why not head over there for 59 Runecrafting and try my luck? Let's grab 81 agility and go. First order of business to prepare for Guardians of the Rift, I need a large pouch. Killing abyssal creatures is the best way to go about that, and the ones with 10 HP have the same drop rate as the other ones, so it's best to only kill them when you're trying to get a pouch. After a nice 36 kills, we got our pouch before drop rate. Next order of business, switch to Lunars for Magic Imbue. Then we had to buy some Astral Runes, both for Magic Imbue and something else later on. And once they were all bought, I made my way to start gaming. I'm doing a method called Small Teams Guardians of the Rift. This is a method that has recently become very popular when Hebox did 99 Runecrafting on his Ultimate Ironman. The idea is that you rush game completes for maximum XP and points per hour. The Mass Worlds have awfully long games due to Ironman leeching, but each game has a big XP drop at the end. So essentially, the more games an hour you can complete, the better XP you'll get. With a team of 4 to 5 people, you are usually able to complete 8 to 9 games an hour. Hebox did create a Discord to form teams for this, and I will put it in the description. However, I do need to put a disclaimer. The only way teams can get the fastest game is to have high runecrafting and better pouches. So for the most part, to get the max efficient teams, you are required to have 85 runecrafting and the needle. While that is the best teams, you can still find teams with 75 or even 50 runecrafting if you're lucky, though they might not be as efficient, but still definitely better than the leeching Ironmen in the Mass Worlds. For just about every runecrafting level that I'm about to show, up until the last 15 minutes of playing, I still had no clue how to play this minigame. I was just being carried. There was just too many steps to follow to get down immediately, because in my opinion the minigame is like nothing else in the game, it's just overall confusing. It does have good rewards though, and it is good XP. Since I'm go runecrafting, I ran into an issue where I couldn't craft any good runes a lot. So I brought magic potions for magic imbue, and I made combo runes at the earth and water altars because combo runes are significantly more points and XP than the base runes. A bit over an hour in, I'm getting well over 40k an hour. Here's level 56 and 1750 total. After 100k XP gained, I was about halfway to 59 and decided to call it a day. I had to head off and I figured Tears of Guthix could carry me to 59 before I actually need the diary completed. So let's go try our luck for the talisman. One loot requires 1 point of each type of energy, so we have a total of 49 incoming loots. The large pouch comes as a reward from Guardians of the Rift. In Devious Mines, you lose it and have to get a new one. So before claiming my loot, I'm going to complete Devious Mines so that I'll end up looting another large pouch. So with Devious Mines complete, let's go loot. So, we want the talisman, but what else do we want from these overpowered rewards? Well, believe it or not, Guardians of the Rift is nowhere near efficient XP rates on an Ironman. Realistically, if we could get the rewards, which are the needle and the runecrafting outfit without playing here, we'd be doing ZMI with day alt to 99 runecrafting. So our goal is to just get the outfit, then get the fuck out of here. The outfit can be purchased with 1350 abyssal pearls, which is the currency in the shop. The outfit gives us 60% more runes when runecrafting, so you could imagine why it would be so good for an Ironman like myself. On average, 1350 pearls is 631 loots. The abyssal needle is another essential loot here, which is a 1 in 300 drop rate. It gives us the colossal pouch at 85 runecrafting, which combines all other pouches, plus gives more essence to hold, totaling 40 essence in one slot. There is a fear in me that I will go dry on the needle, given how my RNG has been so far, so let's really hope that this does not happen. Another huge thing to get would be an abyssal lantern, which is 1 in 700. This increases your loots by 20%, and if I got this early on, it would save me a minimum of 4 hours for the outfit. Finally, the untradeable stuff like abyssal dyes can be resold to the shop for more pearls, which would benefit me since that means I could get the outfit faster. Let's keep on looting, and don't forget to like the video for better luck. Let's fucking go! We got the abyssal needle. Now we are guaranteed to get the outfit after 1350 pearls, so we don't need to worry about staying here longer. Unfortunately though, we did not get our talisman, and it should not be worth it to continue this minigame at 58 runecrafting, so we have to go the other route for our death talisman, bringing the guy at the end of the quest 50 random items in 2 trips. 3 items of which are different for everybody. Let's go start Morning's End Part 2 so that we can do this. Here we are, the infamous Morning's End Part 2, where the whole quest is a puzzle. I brought an inventory full of energy potions and summer pies, along with some food in case I get hurt too much. I also brought my Lumbridge diary ring for a free 150 energy during the quest. I'll be honest, if you've played this game since Quest Helper came out 2 years ago, this quest has actually become piss easy because all you have to do is click the blue boxes. Let's skip to the actual interesting part. Near the end of the quest, we enter this portal, then we switch the light to the death altar to enter it. The light can only go one way, either towards the death altar or towards the staircase you came down. This means if you teleport with it facing the death altar, you've basically screwed yourself. I'm grabbing my list of 50 items now, and as you can see from our trusty quest helper, it says in all caps very specifically, turn the pillar east or you will have to return via the underground pass. Thanks creator of quest helper, I could not have missed that. Let's go turn the light and get started on this list. I already have majority of the items banked, but the 3 different items that are different for everybody, I have to get. First item, not really a problem. I need a jail key which is in Taverley. Takes about 2 minutes, no biggie. Next, the crumbling tome, which is right at Barrows. Not really a problem, takes about a minute. The last random item, which I think I got lucky with, was an agility ticket. This takes about 3 minutes including time to get here, whereas if I had to do a Castle Wars ticket, it would have taken me 20 minutes for one game. I somehow lost my recording of turning in the first 25 items, but I got my second inventory here with me now. Things were looking hot. That is of course only until I arrive here, just to realize after turning in my first 25 items, I never turned the light back. Now I have to run through the underground pass. This long run took me about 5 to 7 minutes. It was just overall unpleasant. I turned in the rest of my items and then immediately switched the light back so I wouldn't have to run through here again. We were back in business. I still had a final 2 items due to inventory space problems, so I just grabbed the rest of the quest items to complete this all at once in my next trip. Of course, I was able to enter the correct way of the light, and now we just switch it back to Death Altar for our talisman. Death Talisman acquired. After entering the Death Altar, I realized I forgot my fucking newly made crystal. It was given to me at the beginning of the quest. Shit, let's just teleport out of here and grab it. Turn the pillar east or you will have to return via the underground pass. Thanks creator of Quest Helper, I could not have missed that. But why is it that I'm sitting here running back for the second time, missing it? You heard it from me first. Fuck Morning's End Part 2 without a Death Talisman. After that disaster, we're finally free. Quest completed and 60k agility XP pre-82 agility has been achieved. Around level 80 agility, I started a new grind. I need to bank as much range XP as possible, and as an Ironman with the helmet next to my name, I have to hunt my own chins for range. In a perfect world, I'll want all 28,000 chins needed for 98 range before 92 agility. But getting that many in a short period of time can prove to be challenging. For starters, black chins are in the wilderness. Not only that, but I'm also 91 combat, basically the worst combat level to be, as everybody between 60 to 124 combat can hit me. If you saw my announcement video, you'll know that I am officially a full-time content creator now. So the good news about this grind is that now we can at least grind between 1 AM and 7 AM and not get fucked in the office the next day. It's awful to go here during normal hours for UK or US people, as there's just way too many PKers. For the time being, a friend has been helping me out with tagging the PKers so that I can safely move away, but the trouble of having to leave every time still hurts my XP rate significantly. Here I am hitting 84 Hunter. After having 1,000 chins in my inventory, it probably is worth it to bank, just in case the off chance I get attacked and somehow die, which is still unfortunately possible since after all, it is the wilderness. To bank, I simply run to level 30 wilderness and use my chin stack on the imp in a box, and it banks all of them. That's already 1k out of 28. Life is good. I really do have to never leave here until I get attacked. Here's already level 85. Not long after, I was left without protection. Apparently some people sleep, which is this thing where like you XP waste for 7-8 hours. It didn't really seem appealing to me, but I was thinking I might try it after this series. Since I was risking 500 chins and didn't have protection, just after seeing a couple red dots, I decided not to risk it and just log out. This is how every night for the next 2 weeks is going to go. 86 Hunter. And I managed to actually go all the way until 89 Hunter. Returning to agility, now that I'm about to hit level 82, we're going to be unlocking the bridge obstacle. Now, this one can use different nails and planks, but the higher tier, the more XP you get per bridge. I want to use all of my adamantite bars on nails. Hopefully, all of these banked bars that I had will last me until 92 agility. Coming up to the last of my bars, I got 2.9k nails. Let's go finish up 82 agility so we can start using these. And there we go, 82 agility. Now, the big boy floors start. This is a great time to end the episode, so let's do a recap of all of our gains. On the left are my stats from last episode, the middle are my current stats, and the right is an easier visual for the gains. All of these level ups put us at 384 EHP, or about 25% of the way to max. Our chin stack is currently about 7k, so hopefully by the time we hit 92 agility, we will have an additional 20,000 black chins. There's definitely a lot of heavy gaming coming up, and if you want to watch it live, don't forget to check out my Twitch on the screen or in the description below, as I will be streaming immediately after this video is live. That would be all today, folks. As always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed it, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. Last episode, we were introduced to some Sepalchetchre, which is just Sepulchre but training multiple skills at once, including alching. We left off just getting level 82 to start floor 4. This is going to be huge for our bank. Floor 4 has 2 coffins that are worth spending time to loot. The portal when spawning north, and the bridge when spawning south. Being only 73 thieving at the moment, filling the coffin as often as I do can definitely be frustrating. But it will all get better once I get the strange lockpick drop. This comes directly from the coffin, and it'll help us loot 2 times faster along with increasing our success rate. Look at this, 2 Rainer seeds while getting 73k an hour agility. This is why we don't do master farmers. A level up that's not agility already? Of course, here's level 70 fletching. Here comes level 83 agility. I'm about to get level 84, and I'm still looting every single lap, and as you can see from my inventory, I still do not have a strange lockpick. How rare exactly is this drop? The drop rate changes according to which floor you're looting. Since we've only looted floor 3 and 4, let's look at those. On floor 3, there's a 1 in 90 chance of getting the lockpick, and on floor 4, there's a 1 in 60 chance. At level 84, this is my loot so far. I don't remember exactly how many times I've looted floor 3, but it's a fair estimate to say it was about 100 times. If we assume that, we are slightly over the drop rate on floor 3, and then we're 79 loots in on floor 4. This puts us at over double the drop rate. There's definitely worse things to go dry on, but it's just annoying failing multiple times in a row and then missing the next step in Sepulchre. Hopefully we'll get one soon. Let's go, we did it! Only 8 hours later, we got the strange lockpick at 219 KC. I finally have over 1 mil cash again from looting coffins, so it's time to load back up the kingdom. Before we hit 92 agility, we're going to want 70 construction, so I'm going to put a large portion of my kingdom in mahogany logs, and the leftovers I'll put in herbs, since I probably will not be needing more maple logs. So I mentioned us needing 70 construction before 92 agility. But what's the reason? Well, at level 92 agility, agility XP in general for Ironman becomes way more valuable than pre-92. Not only will I be getting 17% faster XP per hour, but I'll also be netting 4 times more GP than I'm currently getting. At level 92 on floor 5 in Sepulchre, there are 4 coffins that we can loot. As an Ironman, GP is a little more valuable than your average Joe that could just spend $8 and then sell a bond for 8 mil. I have to get all of the gold pieces myself. So what does all of this mean? Remember how we never completed our quest cape for Lumber Delete Diary? Well, the remaining quests that we have will net us a total of 260,000 agility XP. Getting this XP before level 92 would not only save us time because slower XP rates, but we will also net more GP in the end. Of these quests remaining, Song of the Elves requires 70 construction, which is the last skill requirement we have. Other than that, we don't necessarily have requirements, but for the sake of the speedrun and fear of dying, I'm gonna say let's not do Grandmaster quests with only 62 range. Another goal I need done before 92 agility is to get 28,000 black chinchampas so that we can chin 98 range before doing all of these quest bosses. This should put us at about level 97 or 98 hunter. And of course, since it's a wilderness, we're limited to the amount of hours we can try hunting, as it's best to only come here while most people are asleep. The good news though, we're already level 92, which puts us at about 12k chins. I finally had some time to drop a pretty big session with the strange lockpick, and we're up to 76k an hour now. A pretty decent jump by 3k from when we were using the bad lockpick. Here is level 86 agility. Halfway through level 88 agility, we ran into a small little problem. For 99 fletching, we need about 1.1 mil headless arrows. From the maple logs we've banked, we have a total of about 765k headless arrows so far. So we still need another 335k arrow shafts. To get this, we can put Kingdom on maple logs for 9 more days. This will give us enough maple logs to cut throughout Sepulchre to get us all the arrow shafts we need. This is definitely the easier option. The other option is to buy arrow shafts from the store in the Ranging Guild. This would give us more time to multi-skill something else with Sepulchre, since we won't have to cut maple logs. Although the reality is, this shop is unrealistic to bank the rest of fletching within the next few weeks, which is when I'll need it. There are 1,000 arrow shafts in each world, and the shop has a 30-second restock timer. This means that after 1,000 arrow shafts are bought out, every 30 seconds, 1 arrow shaft is added back to the shop. Yes, you heard that right. It takes 8 hours to go from 0 to 1,000 arrow shafts, and this is only if no players were to buy during that time span. On update day, the servers reset and all the shops in the game fully restock. This is the only time it's really worth it for me to try to buy shafts. After testing this for 2 weeks, I realized I can only really buy about 30 to 40k before all the worlds are bought out. So as you can imagine, we're not gonna log out on this account for 11 weeks. We're 100% gonna have to put Kingdom on maples and cut those to bank the rest. Upkeeping my Kingdom is very expensive. I have to keep a minimum of 750k cash in there, and I lose an extra 75k a day. So I'm gonna have to juice all the GP out of my bank that I can. What better way to make GP than to use all the bark in my bank to make battle staves to Alk? I spent a few laps here using all of my bark. Made some air orbs to attach to my battle staves. And what better place to Alk the battle staves than while farming giant seaweed? We're going to need to farm a total of 16k giant seaweed, although right now we're only going to be needing 500. I learned that it is possible to alk plus loot without losing ticks, as long as you click the alk and seaweed in the same tick. I did log out seaweed until I alked all of my battle staves, restarted my Kingdom for maples, and then we made some molten glass. This is what the giant seaweed is for. With Super Glass Make spell, you can use 3 giant seaweed and 18 buckets of sand to craft some molten glass. As promised 400 hours ago, from episode 7, the sand we mined is finally coming to good use. And if you're wondering about the molten glass on the floor, each spell gives a random number of molten glass, and sometimes it's more than 27, which is the max your inventory can hold. The leftovers then go to the floor, and no, they are never worth wasting time to pick up. I am using the Visual Ticks plugin, which is what these dots changing every 0.6 seconds on my screen are. There's an efficient way to do Super Glass Make spell, and if you look very closely, if you click the bank plus the spell in the same tick, your character will cast the spell and the bank will immediately open after without you having to re-click it. The Visual Tick plugin helps me see exactly when the tick started, making it slightly easier to ensure that I can click both the bank and the spell within the same 0.6 seconds. Of course, I don't want to full pause the account, so while we wait for maple logs from the Kingdom, we have some temporary glass to blow for the juicy 7k an hour crafting XP. And another multi-skill level, 74 fletching, has been achieved. I can't believe the time is here, but it's finally come. I made myself some teak saplings to plant for 1.5 tick woodcutting, and these mahogany trees finally get me 99 farming. The farming cape gives me infinite teleports near a bank, and doesn't cost an inventory slot, making it very convenient. Now is the time where I want to start charging my Bone Crusher to give us insane prayer XP while we train combats later on. Thankfully, I have 500 baby dragon bones in my bank from the dragon imps back when we were hunting glories. With Mauritania Hard Diary, I can get a free 26 buckets of slime and bone meal per day, banking me about 3,000 charges on my Bone Crusher. Given that I'm going to be killing over 100,000 NPCs, this is going to be another daily for a long time. And just one more thing, while I get the requirements, I might as well get all of the diaries out of my way. Here's Lumbridge Hard Diary, Kandarin Hard Diary, Fremennik Hard Diary, and boy oh boy, Karen Hard Diary was something else. One of the diary tasks requires me to teleport using the Xerix Talisman. There are only 2 ways to get a Xerix Talisman, through killing lizardmen or through thieving a stone chest. I figured looting the stone chest 300 times wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I'd get some small thieving XP out of it, everyone should be happy. What I didn't expect was to go so dry on this. You loot the chest close to 400 times an hour, but I was here for well over an hour. Finally, after 572 loots, I got my talisman and was able to complete the Hard Karen Diaries. I'm just about to hit level 90 agility, which many of you may know as the level for early rooftops. Rooftops are really bad XP, however, they are the only way for Ironmen to get staminas. While we don't really use staminas, we still need at least 10 to build the pool in the POH, and maybe another 10 for questing. With access to our Dugany rooftops finally, let's go get some Marks of Grace. It might be a good idea to understand how the mechanics of spawning Marks of Grace actually works. Upon completion of a course, there's a chance to roll a Mark of Grace spawning. At Arty specifically, there's a 66% chance to spawn a mark. After one successfully spawns, another will be unable to spawn for a whole 3 minutes. This gives us time to do literally anything else in a 3-minute time span. So my method is going to be simple. One lap of 4 1-4 Sepulchre is about 4 minutes, so I could just do 1 lap there for XP, and then while banking, I'll teleport to Arty and do a lap to spawn a Mark of Grace, and then teleport back to Sepulchre while waiting for the 3-minute cooldown timer. This method is called force spawning marks, and it's essential for anybody who wants to efficiently grab staminas. After a whole hour of this method, we were able to get 71k XP along with 12 Marks of Grace. The agility XP per hour is about 10% slower than normal, while also allowing us to bank about 30 stamina pots per hour. With this in mind, I'll do this for 20 Marks of Grace, which should be more than enough staminas for the remaining quests, along with building our POH pool, which requires 10 4 doses. After banking my 20 Marks of Grace, I was able to return back to normal agility with normal XP rates. Here I am hitting 91 agility, the last actual level up before 92. I'm not going to stop yet, because remember, while we don't want to finish 92 here, we want to get 260,000 XP off so that we can finish it off from quests. So we have just a few more hours to go. This also gave us time to do 72 crafting. 56% of the way to level 92 now, the last bit of it should come through quests. This half level gave me a little more time to hunt more chins, so let's go take a look to see how many we caught so that we can train our range before killing all of the big quest bosses. Around level 95, I hit up the boys to protect me. Having an extra 6 to 7 accounts here scared away a lot of PKers, and it made it more realistic for me to hunt for more than just an hour a day. When there was only my ult here, I was getting attacked every 15 minutes. Add 6 to 7 accounts, I only get attacked every 2 hours. Big sessions were happening, here I am already hitting level 96. Not too long after, I hit level 97. This meant that I already had 20k black chins banked, so no matter what, we'd be able to get at least 90 range before doing all of the quests. Being so close, I knew I had to finish level 98 before trying to chin. That way I could send all of my chins away at once. Of course, being the great content creator I am, I did finish up level 98, which meant we had 28,000 chins ready to be launched. This left us with the final requirement before sending all of the quests, 70 construction for Song of the Elves. We had all of the mahogany logs banked from Kingdom. All we had to do was turn them into planks with our butler, and then build mahogany tables for 3 minutes for levels 66 to 70. Making planks is very simple, just stupid expensive. We're likely going to be using every last bit of cash that we have. All we have to do is teleport to our POH to send our butler to the sawmill, and then teleport to Camelot to bank for more logs and repeat. The teleport to Camelot only has a bank right here in a PvP world, so if you are doing this method, make sure you don't accidentally teleport to Sears or literally anywhere that you can get attacked, because it's only safe a few tiles around the bank chest. Being so close to level 70, with 66k in our inventory and less than 100k in our servant's money bag, it's time for the progress recap. On the left are my stats from last episode, the middle is my current stats, and the right is the progress. Currently at 584 hours played, we're at 474 EHP, meaning we're still on track to finish within 1800 hours, although things are definitely looking close, at least for the time being while we wait to use some more stored XP. With 70 construction out of the way, it's time to prepare ourselves for Song of the Elves, along with every other remaining quest that will give us agility XP. This includes preparing nasty range XP before doing the bosses. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to leave a like and absolutely subscribe if you haven't. Also, I'm always streaming progress on Twitch, feel free to tune in, although you can expect slight spoilers for the next episode. I will see all of you wonderful gamers next time, have a great rest of your day, peace out. Last episode, we were getting ready to do Song of the Elves, and we're not your average player who's doing this quest just so they can camp CG for 2 months and then complain about going dry. We want that sweet 40k agility XP reward. 92 agility unlocks us the final floor of Sepulchre, and that is where all of our money is going to be made. Being a little over halfway between 91 and 92, the remaining XP is going to all come from these quests, and Song of the Elves is the first one we're going to complete. So you may be thinking, JCW, I know you're a beast, but how will you do all of these Grandmaster quests with such low combat stats? Don't worry, I have that covered. Thankfully, the Song of the Elves final boss should be relatively easy with Mage, so let's jump into that and get it out of the way real quick. Right before the final boss, I remember struggling with protecting the fort on my first speedrun account, and the reason was because I was tagging with Blood Barrage. For this fight, you want to tag the enemies so that they are not attacking the barrier, because if the barrier's health in the top left goes to 0, you lose. Logically, we want to use an AoE attack, but when Blood Barrage hits a 0, the NPC does not switch from the fort to you. So to be prepared, we brought Grey Chins. These have an AoE attack, and even when they hit a 0, the enemies still switch to you, so we should be chilling. Alright, maybe not as laid back as I thought, cause this was actually kind of close, but we did it on our first try. I kind of forgot I don't have time to log out and read up on the wiki, and Twitch chat says it's a pretty easy boss, so we should be able to do this with no problem. The first mechanic I need to be aware of is to just quickly switch to prey range when he pushes me back. This seems pretty simple. Until he talks and he throws something at me, so I turn on prey range, and then I choke hard. Yeah, this was way too close. That doesn't matter though, he never stood a chance. Now, I'm going to bank and we're going to enter the final boss. The Saren fight is way easier than I ever could have imagined. I'm doing a method called the P-neck method, where I use phoenix necklaces. This boss is pretty straightforward, but she does have one mechanic which will deal a hit on you, all the way up to your maximum hit points -1. So if I'm 80 hit points, the special attack will hit up to a 79. However, the P-necks have a way around that. A Phoenix necklace automatically heals your HP once you drop below 20%. Not only that, but if there were any pending attacks, the necklace nulls it, making me immune. Her attack is extremely long, so whenever she talks like an anime character and says she's about to use it, I eat a poison dynamite to damage myself under 20%, and then the P-neck activates to heal me, plus null her attack. Look how easy that was. Alright, just a few minutes later and we're kind of chilling on supplies. I might have brought a little too many prey pots, but there we go. 40,000 agility XP has been earned. For the next step, we're going to need higher combat stats before doing the rest of the quest. Most of them are going to be requiring high range, and there's a few steps we need to do in order to range efficiently. We need 69 Slayer to enter Monkey Madness 2 tunnels for chinning. However, before training Slayer, we need Divine Strength pots. And while we're chinning, we're going to want to be using Divine Range potions. If you don't know what a Divine potion is, you add crystal dust to a potion and it makes it divine. The divine version of a potion never goes down. You stay the maximum level boost for 5 minutes and then it all degrades at once. In order to get crystal dust, we're going to be doing 2-tick woodcutting for crystal shards. I was really excited for this woodcutting session, so I may have forgotten a few things. First of all, no lumberjack outfit, which gives a 2.5% woodcutting XP boost. However, we don't want to leave because we have 2 friends helping us with our rates. That's right, since Forestry, every person on a tree up to 10 people gives an invisible +1 woodcutting boost per person. So I grabbed a couple friends with alts, and they are all AFKing the same tree that I am on with the bronze axe, giving me an invisible +10 levels. Not only that, but there's also now consistent timers on the trees and when they go down, and I never have to move from this spot, whereas the most challenging part of 2-tick used to be moving to a 3rd tree. Now, it's all very easy. So now, just kick back and enjoy the rates of 78 +10 woodcutting. Guys, we messed up. The rate looks great, right? 156k an hour and we're only level 79? Well, there's a small problem for this rate. You see, I was in voice chat and we had this little guy pop up in our minimap, the Crystal Imp. I kept calling it because I knew someone wanted it, but I didn't want to ruin my bunnies that were set up for 2-tick, and they kept saying it wasn't there. They thought I was trolling, I thought they were trolling, but look, if they're gonna troll me, I'll just pick it up myself, fine by me. Look at that, boys. 6 power amulets, basically 0 time loss. I would definitely call that a win. This was all fun and games until someone jokingly said to imagine if I was in the wrong world this entire time. And ha ha ha, it was a pretty good joke. Until I realized, yeah, it was real. Alright, but hear me out guys. Now that there's people here, you can surely see how I couldn't tell the difference if there was other accounts here or not, right? I mean, I'm so hyper focused on this method. Of course, don't forget to like the video if you're enjoying it. And yeah, let's move on. Before our next session, we want to be prepared. So I made my way to temple trekking to quickly grab the lumberjack outfit, which took me about 45 minutes. Next, we need 300 oak and 300 willow logs to use a log basket. And this basket is a new item from Forestry. It will hold up to 28 logs. This will be very good since we're an Ironman and we have to get our own planks. So I figured why not grab it now and we can bring it on future teak trips to bank an extra 28 logs 0 time. Here it is, the log basket. Now that woodcutting is fully prepped, let's get back to what we originally needed. I have all of these other potions I need to make, so I figured I could telegrab some wines to make ranging pots along with everything else. Ranging potions are not worth making for herb XP, so we're just grabbing enough wines for 99 range, and then we're never going to touch another dwarf weed until we're maxed. Look at all of these potions. I know you guys might not believe me, but I didn't trade any other players or buy these potions. I made them all myself because I'm an Ironman. I'm going to turn them all into 4-dose and then we'll really be gaming. While doing all of this, we're making sure to stay on top of our daily bone meal that we get from Mauritania Hard Diary so that we can fully charge our bone crusher for when we need it. This daily is going to be very useful in the future. Alright, one more thing to prepare and then we start Slayer, I promise. We need to make Slayer bracelets which come from red topaz and opals. These bracelets will have a 25% chance to either speed up a doo-doo task or 25% chance to extend a good task. Bracelets? Check. Divine Strength Potions? Check. Subscribe to JCW on YouTube? Check. Let's go slay. Let me tell you guys something about Ironman Slayer. We're not grinding to 99 yet, but we know the basics. These are our goals for Slayer. First, we need as much combat XP as possible. Ideally, finishing 99 melees plus magic at 99 Slayer would be perfect. Second, Slayer on an Ironman is not training Slayer. Slayer on an Ironman is training every other skill. Melees, prayer, herb lore, literally anything that isn't Slayer. The GP made from the drops are also quite important because Slayer is one of the very few skills that actually make us GP. And third, the Arceus spellbook is very good for melee Slayer. I mentioned how good Thralls was in episode 9 where we did Green Dragons, and that continues with Slayer and will continue to do so until 99. Right now, with low level Slayer, it's pretty casual. There's nothing we can do that's crazy efficient or inefficient, and there's no super good tasks because just about everything is average. Getting low Slayer XP like we are right now in exchange for melee and herb XP is fine. And on the other hand, even though barrage tasks are way faster Slayer XP, they're not super important because I'm still missing out on all of that sweet melee and herb XP. I just hit level 68 Slayer, and yeah, this grind was a lot faster than I ever could have imagined. I guess to be fair, I was only really doing like 200k XP, so it's not like it should have been long. Arceus spellbook still doing its work with Unsouled Heads, getting us some 0 time prayer XP. And man, look at that, 100k an hour strength and I'm only just hitting level 80. That is crazy good. Alright, so I did some thinking and here's the plan. 69 Slayer is a requirement for Monkey Madness 2, sure, that was our goal from the beginning. But when we return to Slayer later, the first thing we're going to want to do is a Fire Cape. So I'm going to unlock Tazars now, and once we get a Jad task, we'll pause Slayer until we come back in the future. Cave Horrors are a no for me, Neve. Try again. Ooh, Dust Devils. This one should be juicy. And the juice delivers. Good GP here, good Slayer XP with Mage, and even Superiors. So I killed the Superior, and for some reason it forgot to drop me an Imbued Heart. Maybe next time? Not sure. One Dust Devil left, and yes, that final Dust Devil kill got me 69 Slayer. Now we just need a Jad task, then we can move on to Monkey Madness 2. Trolls? Not the greatest, but I think I can try these out. I heard these may be decent just south of Raids 1, so I tried this location out. And yeah, in case you guys were wondering, I'll save you the time. Trolls suck. Abbey Spectres? Alright. I mean, it's not a great task, but it's not worth the skip. So you know what? We're 69 Slayer. Let's just move on to whatever is next. That way, we don't accidentally get 99 Slayer this episode while trying to get one Tazar task. Just as a reminder, these were the quests we had to complete in the beginning of the episode. Song of the Elves is now done, and Fremennik Exiles requires melee instead of range, so we are quickly going to knock that out of the way. The remaining quests all require higher range to complete, so we will finish those up after we spend a day throwing our Chinchampas that we got ourselves. Quickly starting Monkey Madness 2 until I can reach the tunnels, which takes about 10 minutes. Then we are going to see massive gains. To get to the chinning spot, each player has to take their own unique path through the tunnels. The first trip is about discovery. You try every path until something works. After that, you just memorize the path you took and all future trips will be smooth. Because it's my first trip, I'm going to play it safe and only bring my gray, red, and 1000 black Chinchampas. These will get me through the early range levels, and it gives my inventory a lot of room for prayer pots and food should something go wrong. We need to be very careful not to die here. Chinchampas are lost on death, and since we can't just buy them back, if we were to die and lose all the chins, it's essentially a restart account scenario. If you don't know what's going on here, there's essentially 73 monkeys in this room. I have Entity Hider on, but there are 2 accounts following each other right in front of me. Because the way to stack the monkeys on one tile is to move on and off the tile you want them to go on. And if 2 accounts are following each other, or dancing as most people would call it, they will infinitely stack on that one tile. And just like that, we're back on Deadman mode. We're essentially getting 10 times XP rates because we're legit getting 390k an hour with red chins, and we're only level 65 range. I forgot to show you guys how cracked my gear was, but here it is. We got the swag Boots of Lightness and the green and red D'hide body and chaps. The fact we're able to get these rates with this gear is just insane to me. So at 65 range, I still have 1000 black chins to throw. But with my current setup, that's boring. You guys saw me AFKing the last minute and just throwing chins and nothing else. What's to say? Let's make this more interesting. This time around, we brought 7,000 black chins, so hopefully we'll do a longer trip. Take a look at the melee gear in our inventory. Not using special attack is a waste of potential XP. So, we brought a dragon halberd and we're going to spec every time we're back at 90 or 100%. The dragon halberd spec takes 30% and it hits up to 10 enemies in one square at once. With there being 73 monkeys in this room, I'm sure you can imagine that the melee XP from this is definitely going to pay off. 700? 700? And an 800 XP drop. So we got a free 2.2k strength XP just for doing an idle 3 hits with spec. We're gonna be here for a lot of hours, so this might actually add up really well. A full hour later, we're closing in on 75 range, and these were the XP rates we were seeing. 578k range, 29k melee, and 18k prayer. I way underestimated the prayer XP from here. 18k an hour from my bone crusher automatically burying the bones for 8 XP each is just crazy to me. The melee XP looks good, but honestly, we could do better. With the help of a friend, we realized we were doing this method all wrong. Let's go to the bank and fix it. Death Charge. This spell is insanely good for iron memes. You guys may have saw me casting it during Slayer earlier in this video, but what does it actually do? Death Charge can be cast once every 60 seconds, and when you use it, the next kill you get will restore your special attack by 15%. Essentially, this is going to give me a full extra special attack every 2 minutes. To put that into perspective, this will give me nearly 2 times more specs an hour, so our melee XP is going to zoom up. Here's my first level of a 0-time skill, 72 prayer. Just a couple hours later, we're already 85 ranged. We changed our dragon halberd to train on shared, so if we're getting 15k attack, it also means we're getting 15k defense and strength XP. So about 45k melee XP per hour. There's a logical reason on why we decided to switch our halberd to shared instead of strength. We're currently 94 combat, but here's the thing. 100 combat has big unlocks. We could do Duradel for Slayer, Karamja and Western Prov Hard Diary. There's just a lot of good things happening at 100 combat. If we spread our combat XP across all melees instead of just strength, getting 100 before we finish range is very realistic. Level 90 ranged, 74 prayer, and then 81 strength, and with that comes 99 combat. Just one more to go and we can probably get out of here. Level 96 range, nice. Here's 75 attack as well. And oh my god, we did it. Ending at 96 range with 2.6k black chins remaining, we hit 73 defense and 100 combat. 96 range should be high enough to quest, so we're actually going to stop now and come back after 99 hunter for the rest. One of the diary requirements for Western provinces is to kill Zora. And thankfully, since it's been 3 weeks since my last Iron episode, I had some time to practice Zora on one of my alts, so I quickly sent 34.9k kills and then I made my way to do it on my Ironman. It's good to bring mage and range for Zora, so hopefully when we do use our crystal bow, our 96 range will carry us. This was just a little closer than I could have imagined. I had no food, and I could have been one hit by the blue Zora if he hits me with the range attack. But no worries, we're chilling. I finished up the rest of Hard Western Prov, and this time we're actually going to start using our lamps on Runecrafting. This got us level 62. I have never done Secrets of the North on any accounts in my lifetime, so this is my first time ever doing this quest. I could have done it on my alt first for practice, but that would mean I have to spend an extra 30 minutes questing. And let's be real, I'd rather lose 30 minutes on this account than spend an extra 30 minutes questing on another one for no other reason. The first boss fight was easy for me, I meleeed him and had no problems. The final boss fight is what we were really nervous about. But hey, we spent 10 hours leveling 65 to 96 range, and we watched Slayer music kill this boss. We were ready. Guys, I thought this was going good, but it's not looking good. We have 30 HP and no food. Oh my god, we have 11 HP and no food. Never mind, we're good. That was easy. That's the first high range quest complete, and 60k agility XP closer to 4-5 Sepulchre. I haven't done Dragon Slayer 2 in probably 4 years, but it's time to run it back. My only memory of this quest is Galvek, and even that wasn't that hard. It might be important to note that I did do this quest at max combat on all of my other alts. So yes, with our limited game knowledge, we very much so underestimated the first boss, Robert the Strong. Or should I say, Robert the Tank. This guy has 97 granite plate bodies on his body, and I literally cannot hit him. I learned after how important it is to use a crush weapon against him, but I mean that's knowledge for our next speedrun. At least on this one, I had to get more brews and tank the heck out of him, but we just barely got it. For the final boss, Galvek, we have our trusty adamant crossbow and ruby bolts. The ruby bolts have a chance to hit a 100, so as long as they keep doing their job, I'm just going to stomp all over this moron. And with 4 brews remaining, that's yet another quest out of the way, and 50,000 agility XP closer to Sepulchre. The next quest up was the easiest one, Beneath Cursed Sands. This quest was still fresh in my memory since I had to do it 6 months ago on my other speedrun account, and I remember the second boss, this champion thing, being the hardest. But this time, we were well prepared. I gotta say, this crystal bow is definitely growing on me. I barely used any food against this guy. Of course, no problems on the final boss of this quest either. With him dead, I get another 50k agility XP closer to level 92. Now, there's just one quest remaining. Next, Monkey Madness 2 final boss is mostly just DPS with the crystal bow. Nothing too special here, just a trusty crystal bow doing its job. And finally, we can go back to Sepulchre. We now have every quest complete besides Desert Treasure 2, and that does not give us agility XP, so it can wait until we finally need to make use of our quest cape. It feels so good to be back. Here's the last 1k agility XP I needed for 92, and now we can just send this floor all the way up to floor 5. Floor 5 is our first gold mine we hit in the account. There are 4 places to loot, and they are all going to make us bank. The first one is in this portal, which got us a rune plate body, which is already 38k GP. Next, the grapple, which got us an adamant 2-hand. Nothing great, but I mean we're an Ironman, so 4k GP is 4k GP. The third thing we're gonna loot is the absolute best one there is, the bridge near the end. This coffin gives us 2 rolls on the loot table instead of 1. So here we got both runite bolts and soul runes. This is pretty juiced up if you ask me. And finally, the grand chest. This can give us the ring of endurance at a 1 in 200 drop rate. However, the ring is only good if you have staminas, and since we're an Ironman, we don't have those. While we do 99 agility, there's a couple rules of multi-skilling we have to follow. First, we need to alch as often as possible for the magic XP. The runite bolts we're alching comes as drops from the chest, so we'll never have to worry about running low. Secondly, the maple logs we're cutting for arrow shafts, which we then use on feathers to make headless arrows, needs to be done before 99 agility. This means that not only do we need to cut all the maple logs, but we also need to attach the feathers to make 1.1 million headless arrows by the time we finish 99 agility. Sounds easy enough, right? Here's 94 agility. Not long after 94 agility, we learned something massive to help our XP rates. Look how clean the floor looks. There's a lot less detail on it, so our eyes are naturally able to focus on the traps and obstacles a bit easier. But low detail isn't exactly what makes it easier. Everybody familiar with Sepulchre already knows about that. However, I was told by a friend that there's a way to hide the yellow and blue tiles, which is arguably the hardest part of Sepulchre. A yellow tile moves you backwards a few ticks, whereas a blue tile would push you forward. There are certain points where most of the floor is blue and yellow tiles, and you have to be careful not to step on the active yellow ones while dodging darts. When we hid all of the lighting, it made it infinitely easier to dodge the yellows and jump on the blues. But how exactly do we hide everything to make it look so clean? There's a plugin called the Ground Object Hider from the plugin hub. You'll want that and another one called object markers. First, you'll want to go through every single floor and manually right click and mark object on the blue tiles. I recommend changing the color to blue so that you don't forget that this is indeed a blue tile. Then once this is done, you turn on ground object hider and you type in the ID for blue and yellow tiles, 38447 and 38448. These were the kind of rates we were able to hit in long sessions after we added this plugin. Well over 90k an hour since we haven't even gotten our big XP drop from floor 5 in this clip, and a solid 5k an hour construction and 7k thieving from looting floor 4 and 5 as well. These will get us more than a couple passive levels to 99 agility, and here's level 95. 78 fletching, 96 agility, level 98 agility, and with this comes some great news. We are finally all caught up on our feathers and headless arrows. We just bought some broad arrowheads. This is where the fletching gains get real. Instead of the usual 15 XP drops, we now get 150 XP drops. Finally, 99 fletching is about to pick up. One final fat session for 99 agility. A casual 6 hours of maintaining over 90k, no big deal. The broads got us to level 82 fletching, and from looting, we're chilling at 79 thieving and 73 construction. You guys haven't even seen the loot yet, but just from these levels, 99 agility was well worth it. And you know what? I won't even get level 99 at the end of a floor. I'm gonna build this bridge, loot the coffin, and cross over again. There's 99 agility. This is our final loot from every coffin all the way to 99 agility. We got 2 rings, but we forgot to show them since they don't do anything for our account. The runes can all be sold to this shop, which is what I'm doing with the wall runes right now. However, we're going to save the soul and blood runes for a bit, just in case we find a use for them. The blood runes will be used for barrage, but I'm unsure how many soul runes I'm going to use, so I'd rather play it safe. The 466 Renner seeds were slightly better than doing Master Farmers, and I'm really excited to use these for Slayer in the far future. I mean, yeah, just look at the rest. There's just no reason any Ironman should ever touch a rooftop when you miss out on loot like this. I did mention I was going to make a guide for Sepulchre after 99. However, Hebox made a very good in-depth guide, which I'll put as a link in the description if you wish to give this a shot. Now that we're 99 agility and made about 30 mil coins from everything in the screenshot, it's time for a gains recap. On the left are my stats from last episode, the middle is my current stats, and the right are the massive gains that deserve a like on the video. We have been hyping up Sepulchre for a long time now, and the gains showed to be well worth it. Let's also not forget the range gains we got from completing all quests besides Desert Treasure 2. We're now at 717 hours played and 590 EHP. Assuming we plan on finishing around 1800 hours, we're just about 40% of the way. I would consider this pacing pretty well. This is a great point to end the episode, so as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe if you enjoyed the video. Until next time, peace out everybody. After finally hitting our long-term goal of 99 agility last episode, we need a new one. So our next goal is going to be to get 99 Runecrafting. Now you might be thinking, seems easy enough, just mine essence and craft them into runes, maybe send some Guardians of the Rift, and boom, 99. Nope, efficient Ironman is more complicated than that. The first step to getting 99 Runecrafting, which will be our goal this episode, is 92 magic and the Runecrafting outfit. The stuff I'm mining right now, Dale Essence, gives 50% more Runecrafting XP at an altar versus a pure essence. These sound great, however, they're not as good as having pure essence already in your bank. Since I'm an Ironman, I can't just simply trade somebody and they'll give me pure essence. I need to get them myself, which is why we're at the day all mine. It is possible to 1.5 tick these, which is why I'm using a 3 tick action, my knife and log, walking a square, and then mining the rock. It gives me 2 rolls instead of 1, and you can tell you are successful because you get a 10 mining XP drop. whereas day alt is actually only 5 XP per roll. There is a whole 0.6 seconds of downtime per cycle, so you guys already know that means I need to find something to multi-skill with. And this is how we practically zero time our 92 magic. It's possible to alch every other 3 tick cycle, so we're going to alch the remainder of our runite bolts from Sepulchre while here. But why stop multi-skilling with just magic? The rock changes every 60 seconds. And out of the 3 rocks here, you can tell that the one towards the east is farther than the other 2. Well, when running to this one, or back, we can fletch a whole 2 arrow sets. This might not sound like a lot, and neither will our 11k an hour XP rate on the top left. However, keep in mind that we have to mine here for 50 hours. Over that time, an extra 550k fletching XP will definitely be a noticeable dent in 99 fletching. For fun, I decided to turn on the click counter plugin during one of my streams, and during this nearly 6-hour session, we're at 55,000 clicks. This is about 9.5k clicks an hour, but hey, at least we're getting good magic XP. All from day alt and alching, here's 91 magic. And slowly but surely, 83 fletching. While we are day alching for the final 600k magic XP, let's think about our other goal, the Runecrafting outfit. It comes from Guardians of the Rift, and we're currently 63 Runecrafting, mostly from Tears of Gothics and quest rewards. Guardians of the Rift is pretty bad at low Runecrafting. We only have the large pouch since we're not 75 yet, and we can't make death or blood runes because we're too low. Being this newbie won't only hurt us, but it'll also hurt our team in Guardians of the Rift. So let's look at this logically. The outfit nets us 60% more runes than normal. Great for Ironmen like myself who need GP or runes. The minigame also gives us the Abyssal Needle, but that requires 85 runecrafting to use for the Colossal Pouch. However, we got lucky and already got this in episode 11. So really, what do we need? Well, since the needle's done, we only need the outfit before 85 runecrafting. Before we can start using the pouch at 85, Runecrafting XP isn't nearly as valuable. So our final decision after all the calculations is we're going to start Guardians of the Rift once we get our giant pouch at level 75. Even starting at 75, it'll still ensure that we're done with the outfit before 85. To get to 75, we want to do lava runes. And as an Ironman, there's a lot of prep for that, including the Karamja Hard Diary. The Karamja Diary has one interesting task. Kill a Ketsek in the fight caves. Ketsek starts spawning on wave 31. The fight caves is 63 waves long, before fighting one of the strongest monsters in the game, Tiztok Jad for a fire cave. We're gonna want this fire cave later on anyways, so why not send the entire fight caves while going for this diary? Finishing up 78 mining now, just to ensure I have enough essence to carry me through 75 runecrafting so I can start Guardians of the Rift. Let's go gear up for the fight caves. This is the gear setup we're going to the caves in. We grab the Slayer task and still have our crystal bow from all of the questing we used it for. Let's make our way over. And let's go! We completed the fight caves on our first try at 55 minutes. I did record the entire fight caves, however, yeah, this is the only recording I got. I had the wrong client on, I am so sorry guys. But with the Jag kill out of the way, the Karamja Hard Diary is now complete. We can enter the gem mine in Karamja, and using a charged Amulet of Glory while gem mining increases the success rate. This allows us to get a pretty good mining rate while 3-ticking. Remember how our goal was to get to lava runes? Well, lavas require both binding necklaces and ring of duelings, which Ironmen have to craft themselves using emeralds. That is our current goal. We are going to mine emeralds until we have enough for 75 runecrafting. We have our trusty gem bag in our inventory, so all gems, sapphire and above go to there. The other gems, opal, red topaz, and jades are okay to drop. We will be using these later on, however, we are going to mine a lot more than we actually need, so it's fine to drop for now. Since I am 3-ticking, if I have to walk more than 2 squares to the next rock, it's important to walk until I'm 1 tick away and then start my knife log action. This is the hardest part of gem mining, however, that's what the tile markers are for. I will make a guide for gem mining specifically later on, just let me know down below if you're interested. For now, there will be a reference video that I used to learn in the description below. Let's say in theory I did want a bank. There's a bank deposit right here along my way that I just simply open, click deposit, and move on with my day. Just one more thing, with all of this running, I should be getting tired, right? You will run out of run energy doing this method without stands, so we need to find a way around that, since, well, we don't really have stands. That is what these blue energy potions are for, or as some of you might know them as, prayer potions. The bars above my inventory are my prayer points and run energy. Since we don't have staminas, and because we have 500 Rainer seeds from Sepulchre, we can afford to convert our prayer points to run energy. With the spell Vile Vigor on Arceus spellbook, our 75 prayer points turns into 75 run energy. Then we just simply pot up another 3 doses of blue potion and wait until we need more energy. Banking enough gems got us level 81 mining. And well, I did accidentally spend my entire day here because I was having so much fun. In a nearly 6-hour session, I was able to hold 110k an hour mining, which was the same rate we'd be getting at Granite without Prospector. Here I am hitting level 83, and now, for sure, we have enough gems for 75 Runecrafting. I wish I could tell you guys my strat here, but even looking back at this clip, I've got zero idea what I'm doing. I know what I'm trying to do, which is cut all of my gems while artifact thieving, and because you don't really need the sapphires, you can drop them, but I'm confusing myself, because I have 4 different gems in the bag at once. It's all just a mess. But yes, in conclusion, this is where we're going to cut all of our gems for the time being. When we do cut the emeralds, we have to be careful not to drop them since we need them for Runecrafting. And also, we have to POH teleport for more energy every other lap because we can't use our prayer potions here since we have to be on standard spellbook. Here's level 74 crafting. After all the gems are cut, it's time to make our binding necklaces and ring of duelings. When you have to enchant stuff, it's best to do it on a 4-tick cycle, that way you can craft a new piece in 3 ticks between. That's what we're doing. And after all of this, we are finally ready to do some lava runecrafting. Well then, alright. Lava runecrafting is just a little faster than I remembered. I have not done this method properly since 2016, and as you can imagine, the game was just a little different back then. You couldn't left click everything, there was no quick bank teleports, no day all essence, the list just goes on. A lot of people think a crafting cape is the best for a close bank, but they are simply wrong. The best way to bank for anything is to use hollowed crystals from Sepulchre. If you do 99 agility there, which you should if you care about efficiency, you will have more than enough crystals to last you until a max cape, including using a couple thousand for 75 RC at lavas. I mean, look at this teleport. I'm 2 tiles away from a bank. Sometimes you spawn 3 tiles away, but either way, it's faster than the Craft Guild and it's faster than Castle Wars. Lava runecrafting used to be a very well-liked method back in the day. From my personal experience, the idea of hiring runners for runecrafting now killed the hype of how fun solo lavas used to be. Just to give you an idea of how tight the timing can be, you may have noticed that I'm only using 2 pouches, but why not 3? Well, it's important to quite literally count every tick when runecrafting. At the altar, on tick 1, you use the earth rune on the altar and you get the XP drop. On the next tick, meaning this all has to happen within 0.6 seconds, you empty all pouches, then use the earth rune on the altar for another XP drop. On the 3rd tick, you tele back to the bank. If you bring 3 pouches instead of 2, it's extremely hard to empty all and use the earth rune on the altar in 1 tick. The small pouch only holds 3 essence, and it takes up an inventory slot, so in a way, it's only giving you an extra 2 essence per trip. Because you lose 1 tick per trip if you can't empty all pouches in 1 tick, it's better to leave it in the bank and only use your best 2 pouches. There I am, already 70 runecrafting, only 5 levels to go now. And as crazy as it sounds, just one 6-hour session was all it took. This trip gets us 75 runecrafting, so we will have access to the giant pouch and we can efficiently start Guardians of the Rift. The giant pouch is super important for Guardians of the Rift, or as I'll call it, Godder. There's a Discord for small teams Godder that Hebox has put together during his 99 runecrafting grind, and this Discord is immensely better than Mass is. Not only do Mass Worlds fail because sometimes Ironman leech, but the games overall are just significantly longer than if you were to have an organized group. Let's say you have a team of 5 and everybody has a colossal pouch and at least 4 brain cells. The game should always end after the second portal spawns, which is about 6 minutes long. If you look at Mass Worlds, the games range anywhere from 8 to 10 minutes, and that does not include failed games. So it's about 50% slower games per hour. Here's the thing though, the games per hour directly correlates to XP per hour, because look what happens at the end of every game. That's right, there's a fat XP drop. I'm out of here as soon as I finish the outfit, but the outfit is very RNG based. We need 1350 pearls, and the pearls themselves drop in a quantity of 10 to 20 as a random drop while looting. Not only that, but if we get a lantern, which is 1 in 700, we can charge it with U-logs and get 10% more rolls per hour. 1 in 700 is pretty rare though, so I'm not really expecting it. But that's not even all the RNG to the grind. The lantern at the end can also be turned in for 100 pearls, or if you were to get a dye to recolor the outfit, that can be turned in for 50 pearls. Realistically, if we were to loot 14 lanterns in a row, we could just turn them all in and move on. Because of this, we're going to be looting every few hours for a chance at the lantern, and near the end, hopefully we'll be able to turn in a bunch of stuff for extra pearls. And that was our first 35 loots. The best we got was 93 pearls. No lanterns, no dyes, never lucky. Oh crap guys, I forgot, but we did this in the past. If we grab our previous pearls, we can purchase the boots. It'll be worth buying the outfit as we go, because each outfit piece has a separate bonus of 10% more runes. And we do craft runes inside of the game. Whenever we have essence to make runes in the minigame, there are 2 altars open at a time, 1 elemental and 1 catalytic. If we use magic imbue to make combo runes at any elemental altar, we receive 50% more elemental energy than a normal rune. This effectively means we get an extra 25% more rolls per hour. At the end of every game, your elemental and catalytic energy turns into the points that you need for looting. 100 energy equates to 1 looting point, and any extras I get are a potential extra point. So for example, 507 elemental energy is 5 points, plus a 7% chance to roll a 6. We currently have 102 total elemental energy and 68 catalytic, meaning 68 total loots. The elemental energy is so far ahead, but we did that kind of on purpose. The best catalytic rune, blood runes, we can start crafting in just 1 more level, at 77. Once they are unlocked, we're going to be making bloods as often as possible, so our catalytic should catch up with elemental in no time. And in the middle of a game, here it is, 77 runecrafting. And at the end of that game, we have 69 loots. Nice. We'll try to send these for a lantern, and then we'll start making our blood runes. Let's hope we get lucky. Ooh, an abyssal blue dye. That's a free 50 pearls. I guess I can allow it. Man, talk about never lucky. Still no lantern. I'm just going to turn in this blue dye for 50 pearls. But that still isn't enough for the next runecrafting piece, so let's just get back to gaming. Man, the blood runes are juiced. We are now able to get nearly 60k an hour, and we don't even have the colossal pouch yet. While we're runecrafting, can I just say, why is the essence pouch plugin so awful? I mean, it never updates the number properly if you click fast enough. Does anybody in the game actually empty the pouches one at a time? Alright, ladies and gents, we have 52 rolls now. Let's try out our luck for a lantern. And once again, never lucky. I didn't even get a die this time around, like, come on. 58 more rolls, and now our catalytic energy is higher than elemental as well. Nice. Almost nothing, but we pulled a red die. Cool, free 50 pearls. Now we can buy the hat, and we have 3 out of 4 outfit pieces. Here's level 80 Runecrafting. And here it is, the final pearls. Halfway to 81 Runecrafting, we completed the outfit and we are done with Goddard forever. This probably should have been done before Deadman mode, but I've been delaying it because I just could not be bothered going back to the Wildy. However, getting a free 99 during this episode would just make the gains that much better. Here I am, finishing 99 Hunter. Hopefully this banked us enough chins for 99 ranged, but we will find out in the future. Now that all of the team content is officially out of the way, we are just chilling and finishing up 92 magic before the next step. While we do that, it's time for a progress review. On the left are my stats from last week, the middle is my current stats, and the right are my gains. Currently sitting at about 800 hours of playtime and 653 EHP. The EHP from this point, probably until we max, is going to be significantly off, due to the reason that now we have a lot of banked XP. Think about it, we were getting 17k an hour mining while mining the essence. That won't equate to EHP until we use them. This also applies to things such as herb runs and more. If you guys enjoyed this episode, feel free to leave a comment down below, and of course, don't forget to like and subscribe. TY for watching, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. It has been a long time since I've played this account. The last 45 days, I spent mostly just playing my level 3 skiller for 99 Slayer. So let's do a quick recap of what the Ironman has been up to during that time. We did do our Tears of Gothics every week, which all conveniently went to Slayer. We were also thankfully rich enough to keep the kingdom up and running while not playing. This cost 75k a day, which isn't a problem for us. We just had to log in to restore the favor every few days. In case you don't remember, this is making us teak logs for construction and herbs for herb lore. And finally, here and there we'd log in to complete herb runs. We grew pretty much all of our seeds we needed until we start Slayer. The most notable thing being that we now have 5.5k Ranars, which will be over 4,000 prayer potions for later. So while 789 has not been actively gaming, he has been gaining passively. Of course though, this video won't just be passive gains. I have been gaming hard over the last few days. It is time to do Desert Treasure 2. It has been a long time since we've talked about questing, so let's do a quick recap. The Lumbridge Elite Diary requires a quest cape to complete, and it rewards you an extra block for Slayer. That is essential. As of last episode, Desert Treasure 2 was the only remaining quest for a quest cape. The maximum quest points was 298. However, since then, they've released another new quest, the Path of Gluffrey, which rewards enough quest points for a total of 300. Traditionally, there is a new Slayer block every 50 quest points. So you guessed it, with 300 quest points being the new max, we get one extra block, totaling 7 with the Lumbridge Elite Diary. If I rush 300 quest points now and complete the diary step, I won't have to do any future quests. So here it is, my Desert Treasure 2 attempt. This quest is talked about constantly for having hard bosses, unlike other quests in the game. So I expect it to be hard. This leaves me two choices. The first choice, which would be the smart choice, I can practice each fight on my maxed ult before sending it on my Ironman. Or I could do the second choice, which is just send my first ever attempt on my Ironman, and what happens happens. It's content, right? As much as I would love to produce you guys juicier content, practicing on an ult seems like an obvious choice here. So I logged into my ult account, I opened the quest helper. I saw the pre-requirements and simply logged out. We're gonna go with option 2. Let's full send this on our Ironman. The first boss, Vardoofus, is supposedly meant to be one of the hardest. I watched a couple guys on YouTube and I figured I'd try to send a quick attempt. Wish me luck, boys. Alright, well that was awful. I remembered a bunch of stuff spawning on the screen in the videos, but oh my god, I felt like I just logged into Artistry. The guide mentioned to only stay in one area, and as you saw, I was running around the room like a little melon because I got overwhelmed. So now I'm mentally drained, and this quest sucks. I'm just gonna come back another day. Good morning everybody, it's time to send another attempt. I have refreshed my plugins this time, so this one should be a little cleaner. My food right now looks good, and he's more than halfway dead. Oh my god! I don't care. Third attempt, we're jumping right back in. And we were so close, come on! And attempt number 4, is it? Alright, this is ridiculous. I'm not doing anything different and this is how much food I have left over. Why couldn't I do this 2 attempts ago? I mean, I guess it's cool that I got the kill, but like, should I be happy considering I still have 3 more bosses to go? Alright, boss number 2, the Leviathan. I heard this boss was kind of hard as well, so let's see what we're getting ourselves into. Well, that was way easier than expected. This restored my hope in this quest. Maybe it won't be that bad after all. The third boss is the Fat Duke. This guy was expected to be easy, and yeah, it was. Time for the last boss now. The Whisperer. Good luck. And good luck doing this with no run energy. Attempt number 2. And if you're curious why I have monkfish in my inventory, it's because I ran out of sharks and I cannot be bothered to get more. I'm in enraged phase, I have a lot of food left, and my prayer dropped. Best of luck. Have I ever told you guys that I hate this quest? Attempt number 3. I wouldn't even say this boss is hard. My last 2 attempts are both because of stupid mistakes. So this should hopefully be it. Oh my god, finally! We're done with all of the bosses. Or at least, that's what I thought. To complete this horrible quest, there's one final boss that I have to do. In this fight, we have to kill 4 different bosses without banking. This does not seem fun. For this guy, I was supposed to bring knives or darts to tag his minions, and I forgot them. So that pretty much guarantees that I'll fail this kill. Let's just go bank. Our second attempt and the final boss. Here we go. And done! This quest is finally completed. 300,000 prayer XP? And before Voldemort releases another 10 quests for the quest cape, let's finish up 300 quest points, buy the quest cape, and complete the diary task. I should never have to do another quest on this account again. This was my first ever quest cape across all of my accounts. Now that this disaster is complete, let's finally move on to something fun. Skilling. We are currently level 86 mining. My goal this episode is going to be to finish this up. I did gem mining in a previous episode, but it wasn't for long as I just needed the emeralds for runecrafting. Now that I'm looking to do long-term gem mining, it's time to get a proper setup. To begin, we're going to get 82 construction for a fairy ring in our POH. As an Ironman, we have to make the planks ourselves. When using a PvP world, we can teleport to a bank in Camelot that's within a couple squares. We open this bank to grab more logs, and then we teleport back to our POH. Inside the POH, we can send the butler to the sawmill to make the planks. The butler will normally return to you, however, since you're not in the POH, the planks automatically go to your bank. Rinse and repeat until we have enough planks for 82 construction. Once we finally got all of the teak planks, it's time to start training. For normal construction, teak planks give 90 XP per plank. However, since we're an Ironman and we had to make the planks ourselves, we decided to use an alternative. Creating a mythical cape rack, which requires Dragon Slayer 2, takes 3 planks and 1 mythical cape. When you remove the rack, you get the cape back. So it's essentially like using 3 planks and having a placeholder in your inventory. This rack gives a 370 XP drop, or the equivalent of 123 XP per plank. Overall, because we get more XP per plank this way, it's a good method for Ironmen who don't want to train too slowly at Mahogany Homes. Let's jump into some gains. Here's level 75 construction, 76, 77, the big level 80, 81, and still the same session, 82 construction. Now we're just gonna grab 10 mushrooms and then go build our fairy ring. If your kitchen is built properly, it is possible to send your butler to make you a tea to boost your construction level by 3. Since we're 82 construction and a crystal saw does not work for a fairy ring, we're gonna use that T.
Behold, thy beverage is complete. Dost thou wish its dark heart softened by the milk of the cow?
Yes, please. Oh, I had the wrong shelves built. I only got +2. Here we go, this tea will give +3. A watering can? What? You know what they say, third time's the charm. There we go, we got it. So why do we need this fairy ring? Well, in order to start mining, we need super restores. To make a super restore, we need a red spider egg and a snapdragon potion. I already have snapdragon potions from farming over the last month, so we really just need red spider eggs. The best way to get these is to teleport to a fairy ring, in this case, now my POH. If we bring a sardine and a red spider egg to Ardoin, we can make a spidine. With the Ardoin medium diary complete, we get noted spider eggs as a drop. This will get us all of the secondaries to use our snapdragons. Whenever I need to bank, I use my Sepulchre teleport shards for the closest bank for maximum gains. The very last step before starting gem mining. We are finally making the super restores. Once I've made them all, it's time to decant them. But we're not going to decant them into 4 doses, we're going to do it in 2 doses. I hope you guys didn't forget about these bad boys. I still have over 26,000 caviar in my bank from our fishing grind. These can be used on almost any 2-dose potions for some extra herblore XP. So of course I'm going to want to gain some herblore XP before I consume the potions. Why the heck not? Here I am hitting level 88 herblore. Now it's finally time. That, my friends, is a beautiful sound. It's the sound of casting Vile Vigor while successfully mining a gem. In case you missed last episode, Vile Vigor is our way of restoring run energy. It transfers prayer points to run energy at a rate of 1:1. The super restore mixes restore our prayer points, and using about 13 2 doses per trip, I'm able to spend about an hour here before having to bank. All of the sapphire and better gems are going directly into our gem bag. And while we do need red topaz and opals for Slayer, we don't need that many. We bank some of them while we bank naturally, which happens in 2 scenarios. The first one being when we need more super restore mixes. The second scenario is when our gem bag is full and we have to empty the sapphires anyway. Something great about using bar mixes instead of normal potions is that they can be used as a gnome cube, or an item to start our 3-tick cycle with 1 click. This works because they are coded in the game as a normal food item, such as sharks or tunas. Don't ask me why, I just play this game. If you want to learn more about gem mining or the plugins that I'm using, check out my gem mining guide. With that being said, So, ending with the banger 1 mil XP session, we are finishing at level 97, as we still have nearly 2 mil mining XP to get through other methods. It was great for the Ironman to be back. However, 789 is once again going in retirement for 2 months. Leagues is coming up on November 15th, so that means I have to go hard. Remember how I mentioned in the beginning of the episode that my Tears of Gothics was going towards Slayer? Well, defense is my second lowest skill, so I figured I'd send one quick raid for defense XP to ensure that I can do all 8 weeks of Tears of Gothics on Slayer. I will talk more about this method in the future, but for now, I'm only doing 200k defense XP. With this and mining out of the way, it's time for the gains recap. On the left are my stats from last episode, the middle is my current stats, and the right is my gains. We are now sitting at 734 EHP and about 890 hours played. Being officially free from questing, the rest of maxing should only be skilling and hopefully no more wasted time. That's all for today. As always, TY for watching everybody. I hope you enjoyed today's episode of Gains, and don't forget to like and subscribe if you did. Until next time, this is once again a temporary goodbye to 789. Peace out. Welcome back everybody to the Iron Speedrun to Max series. It has been quite a while since we last played due to leagues, so we have a lot of catching up to do. But first, let's recap. Last episode we made in this account, we mined a lot of gems and ended up stopping at 97 mining. The plan was to save some mining XP for stuff that we'd have to do later on, which we'll get into this episode. Right before leagues, we paid for some boosts to throw chins and chambers to make defense not our lowest skill. That way, we could do 8 weeks of Tears of Gothics going into Slayer instead of defense. That plan unfortunately fell flat on its face. I had no idea that this was a mechanic, but apparently to play Tears of Gothics, you must have gained at least 100,000 XP or a quest point in the last week. So logging in for 2 months only doing Tears of Gothics plan did not work out. That brings us to today. We found some supplies for making Sarah brews in our bank, and this is a very quick way of getting 100,000 XP. Then we're going to jump into Tears of Gothics. Currently doing Tears of Gothics and heavily regretting not doing it the last 6 weeks. Wow. 15,000 Slayer XP gained for 3 minutes of gameplay. That could have been a free 120k Slayer XP. Oh well, we gotta move on. Before fully returning to the account, I did a lot of herb runs where I would never go to the bank, just consistently run between patches. I went through all of my seeds, irrits, and above. And finally, while I didn't exactly play those 2 months, I did force myself to log in for 30 seconds every few days, just to make sure my kingdom remained above 96% favor. It's time to go check out the gains. 18,000 teak logs? That's 2.2 Milcon XP easily banked. The herbs are honestly looking pretty juicy as well. This was basically 0 time banked herb XP. I had my kingdom set to 10 workers on teak logs and 5 on herbs. We do of course want to upkeep this until the day we max, so we'll continue exactly as is. I have one main goal for today's episode, but that goal has a little side requirement. The big goal is to get 95 Runecrafting for Wrath Runes, so that we can start slaying normally as an Ironman. Wrath Runes are used for offering spells, which will give us a very nice amount of prayer XP during Slayer. There's just one catch to Runecrafting. As an Ironman, we can't just train Runecrafting. Runecrafting is one of the best skills to multi-skill with. So what's the first step to training Runecrafting? Simple. Mine 75,000 sand. I'm currently hopping around Lumbridge buying bucket packs because we do need to put the sand into something, and that something will be buckets. It has been a very long time since we've mined sand, probably like 500 hours of playtime. And since the last time, we've had a couple of upgrades. We're now 99 agility, so our run energy is slightly better than last time. We have a water tiara for infinite water skin usage, so no need to waste an inventory slot for a water skin or worry about having to get more. And of course, we're 97 mining, so we have a higher chance of mining higher tiered sandstone for more overall sand per hour. Whenever my run energy is low, we have to mine 3 sandstone and 1 granite. Ideally, we never want to walk to the grinder, and if we're mining these 4 rocks, we never have to move 2 tiles, so our energy slowly regenerates. Because 97 mining gives us higher tier sandstone more often, it's worth it to drop the size 1 kg sandstones for less overall trips to the grinder. I actually already had 25,000 sands in the grinder before starting this, from way back when, so this is going to now be 50,000 buckets of sand banked. 25,000 buckets of sand took me a little under 5 hours, and I was able to maintain 90.2k an hour mining XP. Not bad at all. You know what they say, one 5-hour session a day keeps the viewers happy. This is now 75,000 buckets of sand banked. Oh man, I accidentally overbanked 25,000 buckets. I forgot about the ones I already banked in the past. Before continuing with today's video, here's a quick word from my partner, GamerSupps. GamerSupps has such an amazing variety of choices of flavors for you to get your daily dosage of zero sugar, zero carbs energy drink. I have been drinking these for nearly a year now, and GamerSupps has been a refreshing treat for myself during gaming. Every scoop is 100 milligrams of caffeine. I personally like to treat myself to 1 to 2 scoops per day. These tubs come in 100 servings for only $40. That's 40 cents per serving. Not only that, but right now, by using code JCW at the checkout, you can receive 22% off any orders. Now is the best time for cost-efficient energy to be even more cost-efficient. Try out some sweet flavors by using my link down below. Huge thank you to GamerSupps for the opportunity, and now back to the video. Before we turn those 75,000 buckets of sand into molten glass, let's talk about it. Molten glass can be blown into different items. At level 87, you unlock empty light orbs. If I were to blow glass now before 87, I would get 55 XP per molten glass. If I wait until 87 to use them, I will get 70 XP per glass. More XP per glass means less total supplies needed to gather for 99. So screw the glass until level 87. We gem mined for 10 mil mining XP last episode, it's time to cut those gems. Of course, not at a bank though. We're going to thief artifacts while cutting gems. We have to cut sapphires, emeralds, rubies, and diamonds, all of which our gem bag can hold 60 of each. That means we are holding 240 uncut gems with this one inventory slot. How great is this going to be for multi-skilling? I don't have many staminas, but for now, I'm very much enjoying just dropping my cut gems and infinitely running without having to bank. 76 crafting? 77 crafting? So it would seem that the gem bag goes in order from worst to best gems. Since there's no options for choosing which gem you want to withdraw, I need to use this wisely. I need 200 cut rubies for a mounted dig site pendant, and keeping all diamonds would be ideal for extra GP. As for all of the sapphires and emeralds, those can definitely be dropped. 83 thieving in the house. So I did that thing that Ironman do where we accidentally run out of energy pots. I can't really do artifacts without them, so I decided to make more energy potions, and while I'm at it, I'm going to clean all of my herbs. To use my Aventos for super energies, I need Mortmire fungus. And if I cast Bloom on my iron once, I can spam Bloom on my ult and be able to loot faster. Back in the game with more energy potions, here's 84 thieving. 80 crafting. And yes, this is my life now. Half my inventory filled with energy potions that I have to spam click for 20 energy per dose. 87 thieving is landing right now. 88 thieving. 82 crafting. Still not even done with my emeralds yet. And to end 91 thieving with a banger 4-hour session, cutting diamonds and sapphires, here it is, 91 thieving. We're only 83 crafting. With 1.1k uncut diamonds and sapphires remaining, we might need an extra boost in order to get 87 before we get to our glass. However, first, now that we're officially 91 thieving, it's time for a quick detour for the Pharaoh's Scepter. We are entering one of the scariest grinds for this account. We don't know when we'll get our Pharaoh's Scepter. It's a completely RNG goal, and it could heavily affect how the rest of my account goes. Every 250,000 experience I get here is 75,000 less crafting XP that I would have gotten at artifacts. If I loot the urns on floor 7 and 8, I could potentially take 10 to 20 hours just for the drop without even being dry. Imagine 20 hours, that's 1.4 mil crafting XP deleted from our account. The play here is to loot the chest on all floors and the sarcophagus on floor 4 and above. Because I'm going through the floors anyway, it's hard for me mentally to just leave on floor 7 or 8 without looting the urns. Normally going through plunder and looting the urns is 270k XP per hour. And because I'm going through the floors anyway for the scepter, it's very hard to justify leaving without looting the urns first. And since I'm already on the floor, it makes the effective thieving XP from looting the urns significantly higher. So on one hand, it's theoretically better to loot the urns. On the other, if I go dry and end up spending 30 or 40 hours here, I'm never going to be able to return to artifacts for more crafting XP. This is a tough choice. I have been trying to run my ult a couple floors ahead of me so that it can scout the doors and I can immediately enter the right one. I imported myself some tile markers and I started writing down which door my ult entered, that way I didn't forget. Oh, and of course, I always left floor 7 early when I had 2 minutes left remaining until I got kicked out. That way I was able to loot all of the urns in floor 8. It's been about an hour now, and we're at 210k an hour thieving XP. The 0 crafting XP gain is honestly mentally breaking me. Doing 11 runs per hour, this is about a 6 hour grind for normal drop rate. That's 2.3 mil thieving XP where we gain 0 crafting XP. Not to mention, remember earlier on in this series when we were doing Dagonoth Rex for a chance at the Berserker Ring and Dragon Axe? We had to kill 304 Rex, which is nearly 3 times the drop rate. Going 3 times the drop rate with 2.3 mil thieving XP would be 6.9 mil thieving XP, which is basically 99 already. This is so stressful. I have been having nightmares about just never getting the scepter to 99 thieving. After about an hour and a half of looting urns, I decided to start only looting the sarcophagus and chests. No matter how much time I have remaining, I left on floor 8. This brought my runs per hour to about 18 and 19, effectively making this a 3.5 hour grind. More importantly though, those 3.5 hours are only gaining 100k an hour thieving, so I'm only losing out on about 1.5 hours of artifacts every time I hit the drop rate. Getting 100k an hour thieving XP only does suck, but this should be the last ever RNG grind on this account until we're maxed. Let's hope we don't go too dry.
One hour later.
Oh my god, finally! I actually got lucky for the first time ever on this account. I'm not even 92 thieving yet, this is amazing. We're gonna get so much crafting XP from artifacts. I still have about an hour left of gems to use, so we're gonna go through those real quick. Here's 92 thieving. Now that we're out of gems and we're not 87 crafting yet for the 70 XP per molten glass, we are going to make some unstrung diamond amulets. Instead of alching diamonds for 1.2k each, these will alch for 2.1k each. GP is quite valuable to us since we're dodging the normal money makers such as CG, so the 140k an hour crafting XP pre-87 plus the extra GP makes this worth it. 84 crafting? And I'm not gonna lie, this method is so AFK that I wasn't really paying attention, but I did hit level 85 a bit ago. We're almost done with our diamonds now, and we're still missing 2 more crafting levels before 87. How will we get this? Yep, I'm doing that spell that nobody likes doing. With 3 giant seaweed and 18 sand, the super glass make spell will make molten glass. It's not just about the glass though. You'd think it wouldn't be much, but the super glass make part of casting this spell is actually insanely good crafting XP. We are just learning the pattern of this, and we're getting 185k an hour. There's still room for improvement. Casting this spell gives a random amount of molten glass. Sometimes you'll get 22 and sometimes you'll get 32. When you do get 32, the extras go to the floor. You might think, why not do 12 sand and 2 giant seaweeds then? That way they all go to your inventory and you'll never drop any. I guess it's because of some weird spaghetti code, but because of the way the numbers round, 12 sand and 2 giant seaweed will actually get you less average glass per sand. Because of this, it's worth it to always do 3 and 18. Whether you want to pick up the molten glass or not is up to you, but it is more efficient not to. The blue circles at the bottom of the screen are game tick counters. The reason we have this on is because we can save 1 tick banking every single time if we click the bank plus glass mix spell in the same tick. When done right, the bank automatically opens in 4 ticks when the spell is done. Assuming you always take 2 ticks to bank and then do that right, this would be 180k an hour crafting. So how are we getting more than that? If you really want to push the limits of this method, it is possible to do everything in a 5 tick cycle. On tick 1 the bank opens, so react fast. Deposit your inventory and withdraw 1 giant seaweed 3 times and 18 sand once. This usually goes into tick 2, but before the second tick ends, make sure you exit the bank, click the bank, and cast Super Glass Make. If you do this right, you're equal to AFK on tick 3 and 4. And then tick 5, everything repeats. The moment we've all been waiting for, 87 crafting. Only 8,000 more sands, so I might as well finish this up, and then we're gonna go have some fun. Finally almost out of sand, and we're maintaining 190k an hour. This is insane. According to the wiki, if you're really intensely focused, 600 casts per hour is achievable. That's 153k crafting XP. Wow. Now that I have all of this glass, I want to quickly wrap up 99 thieving so that we know where our crafting XP stands. We have 108k glass. Let's just hope we never blow this at a bank, cause that would be embarrassing. The Memoirs book always had 60 charges in it, but thanks to the update of removing the Zeah favors, the book now holds 250 teleports at a time. This is almost 4 hours of artifacts without having to worry about charging it. Those 70 crafting XP drops are really paying off. 75k an hour crafting alongside our 259k an hour thieving. Here is 93 thieving, 88 crafting, and then 94 thieving. Small change of plans. Because the southwest house is located in Varlamore, I'm always idling for a little bit on my way back to turn in the artifact. So I started bringing broad arrows in my inventory to fletch when I have no more molten glass left. I'm only getting 18k an hour fletching, which might not sound like a lot, and it's not, but over time that will definitely add up. 89 crafting, 96 thieving, 97 thieving, level 90 of that other skill we were training here, 98 thieving, and ending a little bit short of 91 crafting, here is another 99 for the account, thieving. And finally, the grind we've all been waiting for, Runecrafting crafting. Because ZMI is such a long run, you can multi-skill when runecrafting here. To be completely honest, I don't think I've heard of anyone doing this pre-Colossal Pouch, but because we don't have 85 Runecrafting yet, we're kind of figuring this out as we go. The method is a little different from people training post 85. Our pouches are holding 30 essence in 4 slots, and then I'm bringing another 7 essence after the glass in my inventory. That's only 37 essence per trip, which is kind of bad versus a normal method. But on the bright side, for now, our crafting XP per hour is significantly higher than our Runecrafting XP per hour. The reason we wanted to finish 99 thieving while crafting first is because we have to make sure that no matter what, we complete 99 crafting from Runecrafting. If we don't, we'd have to bank stand crafting. That's for the dirty AFKers, not the speedrun to maxers. Staminas at ZMI are a myth. Anybody who says to use them is actually an AI created by somebody who is trying to merge staminas. If you have 96 magic, you can cast Spellbook Swap on Lunars, and then use a Soul Rune for Vile Vigor to turn your prayer points into run energy. Then the altar for restoring your prayer points back to full is conveniently right along the way when banking. Here is level 91 crafting. Since I'm not technically 96 magic yet, I do have to use a magic pot to boost myself up. This is very inconvenient, but I did try my best to alch as much as I can. Unfortunately, we only got to level 93. I couldn't do it, guys. Having only 37 essence per trip kept screwing me over. The rune pouch only holds air, astral, and cosmic runes. I still need to actually craft the soul and law runes, and at level 85, when you have that extra 12 essence per trip with the pouch, you get them nearly every time. Right now, I'm just not getting it. So to cheer myself up, I'm going to sell all of my blood runes for money. Something that I haven't had a lot of in a while. We have the green stack. 10 million gold pieces. We can almost buy a bond. Forget the bond. Instead, we're going to spend everything we have on broad arrows. Our goal is going to be to try to fletch the entire time to 85 runecrafting. Fletching is the other skill that's great to do with runecrafting, and I should theoretically have a decent amount of time to do it. Because fletching uses less inventory spaces than crafting, if I can manage to spend that fletching time before level 85 for the extra essence per trip, that would be best. 2 seconds ago we had a green stack, and now we're poor again. I guess the good thing is that we have 180,000 broad arrowheads. That should be a lot of fletching XP. This is so much more bearable. 257k an hour fletching and 84k an hour runecrafting. Instead of only bringing 30 plus 7 essence per trip, we're now bringing 30 plus 20, which is a total of 50 essence. This is the same amount that people crafting with Colossal Pouch bring, so we're no longer getting screwed consistently by not making a soul or law rune. You might be wondering why I sidestep every time I'm banking here. When you sidestep, you land on the eastern side of the banker. If you were to just click the banker, you would land on the south side. The east side is one tile closer to the altar, and when you start your lap on the eastern side, you will get there one tick faster. It might not sound like much, but it will add up over time. Here goes 82 runecrafting, 86 fletching, 83 runecrafting. After 83 runecrafting, I took a quick break for the sake of convenience. I realized that I was close to 94 magic. Using a magic potion to boost from 93 to 96 is annoying, and if I were to take a 3-hour break to day alch for magic XP, I can get to level 94, which is an extra minute of being 96 per potion. And before we hit 94 magic, we actually got 98 mining first. And 94 magic. Before I got here, I grabbed all the day alt shards from my bank, so before leaving, I'm going to quickly turn them into essence. Before returning to RC, I decided to use all of my bones that I had in my bank from Slayer and Dragon Imps. This will get me an extra prayer level, which gives me 1 extra run energy every Vile Vigor. Okay, not gonna lie, I'm nervous as heck about this. I got my 4 alts geared up in 1 item just in case anybody shows up, and I got my Gravestone carrying extra food in case I need to eat. But wow, I'm really nervous right now. If I die, I'll lose all of these bones. I had to get them myself. There's 78 prayer, and depending on RNG, I might actually be able to get level 79. Nope. Log out as quick as I can. And we managed to do it. We got rid of all of our bones. Unfortunately, we did not level up prayer again, but honestly, I think I'll be fine at level 78. Living the comfortable life of now 94 magic and 78 prayer, here's 84 runecrafting. I really flew through these fletching levels, here's level 90. And just before level 85 runecrafting, 91 fletching. Our life is about to get so much easier. 85 runecrafting and the colossal pouch unlocked. This will actually be my first time ever using this pouch. I never did much runecrafting after it was released, and if I did, it was on a main account, so I used runners, which obviously I wouldn't need pouches for. This is exciting. It is also time to replace our broad arrows with more molten glass. So we're going to start bringing 15 glass and the rest essence. I forgot to mention, but you do normally get attacked by NPCs in this cave. If you have 2 ults, it is possible to set up all of the aggressive NPCs in such a way where they won't attack anyone. There is an unofficial dedicated world that most people use. I am unable to leak it on here, however I can leave a link to the Ironman skilling methods Discord, which explains how to set this up and where. The link will be down below. Let's start gaining. What a fantastic grind that was. With 95 RC out of the way, we can now make Wrath runes and start the longest grind on the account, Slayer. I am now happy to announce that we are finally caught up to date with this account with the 95 RC clip. However, I did realize that I forgot to show a grind that we did about a month ago. I stopped range at 96 previously, chilling at the Monkey Madness tunnels. For the remaining of 96 to 99 range, and especially thanks to the Chambers scaling update at the end of November last year, I threw the remaining of my chins at Skeletal Mystics. Skeletal Mystics have a bonus XP modifier in them, which grants me more XP per chin. 20% more XP per chin sounds great, right? Well, we're not only getting 20% more XP. There's a couple other things to this as well. The Chambers update back in November allows leaders to scale their party size, meaning me and my booster, which is one other person with 9 alts, can enter a raid and scale it as if there's 100 of us. Naturally, with 100 people, the Mystics will have even more hit points. Over 9,000 to be exact. Since their hit points are so high, I never have to worry about overkill damage. Think about it, in the caves, if I were to kill a monkey with 60 hit points and it only had 5 left, I can only max a hit of 5 on that monkey. I had to worry about that for every chin I threw at the tunnels, but here it takes about 30 minutes to kill the Mystic. So after 30 minutes I have to worry about that for 1 chin. Here at Mystics, we also have the 15% damage boost from our Slayer helm, because our Slayer task is skeletons. You probably couldn't guess it, but the Skeletal Mystics do indeed fall into the skeleton category. Here's level 97 range. We're about to finally complete our first raid, and this one raid got us over 360k gained in both defense and ranged. Once the Mystic has fallen, we simply log out while the booster sets up the next raid and repeat. Forgot to record because we were leveling so fast, but 80 defense has been achieved. You might also be wondering why we're training on defensive and not rapid. Well, the truth is, we didn't originally plan to do this method. By the time we found out about it, we already had 99 range banked in chins on rapid at the monkey tunnels. I did not want to accidentally max with the leftover 2000 chins in my bank, so I figured it would be best to throw these on defensive. As long as I hit 99 range at the end of the day, it should be more than worth it. Speaking of range, there's level 98. $85 defense now? And these XP rates are crazy. Including the 1 minute walk to here not gaining any XP between each raid, we're still getting over 700k an hour in both defense and ranged. Oh, also, you might have noticed that I'm prayer flicking. I did that thing where I accidentally forget something, and yeah, we don't have any prayer potions. So we're going to flick Eagle Eye while alching. What could possibly go wrong? Oh my god! Dude, I just got destroyed! What? Okay, don't step off the safe tile. Noted. To finally wrap up this video, here's one more 99. 99 ranged. I have about 200 remaining chins, so I'm going to finish up this raid because, to be honest, 700k an hour defense is more defense XP than I can get anywhere else. So, for a recap where our account is currently at. It's been so long since last episode, so I'm not even going to bother showing the progress since then. But right now, we're at 2069 total. The Slayer grind is about to start. We are also currently sitting at 960 EHP. In the last couple months, there was updates to pre-99 EHP for Ironman. According to Tempo OSRS, it should take 1,537 hours to max an Ironman now. But I'm not sure how accurate that is, including diaries, questing, and essential RNG grinds / upgrades. At 960 EHP, we are at 1060 hours played. However, with Slayer coming up, there is a lot of potential in closing that gap. Let me know what you guys think down below. Will we beat 1600 hours, get close to 1537? Comment down below on the final hours you think I'll max at. Don't forget that we are back full time to this account, so I will be streaming a lot of my Slayer grind on Twitch if you wish to check it out. TY for watching everybody, and I really hope you enjoyed this video, and I will catch you next time. Peace out. Last episode, we finished our long grind of Runecrafting, where we got 95 Runecrafting and happened to find ourselves at 97 crafting along the way. 95 Runecrafting has made us some money. It's time to finally cash in. The 102,000 death and 45k blood runes we won't be selling because they will all likely get used during our Slayer grind. However, the 58k law runes, 67k natures, and 19k cosmics can all be sold for now. The rune store in Al-Kharid will always buy runes for the same price, regardless of the quantity inside the store. So this is the best place for Ironmen to sell their runes. Alright, that was pretty much everything I want to sell for now, and we're at 14 mil cash. You guys just watch me become rich, let's go become poor again. Before starting our Slayer grind, I want to build the ornate pool and occult altar in my POH. This requires 90 construction, or if you don't want to waste time with stews but still want to boost it, you can build them at 84 with the crystal saw and a cup of tea. So our first order of business is to spend money on 84 construction. We're going to be making teak planks with our butler. The logs we've banked so far have only come from Kingdom. Once all the planks are made, we made some mythical cape racks to maximize the XP per plank for 83 construction. And then level 84. Let's get building. The ornate pool requires anti-venoms, and in order to get those as an Ironman, I need magic roots, which are from chopping magic trees that we farmed. The magic roots make antidotes, and using Zora skills on the antidotes makes the anti-venom. So now, with 87 construction from the tea, and the invisible +3 from our crystal axe, that is the occult altar built, which will allow us to change between all 4 spellbooks inside our house. And the ornate pool, which will always restore our hit points, prayer, run, and most importantly, spec. With 10 million coins remaining, we're going to start making wrath runes. The Scar Essence mine can be used to create these significantly faster, although it is expensive. To start off, because I will be poor by the end of this video, I'm going to create only one inventory of wrath runes at the moment. One inventory is going to cost me 1 mil. These are 1.5 tickable, however, as you can see, by the time I figured out how to do it, I already finished my inventory. That's 1 mil in the coffer, and then I withdraw the Scarred Extract to make wrath runes. And then I bring the Noted Extracts and some Essence to the wrath rune altar. And there we go, 5 minutes, 1 inventory of wrath runes got us 2.5k. This should last us for a while for starting out Slayer. With 9.3 mil cash remaining, you think we'd be ready to start Slayer and stay rich. However, there's just one more step. The Lumbridge Elite Diary gives me an extra Slayer block, totaling 7 tasks that I can block. The only step that I haven't done yet is to create an adamant plate body, which requires 88 smithing. I can boost this from either 84 or 87. If I choose to use the Kovacs Grog from level 84, I have to do Giant's Foundry. I don't want to do Giant's Foundry, so we're going to full send 87 smithing. Smithing is one of the few expensive buyables on an Ironman. Costing 200 GP per gold ore, granting 56.2 XP per gold bar, this skill will be about 46 mil for 99 smithing, or 3.5 GP per XP. Instead of buying gold ore in different worlds and banking it, I'm doing Efficient Ironman Blast Furnace. This is when you use one of the Blast Furnace worlds to buy gold ore and instantly put 2 inventories in the conveyor belt. Then, instead of banking, you drop the bars and repeat. You can normally hop around the worlds, as each world has 100 stock, and it is refilled relatively quick by the dwarves. However, if you get lucky like me, there happened to be an Ironman with a lot of gold ore from PVM in their bank who needed GP. So they were dumping their gold ore into the shop and I was buying it, so I didn't have to hop. Something about this method that I was shocked about is how little run energy you use when you don't bank the bars. I was expecting to be downing energy potions like crazy, but I only had to restore my energy every 15 minutes or so. So anyway, let's get some smithing levels. Okay, and that was 85 smithing. Obviously not our 87 goal, but we're kind of out of money, so we don't really have a choice. Slayer's going to make us a lot of GP, so let's get started with only 6 blocks. The final thing we need to be prepared is our prayer potions. I have a lot of unfinished Raynor potions that I'm going to be turning into prayer pots. I'm actually going to go through all of my unfinished potions while doing this, just to get some herb XP out of the way. After nearly 2 hours of just AFK bank standing, here is 91 herb ore. And finally, coming up near the end with over 800k XP gained from AFKing, let's see our final prayer potion count. The Raynor seeds from 99 agility banked us 4,719 4-dose prayer potions. I personally think we are ready for Slayer. Our first task is to kill skeletons from when we did range training in chambers. After this task, we'll start our real Durado Slayer grind. A very long time ago, we did Wildy Slayer for points. This got us the starter unlocks, such as Broader Fletching, Slayer Helm, Slayer Rings, and Stopping the Wyverns. It's now time to essentially start over. I have under 100 points, and we're not going to waste more time point boosting. It's all Durado from here. Coming up to see our first task, good luck. Trolls? I'm low points, I don't know how picky I can be, so I logged out to think about this, but our final decision was to skip it. Instead, our first task is going to be Fire Giants. When slaying on an Ironman, you're not actually slaying on an Ironman. Instead, you're considering these 5 things. First, will this task make me GP? I'm an Ironman, so I need to make my money for my buyables. 2. Will this task lose me money? Some tasks I'll be barraging for 0 drops. This is strictly loss, and even if it's good XP, it's bad. 3. Does it give herb seeds / herbs? This is quite important because we do need to rely on these herbs to finish 99 herb. 4. Does it give prayer XP? This is more for later on, but many endgame tasks give a stupid amount of prayer XP when done properly. If we don't make any major mistakes, we shouldn't have to train prayer after 99 Slayer. The 5th one, which also applies to endgame, is are we on track to finish 99 melees before Slayer? 99 magic is going to happen way sooner than Slayer, but we're going to keep training magic because it's faster Slayer XP. However, it is essential for us to finish the melees with our Slayer. If we somehow have 1 mil melee XP remaining after Slayer, we messed up. So, Fire Giants. These do not pass any of the questions, which made me realize I need to complete it as fast as possible. They are a bad task. That's where we meet our friend, Logout Slayer. Logout Slayer is a method used to boost our Slayer XP per time played, since we can use other accounts to set up the pile of enemies while the speedrun account is logged out. When they're set up, we log in and kill them and repeat. Yes, I understand this is an unpopular method, but it's still stupid not to do for a speedrun. If you don't like this, I do have good news for you, which is we won't have to do this for a lot of tasks. Since all logout tasks on the Ironman won't give us drops, it's not that good. However, because we're just starting out, it's going to be essential to get a comfortable amount of points to only do the good task later on. Okay, our first complete task, that's plus 15 points, and we finished at 78k an hour Slayer. This rate with no GP or drops isn't that good. However, it was a total of 6 minutes logged in for the task to be complete, so it's definitely worth doing for the time being. The next task is Tazar's. This task is slightly better, although not great. It's the same strategy, however my ult can tag a couple of enemies and the others will all gang up on it. On the NPC that my ult tags, I still get half XP and no drops. However, the ones that aggroed against it, that I haven't damaged, I get the full Slayer XP and drop on. With that task of solo barraging complete at 83k an hour, the next one is going to be spiritual creatures. This one is interesting. Historically speaking, you used to be able to tag monsters with a 0 on a main account and then lure them into a pile, and if you barraged on the Ironman, you would get full Slayer XP plus the drop, so long as you didn't hit over a 0. It worked like this for a whole 8 years, and then, unfortunately, on April 2021, they decided to nerf this. But read the nerf. For Ironman, certain Slayer monsters loot and XP will be discredited if a player hits a 0. Certain Slayer monsters. That means that they only nerfed it at the most popular Slayer locations. How many people do you guys know barraging spiritual warriors? The answer? Probably none. This is quite useful for this account since I can do logout strats. Not only am I getting full Slayer XP from these, but I'm also getting their drops. And they drop an okay amount of rune items to out. It's not much, but while we're this low level of 74 Slayer, it's definitely going to be a great task. And coming up near the end of that task, 95k an hour Slayer and about 120k GP made back in Alks. I'll take it. My 30th task was to kill Zygomites, but I felt kinda bad since they tend to be fun guys. However, it's a quick 5-minute task, well worth doing for the points right now, despite the horrible rate. 186 Slayer points now, we're seeing some progress. After that, I got myself some more Tazars, which is great. Okay guys, I wasn't even recording, but I actually forgot that there's literally an upgrade for my legs during Slayer, the Obsidian Plate legs. These have a +1 strength bonus, and I think I'm pretty lucky getting this as my first Obsidian item, but this is now our best in slot leg piece unlocked until we max. There is level 75 Slayer, which means we can now kill gargoyles. There is a lot of experimenting going on right now. I'm trying out blue dragons, but they are kind of doo-doo. However, you guys can finally see what my Wrath Runes are used for. When I get 3 bones, I cast Sinister Offering for prayer XP. Even just these baby dragon bones are granting me 90 prayer XP each. Think about how each kill is 50 Slayer XP, and yeah, you can get the idea on how we might be able to finish prayer with Slayer now. This is only going to get better as we level up. A little later on, during my worm task, I got a shield left half, which means we can officially complete the Ardougne Hard Diary. We won't do this yet though, because it will cost us 750k GP, but it's good to have for later on. Our Slayer points are not the hottest right now, so I'm testing out some Abbey Spectres. Including the Superiors, I'm getting about 30k an hour Slayer. However, they do give pretty good herbs and herb seeds, so it's not a total garbage task. That was our 46th task, we're getting close to number 50 now. You might have noticed that I'm 76 Slayer now and still haven't used my 6th block yet. That's because we still have yet to be assigned gargoyles. The moment we do, that becomes our 6th block. Skipping some boring tasks, here we are finally at Dagonauts. These are barrageable, and my XP rates don't look that good right now, but this task was harder than I remembered it being, so I guess I wasn't fully prepared. But barraging these is currently getting us 63k an hour, and we get a lot of seed drops. The ancient shard drops are also going to be extremely useful for later on, because they can be used to charge an Arclight, which we will get into after 80 Slayer. I've had way too many of these, but Fire Giants are unfortunately my 50th task. This got us 225 points, totaling 356. Now we're trending nicely. Cave Horrors. I mean, these aren't technically that great to do, but I'll try them out because why not? It seems that it will be a common trend for casual melee tasks to be roughly 28 to 30k an hour Slayer. The prayer XP from here was actually a lot better than I expected though. Big bones are buried with the Bone Crusher, and then the chance of an ensouled horror head gives me a nice prayer XP drop as well. When doing melee Slayer, it's important to always stay on the Arceus spellbook. The ensouled heads themselves are dropped from tons of Slayer monsters, and you can use the heads while at the task if you bring the runes. There are other spells which are great for melee Slayer, such as Death Charge or Thralls, which I will go more into depth once we get to Necreals. Forgot to record, but there was 83 strength. The worm tasks are alright. I get about 26k an hour prayer and Slayer here. The worm bone gives 150 XP per offering, however if I were to bank them and use them at the wilderness, I would get an average of 350 XP per bone, thanks to the 50% chance to save a bone when offering. Because each worm task takes about 30 to 40 minutes, I only bring enough combat potions for 20 minutes and then purposely go bank as many bones as I can. I'm only able to teleport to these guys 3 times a day with Current Hard Diary. However, after Elite Diary, I'll have infinite teleports and will be able to bank every single bone for maximum prayer XP. Just imagine 130 Slayer XP for each kill, and then 350 prayer XP. That's going to be some sick prayer XP. They also drop a lot of alks, as you can see all the rune items in my inventory, but we're never on standard spellbooks, so when will we actually get a chance to alk them? Steel and Iron Dragon tasks are typically awful for low levels. Without a lance or a fang, they take forever to kill. Thankfully, since we can do Logout Slayer, we can deal all the damage on our ults and log in for the final hit, similar to how level 3 Slayer works. Even if 2 people are attacking it, as long as my melee attack happens 1 tick after the ult using magic, I will get the XP drop. Because I'm barely doing DPS here, this is where I can finally process my alks. The normal spellbook is fine since others have no use here, and I'm only logged in for a few seconds each time anyway. There was a new method I wanted to give a shot, which was called Sea Howie Glass Tazars, where I basically use a Sea Howie here and blow glass on the run back. While testing out these rates, we got 77 Slayer. You guys watched me do 74 to 77 Slayer, but you never saw me at one of the well-known good tasks, Dust Devils. That's because this is finally my first task. Because I can't tag on ults and get the full XP drops, plus drops since I'm an Ironman, I do this just like you guys do. I don't do the logout strat. I really looked forward to this task because it drops a lot of coins and alchables, which will get us 87 smithing way faster. The XP rates that I'm getting are roughly 75 to 80k an hour. Back at a worm task, here's level 78 Slayer. In previous series, Bloodvelds were always the highest Slayer XP per hour with logout strats. I used to get 170 XP per kill, but now, since I'm an Ironman, I only get 85. Normally, this would mean that I get half of the old XP rates, which would be about 80 to 90k an hour. However, that's completely wrong. The first task testing this out, we are already getting 120k an hour Slayer with tons of mistakes. I see a lot of great potential in this task for Slayer XP. Back at a baby blue dragon task, here is level 84 strength. I have finally alked long enough for another smithing session to finish up the Lumbridge Elite Diary. Here's level 86 smithing, and 87. With the Lumbridge Elite Diary complete, we now have another block available, and I was debating putting the 50k XP lamp on Herbivore. However, I'm going to use it on Slayer before level 80 just to get to Necrodeals faster. We are only 27k XP off. I did another test of Chowie Glass Tazars, and we were getting about 45k an hour Slayer, 240k an hour Strength, and 30k an hour Crafting. The moment we all have been waiting for, level 80 Slayer. It is time to finally live at Necrodeals. In case you guys wanted an update on Dagannoth tasks, we're now able to get 77k an hour Slayer here. We are 9 tasks away from 100 and I have 221 points left. I don't want to risk getting a Necrodale task that isn't extended, so I'm going to spend 100 points on that now. The next piece reward will ensure that we always get assigned 200 to 250 Necrodales at a time. Here is 2100 total level at a Dust Devil task. I really thought things were going to be okay. You guys ready for this? We have 16 Slayer points. I really don't know what happened. I just kept on getting Elves and Kurasks. But we are 4 tasks away from getting a fat point boost, so let's just really hope we can make it. Cave Horrors. Okay, I can do this. Come on, we need something good. And I got 24 Wyverns. I can't risk that. I have to skip right into Adamant Dragons. Dude, I can't even kill these. They are literally so strong. I'm just doing the cringiest cheese methods because this task is so demotivating. I damaged it on an ult and now I'm going to try to deal the final hit. But it's still so hard because they have such high defense for no reason. How did I even get stuck doing this? I swear, the next 2 tasks better be easy, and once we get that point boost, we'll only move upwards. And the 99th task is Worms. Okay, at least it's not something I normally skip. It's actually crazy what we've been through the last 7 tasks. I just wanted to show you guys how cool Necrodeals were, but instead we were just being sent all over the place. Anyways, let's talk about our 100th task. If we get it from Durdo, we'll be rewarded with 375 points. However, if we get it from Konar, we'll be rewarded 450 points. Konar sucks because she assigns monsters to kill in specific areas, so if we got something like Fire Giants in Neve's Cave, it would be pretty bad. That being said, 75 points seems very worth it, so we're going to risk this. I deserve the good RNG. And finally it happened. 240 Dust Devils in Kourend where we would normally kill them anyway. This was great. I'm still necklace, but we did get 81 Slayer. From now on, we at least have 450 points to play around with. Hopefully we won't ever go low again until 99 Slayer. So what happens now? Will we ever get Necrodeals, or should we just get 99 Slayer first? Find out in next episode, which will be next week. If you guys enjoyed this episode, be sure to like and subscribe, and I will see you all there. As always, TY for watching, and peace out. Last episode, we wrapped up early game Slayer, finally getting level 80 for Necrodeals. Unfortunately, even after spending 100 points on extending them, we straight up never got a task. However, I am proud to announce that after being nearly level 82 Slayer, we finally got our first Necrodale task. Barraging Necrodeals in Kourend is really good Slayer XP, getting up to 100k an hour. This sounds great, however, for us, that's not even efficient. I'm an Ironman, and we're currently sitting at 97 magic, 85 strength, 75 attack, and 87 defense. Most importantly, we are currently 79 prayer. To max efficiently, I have to get 99 in all 5 of these stats by the time I'm 99 Slayer. If I just barrage everything, I'll be left short on the other 4 skills. That's why melee Necrodeals are so good for me. Because I'm already camping the Arceus spellbook, I could just loot ashes and cast the demonic offering spell with my Wrath runes. Necrodeals drop malicious ashes, which means every kill, the ashes we get are worth 195 prayer XP. Compare the ratios. Each kill is 105 Slayer XP and 195 Prayer XP. As you can imagine, with numbers like these, the Prayer stonks will go up. Naturally, melee will be slower than barraging, but we do have small little things to help our DPS. First of all, not even owning a whip yet, we're going to be using our Arclight charges. The Arclight is a chargeable weapon that when used against demonic creatures, it gets an insane accuracy and damage buff. Fortunately enough, the Necros we are killing falls into this category, so no more Dragon Scimitar for now. Also, we should never forget the two strongest Arceus spells to help our DPS when meleeing, Death Charge and Thralls. These two spells are going to make a pretty large difference, especially over 30 million melee XP. Death Charge will give us an extra 15% spec every 60 seconds. The DDS spec is still a lot stronger than the Arclight or any other weapon I have. Thralls, on the other hand, is summoning, but thankfully renamed so we don't have any RS3 things in old school. Imagine summoning ghosts for nothing but free DPS. These ghosts are not only free DPS, but they ignore the target's defense, making it even more effective when fighting high defense NPCs. So here is level 80 Prayer, 86 Strength. With how often the Necros drop alchables such as rune or adamant items, it's important for me to bank for more inventory space. At this point, I'm still working on finding the perfect inventory setup, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually. I got myself some Dust Devils, which means here is level 82 Slayer. And right after that Dust Devil task, we finally got sent right back to Necros. This is how I want my Slayer to be. I just want to do Necros all day long. Okay, I think I finally found my sweet spot inventory setup. Early on, of course, we have some prayer potions on the floor because I have to juggle them due to the lack of inventory space. The ground items plugin actually has a countdown for when my items will despawn. This makes it a lot easier to juggle. All I need to really be careful of is the people safe spotting Necros that will yoink my prayer potions. Of course, it will happen while meleeing. Here is 97 magic. I'm officially low on prayer potions after one full trip, so here are my findings. We got 29k an hour Slayer, 52k an hour Prayer with no superiors. A nice 105k strength while only being level 86 and having pretty bad gear. And look at that rich boy inventory. This is my favorite part. There's probably about 200k GP in just alks, not even including the 76k coins we also picked up. I love this task right now. Thankfully the bank is closed, so we just have to quickly re-gear and we can continue the same session. Getting back to Necros should only take a few seconds. I teleport with the Slayering to Mauritania Tower, run to the basement, and it's important to always use these two spawns right here in this room. But I do have an account AFK that you can see on my minimap as an orange dot. This account essentially serves as a block so that the Necros can't leave the room, ensuring that I constantly kill the same two Necros without wasting much time running around. The account standing in the doorway is completely blocking the walking path. I know what you might be thinking, if someone goes under me or a death spawn goes under me, it ruins it. Well, not really. If you zoom out on your minimap as far as possible, and click an area where you know it will know your click so that you don't move, you essentially become a brick. When this happens, the game refreshes your tile every single tick. The odds of a Necro or even any NPC walking through you when you do this are nearly zero. Coming up to the end of the task now, including superiors and banking, we're getting 33k an hour Slayer and 46k an hour Prayer. Not even including the GP I've made, which is probably over 800k. This will hopefully be our new home until 85 Slayer. Because a superior can spawn death spawns and they are actually very strong, I do need a strategy. If I run away far enough after they're spawned, they will lose their aggression and I simply come back to finish off the Necro. It can spawn spawns multiple times per kill, so it's important to be careful and make sure that we don't die. Back at Dagonaut, still barraging and still extending for the herb seeds, here is 83 Slayer, which is actually a new unlock for Ironman. Spiritual mages can drop dragon boots at a 1 in 128 drop rate, which means our next spiritual creature task, we're going to kill some mages and hopefully get our hands on some dragon boots. No dragon boots yet, but we did just get 87 strength, 81 prayer, Remember these guys, Bloodvelds? I didn't want to extend these to 99, but I've gotten better at double barraging, and even though we get half Slayer XP for every kill, we are still getting 160k an hour in Slayer. Despite having no drops or prayer XP, these XP rates are just way too high to not extend. 83.5 Slayer now, still no spiritual creatures. I did get Necrodos again, although this one is a problem. My Arclight is now out of charges, and the only way to charge it is to get more ancient shards, which we get from killing things inside the catacombs, and they're not exactly common. If we barrage, we have to be on ancient spellbook. We won't be able to use the Arceus spells for prayer XP. At this stage on the account, are we ready to give up 195 prayer XP per kill? The answer is simple. No. We need a new method. And that's why from now on, we are going to SBS Chali POH offer the Necrodos instead. What? This method, when broken down, stands for Spellbook Swap, Crystal Halberd Spec, POH Teleport, and Offering Spells. There is a simpler version of this method, however, what we need to know is that since we are Ironman, we cannot spec transfer. Knowing that our pool in the POH restores our spec, this gives us a couple options. One, we can create thousands of house tabs and use one tab per lap, which I promise you is a lot of tabs, probably not worth the time. Two, we can stay on standard spellbook, but then we won't have access to Arceus to be able to offer the ashes for prayer XP, thus throwing away all that prayer. Or 3, we can stay on Lunar Spellbook, which gives us the ability to spellbook swap to any spellbook. This way, we can swap to the normal spellbook to cast POH Teleport with runes, and then swap to Arceus when we want to offer ashes for prayer XP. So while we are running to the Necrodos, we want to red click something so that we don't stall, and then cast spellbook swap to the normal spellbook. Then, we'll have Necrodos conveniently waiting for us, waiting to be spec'd down. The Crystal Halberd special attack can hit 10 NPCs standing on one tile. So we have another account in Necrodos that has 7 of them stacked, along with whatever death spawns that they may have put under as well. So with my Halberd hitting 10 enemies 3 times per lap, the extra DPS makes up for the time spent running back and forth. After all of the specs, I teleport to my POH, which automatically puts me back on Lunars. And then, if I have at least 3 ashes in my inventory, I can spellbook swap to Arceus to offer the ashes, and then go straight back to standard. Just got a superior and I honestly have no idea how to kill it, so I guess we'll send some see how he specs and then maybe hope it dies. And while running around panicking, I actually managed to corner trap it with my ult, so we're safe now. You might be wondering at this point, how am I getting drops in my Ironman when I'm tagging on my ult? Didn't they nerf that many years ago? Well, yeah, they did. The reality is, if you hit a 0 on your ult to lure a monster and then attack on your iron, you will get half Slayer XP and not get any drops. I'm doing something a little bit different though. My ult is geared with air and mind runes, so that I can cast the level 1 spell, Windstrike. Windstrike has a maximum hit of a 2. It is my ult's job to make sure that I don't hit a 0. I have to damage a Necrodo by either a 1 or a 2 for this to work. Once they are all stacked, we have to wait for them to heal back to full HP. Except, here's the catch, we don't actually have to wait. Most NPCs in the game restore 1 hit point per minute or per 100 ticks. For some unknown reason, Greater Necrodos inside of Kourend are the only common Slayer mob to heal 1 hit point per 5 ticks or every 3 seconds. Think about how long the run is there. Even if I hit my max hit, which is a 2, only 6 seconds later, that Necrodo will be full HP again, allowing my Ironman to damage it and get full Slayer credit. So there's no need to do logout with this method. In real time, we're actually getting 33k an hour Slayer, 225k an hour Strength, and 25k an hour Prayer. Even the magic XP rate is relatively high since we're using so many different spells. Wrapping up my first task like this, it's been nearly 2 hours and we got 430k strength XP just from this one task. Since the greater necros have 205 hit points instead of 105, their Predator Slayer ratio is a bit less generous, however, we can just make that up later. I'm not sure why every level up seems to be at Dagonauts, but I still haven't had a Spiritual Warrior task, yet here is 84 Slayer. It's finally happening! Spiritual creatures are my task now. I have 231, and just to play it safe, I will use Slaughter Bracelets until I see the boot drop. Given that boots are 1 in 128, there's no way we don't get them this task.
A few moments later.
I was lied to. The Wikipedia says that dragon boots are 1 in 128. I have now killed over 128 spiritual mages, and I do not have dragon boots. It's been nearly an hour, and 286 spiritual mages later, I still don't have dragon boots. I guess now we have to wait until our next task. The absolute best part of 84 Slayer, we get to completely waste 100 points on our new block, Drakes, and in order to do that, we had to unblock Skeletal Wyverns, which we now have to skip. Not sure about you guys, but I absolutely love this skill. Kind of just been really enjoying the strength XP from See How We Next, but here is 85 Slayer. Another opportunity has come up. We got another Spiritual Warrior task, so hopefully now we get our dragon boots. I've been kind of just killing these and we're already under 100 left. For some reason my cat now decided to roll all over my keyboard, so I'll be right back.
Wait, I actually got boots? Hang on. Where? Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Okay, I'll be right back.
That was definitely a close call. And thank you to my Twitch chat for pointing out that I got the boots when I logged out. Since we're done with that, for the rest of Slayer, we can go back to barraging Spiritual Warriors. I did also just hit 90 strength by swinging our halberd over here at Necreals. Will I ever return to the tower? And honestly, do I even want to ever return to the tower? To be honest, right now, I don't even know. Comparing the two, the Crystalled Halberd gets me double the melee XP per hour, and just about the same, if not slightly higher Slayer XP per hour as well. The biggest downside right now is that Tower Necreals do grant us a lot more prayer XP due to them only having 105 health. I think this is where I'll call today's episode, so I hope you all enjoyed it. For a very quick recap as to where we are, currently we're sitting at 81.5 prayer and 85 Slayer. Our goal will be to continue to shorten this gap, and in a perfect world, we'll get 99 prayer and Slayer on the same task. With the power of Wrath Runes and us continually monitoring our XP, we should be able to get close. Don't forget that I am also back to streaming a lot of this Slayer journey on Twitch. Feel free to check it out if you want to see it live. As always, TY for watching. Feel free to leave a like, comment, or even subscribe if you haven't. I will catch you all next time. Peace out. Just to quickly recap last episode, we learned how good the offering spells were at the Slayer Tower for Necreals, giving us significant prayer XP during Slayer. Then we did some Crystal Halberd Necreals on our Ironman while still getting kill credit and drops. And finally, it took us 2 tasks and it was after 85 Slayer, but we finally got our Dragon Boots on task, giving us our final boot upgrade for the series. Okay, so I was learning how exactly I'm going to be doing Abyssal Demons and trying to understand the method. And of course, I get an Eternal Gem within 10 minutes of being here on my first ever Abbey Demon Superior. This is a great upgrade for us, and it's actually more beneficial than an Imbued Heart for the purpose of the speedrun, as this can be made into an Eternal Slayer Ring, which will give us infinite teleports to the Slayer Tower for when we make our return to Tower Necreals. But for now, let's focus on Abyssal Demons. Similar to Necreals, these are weak to the Arclight. So all of the charges that I got from C-Howling my Necreals to 85 Slayer have charged my Arclight for 7,000 charges. Abyssal Demons are a great Slayer milestone because they mark the next upgraded weapon from a Dragon Scimitar, an Abyssal Whip. While this isn't necessarily worth boosting for, it is definitely still a notable upgrade and time saver for me, as I do still use the Dragon Scimitar against certain tasks such as worms or maybe even blue dragons, which I have not tested yet. Abyssal demons are commonly barraged. However, it is kind of expensive as they don't drop a lot of alcohols, so you need to be kind of rich in order to barrage them. Since I'm an Ironman who has not touched much PVM, I'm poor. And because I need the melee XP anyway, we're going to just melee Abyssal demons for now. However, it's not as simple as tag and go AFK. We have a Crystal Halberd with us. There are 9 Abyssal demons in this area, spread into these 2 rooms that are connected. It is possible to lure all 9 to the middle. It can be frustrating since Abyssal demons can teleport you around, and you may be thinking, I'm meleeing, that sounds way too hard. However, there is an easy way around this. As long as I tag every Abyssal demon in the room and make sure that I deal damage to it rather than hit a 0, I can use an ult with magic to help me. Once my iron has dealt damage to an Abyssal demon, and let's say marked its territory, if a main account attacks it and splashes with magic, it won't hurt the kill credit. It is essential to have at least -64 magic on the ult to always splash. So after tagging one room and going to the other, I can simply use my other account to lure the Abyssal demons to the middle, and then send away my Sea Halley specs. The Crystal Halberd is the best AoE melee spec weapon that I have, and if I stack the Abyssal demons properly, I can hit all of them, and because it only uses 30%, that's 3 specs per cycle. The Demonic Offering spell was great at Necreals because every kill gave us 195 prayer XP. However, that wasn't even its peak performance. Abyssal demons are the best task we can get for straight prayer XP per hour. The Abyssal Ashes, which are always dropped by Abyssal demons, can be offered for 255 prayer XP each. This already sounds insane, and it's not even including the 1 in 25 drop rate for the Ensouled Abyssal Head. This head has insane value for us as well, because it's worth 1,300 prayer XP. Averaging 1 every 25 kills gives us an extra 52 prayer XP per kill, which means the total average prayer XP per Abyssal Demon is 307. Here is level 82 prayer, 91 strength, and 110 combat. I got a superior worm on my last ever worm, and it's a free 3.2k Slayer XP. And maybe we'll even get an imbued heart. The heart is one of the most dreaded grinds for late game Ironman, and while it wouldn't help my speedrun at all, I wouldn't mind one just to flex on noobs. Aw, never lucky. I want to quickly take a minute and let you guys know about my new partner, Kick.com. This segment is unique because I'm not asking you guys to order anything or take your wallets out. Kick is a live streaming site that has recently contracted me to stream some old school RuneScape. So I created a fresh streaming account which I plan to use a lot. Come enjoy this journey to Max Live, as I will be streaming the adventure live on Kick every day from Monday to Friday. My schedule will try to start around 10 to 11 AM Eastern, and then we'll go until the sun sets. I still have 500 hours left to play, and I'm inviting you to come watch it live. Simply create an account on Kick.com, go to my page, kick.com/GCWRS, and simply drop a follow. This would be greatly appreciated, and one of the best parts, there's no ads on this website. Just simply enjoy the stream and some epic tunes. I hope to see you guys over there, and huge thank you again to Kick for the great opportunity. Now let's jump back into the video. So I mentioned earlier that the Eternal Gem will be useful for when we return to Slayer Tower Necreals, and I do have a specific plan for when we go back. For DPS, and more specifically for Slayer mobs, which are normally lower defensive stats, the main thing to watch to maximize our DPS is when we get new max hits. Getting a max hit is calculated from our strength level plus total strength bonus. When fighting these lower defensive NPCs, accuracy doesn't matter much, which is why most of the time during Slayer, an Amulet of Strength is actually better than an Amulet of Fury, because the Amulet of Strength has 2 extra strength bonus versus the Fury. Knowing this, we can use the RuneScape DPS calculator and fill in everything accordingly, including our gear, prayer, stats, and even including the strength potion. We can simply put against the monster we're fighting and change the style accordingly to what we want to train: attack, strength, or defense. As you can see, if we are 93 strength and training attack, our max hit is a 51. However, if we are 94 strength and training attack, our max hit becomes 52. After that, if we try 95, 96, 97. It's not until level 98 where we get our new max hit, increasing our DPS. I can't risk being 98 strength and 74 attack because the crystal halberd can only train attack through shared. And knowing that 94 to 97 strength are the same DPS, 94 is the perfect level to switch over at. So while I'm lower DPS, it's best to do this Necrio method until 94 strength, since it's more than double the strength XP per hour, getting us to higher DPS faster. Once we hit 94 strength, we're going to be moving back to Tower Necrios for more prayer XP per hour and GP, and even the seed drops for Herblore. Later on at a worm task, here is level 92 strength. Level 86 Slayer. 83 prayer. I would not recommend this to any normal accounts, but ever since 85 Slayer, Dust Devils have become unextended and an expeditious task. The only reason I did this is because while they do give a lot of GP, since I'm barraging, I'm just about breaking even, which isn't really a benefit for me. Not to mention, these don't really give prayer XP. While they are 85k an hour Slayer, because we can do other barrage tasks as logout because of our account rules, this task is equivalent to those. And yes, I am using dragon knives to lure. I ran low on other knives and got these as a drop from worms. Unfortunately though, I do need to buy knives before 99 regardless, so after that task, I made a quick trip to Berthorpe to buy some more bronze, iron, and steel knives. Level 87 Slayer. I have been getting a lot of worms lately, but here is 84 prayer. And I am super hyped for this. Here is 94 strength, meaning we can now train attack and move on to Tower Necrios. I only have 56 Necrios remaining, so I'm just going to finish this up here, and then next task for sure, we will move on to the tower. That was our 192nd task completion, and kind of wild to be honest. 73,000 XP in just one task. Because black dragons are a free point task, I always do them. And on top of that, because they are such a far run, I'm always able to blow at least 14 glass on my way over there for some free crafting XP. I have no idea where my exact clip on my first whip drop was, but I did get that on my second ever Abbey Demon task. I just now noticed that I forgot to show it. Whoops. I feel like I'm starting to finally really get the hang of Abyssal Demons. Without any superiors this hour, I'm getting 36k an hour Slayer and 75k an hour Prayer. While the 109k an hour attack XP per hour might look low, the Crystal Halberd is unshared, so I'm actually getting roughly 150k an hour melee XP when you look at my strength and defense XP gained as well, which are about 20k of each. 77 attack. For my 200th task, I decided to try out Konar for extra Slayer points, and I got Abyssal Demons that I had to kill in the Slayer Tower. I had very mixed feelings about these, because it wasn't nearly as fun as killing these with the Crystal Halberd, and I felt a lot of DPS was missing, so I ended up just using Expeditious Bracelets instead of extending them with Slaughters. Coming up to the end of the task, I got 33k an hour, which is about 10% slower than Kurend. However, the Canifis Diary also gives me an extra 7.5% Slayer XP per kill when killing the NPCs in the Slayer Tower, which means even if I'm getting 10% less XP per hour, I'm actually getting roughly 17% slower kills per hour, which is hurting our prayer XP quite noticeably. I once again got a superior on the last kill, so of course we're gonna kill it for a nice Slayer XP drop, and maybe even an imbued heart. Aw, close. Superiors do have a 100% chance to give head, so it's always a free nice 1300 prayer XP. I just got level 90 defense while barraging, not bad. Doing some logout to Czars, I just got level 88 Slayer. I'm about to finish up my 210th task. It's been 18 tasks since I last saw Necrios. Surely we'll get to the tower this episode, right? Unsure where we got 85 prayer, but that happened this task, along with we're about to just get 79 attack. Grabbing the 215th, good luck Necros. Abyssal Demons, okay, I can't complain about these. What the hecking heck? They were supposed to be focused on my ult. Here is level 80 attack. I don't understand if they removed Necros from my account or what, but I'm at 222 task completions now, which is officially 30 task completions since my latest Necro task. And I'm still spending points and skipping tasks. It's not like completing 30 tasks only gave me 30 attempts to get Necros. Including the skips, it was a lot more than that. I'm currently very low on Wrath runes, so I'm going to quickly spend 2 minutes to make some. Minigame teleport to Goddard, make my way over to the Scar of Sins mine, very quickly mine 1 inventory, pause at 1 mil, grab my extract, and then make my way to the Wrath altar. And yes, that 3-minute process did just make us another 2.5k Wrath runes. Level 81 attack. This one even I kind of forgot about, but a new level 99, magic. Level 86 prayer, still yet to see another Necro task. I did the entirety of level 88 Slayer without seeing one Necro task. 246 tasks. That's 54 tasks dry now. What? Time to grab number 250, which I'll do at Konar, I guess? Maybe this is where we get Necros? Joking, I would never. Has anybody seen Necros? 258th task, dude. That's 66 tasks. 69 tasks later, on my 261st task, I got Necros. It still doesn't feel real, but it's so good knowing I'm finally back to making a lot of GP. And alcohols and coins, these are about 1 mil GP every hour. This is the only way I can fund my max cape at this point. We simply cannot afford to keep doing 69 tasks between every one. Big session today to celebrate the dry streak. Here is 87 prayer. And on one more well-earned Necro task, here is level 90 Slayer. That same task, we get 84 attack. And even though this is only our second Necro task, I hate to admit it, but it's time for a break from Slayer. Level 90 Slayer gave us the ability to complete the Karen Elite Diary, which we want before we continue on with Slayer. So it's time to call the episode here. Let's do a quick review of our stats. Our 90 Slayer got us to 87 prayer, which means prayer is slowly catching up. When we come back, the prayer gains should catch up even more, assuming we don't go 69 tasks dry for Necros again. Our melees are on pace to be done on time, and we will continue barraging post 99 magic just for the Slayer XP when it's needed. The account is looking sharp at this point, with only 130 levels to go until we max. With 1162 hours played, in order to hit our goal of maxing within 1600 hours, the last 130 levels has to take us a maximum of 438 hours. EHP wise, we are 476 hours off. However, we do have some banked XP such as Herblore that we haven't used yet. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video, and as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Don't forget to check out the live stream on Kick down below, and I will see you all there or next week in the next video. Peace out. Last episode, we finally finished 90 Slayer, which meant after the long grind of 74 to 90, we finally earned a detour. And in that detour, it's time to finally see how much GP the last 16 Slayer levels actually made us. A long time ago, when I sold my runes from Runecrafting, I never sold the Chaos ones. Doing Slayer got me even more Chaos runes, so now it's time to sell them. If I were to sell my Chaos runes at Al Kharid like my other runes, I would get 45 GP per rune. Because I'm an Ironman, GP is more valuable to me, so I need to find a better value for my 67,000 Chaos runes. That's where Tackle is going to come in. Using this shop in Tazar City, I can sell all of my Chaos runes for 9 Tackle each. After selling 67,000 runes for 606k Tackle, I made my way down to the Ore and Gem shop to buy some Onyx Bolt tips. The way that most shops in this game work is that as you buy or sell over or under the original stock, the price will change. At default, there are 50 Onyx Bolt tips per world. The first one costs 1300 each, and the next one 1320, etc. After buying 10, they become 1500 each. This price is where I admit that it's too expensive for me, and I move on to the next world and start over from the original 50. I have to buy 10 per world until I'm out of Tackle. And all of that Tackle later, we have 431 Onyx Bolt tips. Looking at the wiki page, Onyx Bolt E's have a high alch price of 9,000. That means that our 431 tips are going to be worth almost 3.9 mil, versus the 3 mil if we were to sell directly to the shop. All this took was a couple minutes of hopping and shopping. The rest of the process should be 0 time. The next step to securing the bag from Slayer is to process all of my alchs. The best way to do this without losing any time is to head back to the day alt mine and do some day alch with my headache of an inventory. There was 2 reasons I stopped mining day alt after I had 95 RC banked. The first reason was that I knew I'd have to process my alchs from Slayer somewhere and figured this would be the best place. Although I definitely can admit that I did underestimate how annoying my inventory would be. I mean, look at this. Every single slot is filled with some random items that I don't even know. Oh, and I forgot to mention, but this is only trip 1 out of 2 for our alch. That's right, we have 50 plus different items to alch. The second reason will make sense in a little bit. For now, let's just focus on making bank. 1 million gold pieces. 2 M's have been secured. 3, 4, 5, 6. The Onyx Bolt tips are being attached to the Runite bolts from Sepulchre to make Onyx bolts when we run between rocks, wasting us 0 time. Because we have the Tome of Fire, enchanting 10 Onyx bolts costs us 1 Death rune and 1 Cosmic rune. This 1 Death and Cosmic rune will turn 10 bolts that would have been alched for 8.1k each to 10 enchanted bolts that will be alched for 9k each. Considering it's 10 bolts at a time, that's nearly an extra 9k GP per 1 Cosmic and 1 Death rune. Not to mention, it's also 0 time to enchant them, so this is infinitely worth it for me. Currently pacing to be the richest Ironman to ever exist, we're just about finishing up our Onyx bolts and our first inventory of alchs. This one inventory got us 15 million gold pieces. But now, it's time for round 2. Whips, dragon harpoons, dragon arrows, you name it. They always said Slayer is good GP for Ironman, so today we are finding that out. Whips have an alch price of 76k, so I will happily alch every single one I get, of course besides the one I'm going to use until 99 Slayer. Okay, maybe that inventory wasn't as exciting as I expected it to be, but we are now at 18 million cash. There's just one more step to getting our final GP count, selling runes. I never sold my soul runes when I hit 95 RC because I had no idea how many I was going to go through. But now that I've seen how many soul runes we actually use during Slayer, I have no problem selling all except for 2k for now. Soul, Law, Cosmic, Nature runes are all sold. And without trading any other players or using Grand Exchange, we now have 26 mil cash to use. I went to the very bottom of my bank just to find a little bit more GP, and the final count is 27 mil. I decided to spend 10 minutes to hopefully make enough house taps for 99 Slayer, because the soft clay was already banked as a drop from Tower Neck Drills. making the house tabs with clay already banked isn't that time consuming. Right before we blow away our GP, let's take a look at the current Elite Diary requirements. This diary has to be done before we return to Slayer. There happens to be a step to chop a redwood log requiring 90 woodcutting, or we could just get 87 and boost with our dragon axe. I want to spend my money on construction, however, training to 87 woodcutting should make me some more teak planks that I want to use, so I decided to very quickly do 87 woodcutting at Fossil Island Teaks. This is the fastest woodcutting XP in the game, however, it does unfortunately require run energy. Because I need to use the teak logs anyway, after some testing, I decided to drop all of my logs. However, by the time I hit 0 run energy, I would have a full log basket plus a full inventory of logs, which is the perfect time to bank and simply to restore my run energy and repeat. Here is 85 woodcutting. When it came time to bank, I just emptied my log basket, withdrew 2 energy potions just to make the trip last slightly longer, and then I would POH teleport and use my mountain dig site pendant, which also allowed me to send my butler for my inventory of logs to make planks, plus grab the pool for run energy. For those uneducated as to what I'm doing and why it works, just a quick summary. I'm using a knife on a mahogany log to get a chance at getting a teak log every 3 ticks. The normal rate for an axe if you're AFKing is every 4 ticks. If you specifically woodcut at certain areas, such as farming patches, which is what these teaks are, you can move a tile between each 3 ticks and get a chance at 2 teak logs, essentially chancing 2 teak logs every 3 ticks. This is why we call this 1.5 tick teaks. Here is level 86 woodcutting. And I kind of forgot how fast this skill actually is, but all in one day's work, level 87. I then made my way to my redwood farming patch and happily chopped 1 redwood for the diary. I also needed a chambers kill, so I found someone doing solos and logged out until they nearly completed the raid. And raid complete, that's another diary step out of the way. Now, finally, let's spend some money. I gathered all of my teak logs from Kingdom to this date and the few I banked during woodcutting, and now I'm going to turn them all into planks. 1 teak plank cost me 500 gold. On top of that, the butler wants 10k for every 10 trips I do. This is not going to be cheap. The last inventory, we now have 40,000 teak planks. That's 20 mil GP gone just in the logs. Our butler has also stolen 2 million from us. Mythical cape racks give us 123 XP per teak plank, so let's get this show on the road. The big 9-0. Level 93 and just short of level 94, we are out of planks. So now we're broke, not even 94 construction, and have no more teak logs. What do we do?
Warning: if you take offense to seeing Ironmen use alts, please refrain from watching this next clip.
Cranes. Now, I will be showing a more pleasing layout soon, but this is what my desktop looks like during cranes. In Hebox's most recent UIM Max video, he discovered this method. Cranes are located in Zeah, and when they remove the favors, they happen to buff the XP you get per crane. Using 3 planks and any types of nails, repairing a crane gives you whatever your crafting and construction level are, times 4 XP per repair. That is why I wanted to use all of my teak planks before coming here, getting higher construction for better scaled rates. Because we already mined 75,000 sand a long time ago and banked the glass for 97.5 crafting, unfortunately, as good as this method is, we can only do it for about 1.5 mil XP. Otherwise, we'd just be going post 99 crafting, and at that point, this method just isn't good. So sure, 100k an hour crafting and construction, that's fantastic. But that's not even close to what makes this method so good for me. If you're wondering what cranes cost, well, the answer is they don't. You can buy normal planks from the Shades of Morton shop for 1 GP each. That's right, 1 coin per plank. Not even that, but for some unknown reason, the shop has a shared instance between mains and irons. So you can have an alt buy normal planks at the GE and then sell them to the shop for your Ironman, essentially allowing your Ironman to unironically trade. Do I think this makes any sense? Not really. But does Jagex know about it and it still exists in the game? Yes. I mean, especially for my any % speedrun, I'd be stupid not to do this. I'm already so low on GP, and even though I can only do this for 1.5 mil XP, that's still saving myself like 8 mil. And the XP rates for both crafting and construction are higher doing this method versus what I get normally anyway. So how does this method work? Well, you click the crane and you have a chance to repair it. If you succeed on the first tick, you'll get XP. Should you fail, 2 things can happen. If doing this solo, 10 ticks later, or 6 if you were to re-click, you'll get another attempt to build it. If another person or account tries to build it and succeeds on their first tick, everybody on the crane gets XP. That's why the more accounts you have here to help you, the better. And here we go, here is level 98 crafting. I forgot to mention this, but you do also need to buy nails for this. However, bronze nails cost 2 GP each, and you use about 3k per hour. So if you want to do any calculations, just add an extra 6,000 gold pieces spent every hour for 100k construction. Oh, and of course, the shop works the same as the Shades of Morton one. Here is 95 construction. And I had time to drop a fat 4-hour session, and I think I got the hang of this method by now. I'm getting 110k crafting and 105k construction, which I think is pretty decent. I do still have molten glass in my bank, and unfortunately, because I already went through the Ironman process of collecting seaweed, sand, super glass make, I would feel awful not to blow the glass during Runecrafting. So with 500k crafting until 99, it's time to quit cranes. The biggest reason I randomly did cranes is because I was scared of them fixing the shop mechanics. But now cranes are out of my mind, so we can focus back to our original plan, finishing the Karen Diary for Slayer. I'm so upset I didn't save one, but I do need a raw chompy in order to make a wild pie to boost our Slayer 5 levels to kill a Hydra. And just to make sure that I don't burn this pie, I will use the Bake Pie spell on Lunars, which has a 100% success rate to not burn. And pretty simple, just kill the little Hydras that have 300 hit points, and that diary step is out of the way. And lastly, I need to kill Skotizo. And that is Karen Elite Diary complete, a free 50,000 Herblore XP. And with Radha's Blessing 4, we now have infinite teleports to the mountain. Okay, before I officially get back to slaying, I just want to runecraft for 1 day. I only had 2k blood runes remaining, and well, we're gonna need more than that for Slayer. What better way to get blood runes than to use all of my pure essence that I got as a drop while slaying. This also gives me an opportunity to use the remaining of my glass. Okay, we're coming close to 13 million crafting XP. I think I'm good to call it here. The Runecrafting XP doesn't look good because we are using pure essence, however, that just means we get more runes, which is more GP for us. The remaining of my crafting XP should come from running between tasks and blowing glass, or from making more Slayer bracelets, which we definitely will need. What better way to return to Slayer than to remember that we got Abbey Demons before stopping, our favorite task. It was a long time since we've gotten 90, but we are officially back on the grind. Skip. 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 Dark Beasts? I forgot, but yeah, level 90 does unlock these. Dark Beasts are kind of like a Black Dragon task. You do them, not because they're good, but because they take less than 5 minutes. Drought will only assign 10 to 20 Dark Beasts, so naturally, we will continue to do these until 99 just for the points. This task, Worms, is the main reason we wanted Karen Elite Diary. Wrathrunes are great here. They offer the bones away for 150 prayer XP each. However, when you have infinite teleports to Worms, it's better to bank the bones as a normal Ironman, and then go to the wilderness to use them. Because of the wilderness altar's ability to save a bone 50% of the time, we go from getting 150 XP per bone with Wrathrunes to 350 prayer XP per bone at the altar. This 230% increase in prayer XP per bone makes it more than worth it. The infinite teleports back to the mountain whenever I have a full inventory makes the banking process extremely fast. Here is level 85 attack. I missed it like the good YouTuber I am, but we did just hit 88 prayer. I met this very thick creature at the club last night, but she told me GZ on 91 Slayer. I also just hit 95 strength and 117 combat. I was using my whip on shared, however at level 95 strength, I'm able to train only attack with my whip without losing any max hits. I also missed 86 attack, could not remember, but also 87 attack. Obviously I wasn't going to remember, but I did also get level 89 prayer. How could I forget the halfway point? Here is 92 Slayer. And it turns out I was so good last time that after completing my next task, she came back for me. That's right, I got a superior after the task ended. But of course, I couldn't get the heart. Okay, hear me out. In my defense, I forgot that this skill even existed, but I did just get 99 hit points and 118 combat. Forgot to hit the record button before, but 89 attack. I cannot believe it, I did it. This is huge. This changes everything. I just hit record before level 90 prayer. Back to back on time recordings, 93 Slayer. This unlocks us the best task, Smoke Devils. Before we start Smoke Devils, we need to restock. I have 1000 blood and soul runes remaining. I have no idea how much GP I made from 90 to 93. And I have no idea how much more GP I have to make to ensure that we don't get screwed in our buyables. Everything is just recycle and recalculate at this point. The money problem is a massive headache. This is a great point to end today's episode, so let's do a quick recap. I can officially announce that being 2179 total, we are officially under 100 levels until we are maxed. Our melees are pacing about as expected with Slayer, and while the prayer looks a little behind, bear in mind that we've been banking bones. Those bones have not been used yet. Being 100% honest with you guys, I am genuinely terrified of my buyables. Construction, smithing, fletching, all of it. I always expected to be poor, but just not this poor. I hope you guys enjoyed today's episode. As always, TY for watching. If you want to keep up with this journey live, tune in to my live streams of Ironman gameplay at kick.com/JCWRS. As always, take care everybody, and peace out. Just for a quick recap of last episode, where we spent so many hours doing Slayer and Prayer, only to end at level 93, unlocking us our final relevant NPC, Smoke Devils. However, being low on blood runes, we couldn't necessarily continue our Slayer grind because we were too poor to afford more, and the blood runes were needed for barraging or casting thralls. So what exactly was I up to the last couple weeks? You would think I'd reset my cycle and continue to finish off 99 Slayer, but I was actually very busy IRL. I got married, so I had a wedding, and naturally, I was busy the prior week and the week after. So I wanted something simple to do on RuneScape during my free time. Failure requires a lot of thinking on this run, between watching my prayer XP, my melee XP, and the GP that I'm getting. So naturally, the easiest 99 that I can do that will still take a decent amount of time is woodcutting. For the most part, woodcutting is pretty straightforward. The method is to do 1.5 tick teaks, using my leftover prayer pots for Vile Vigor for run energy. And even though I'm dropping a lot of logs, I still want to bank as many as possible. The log basket in my inventory comes from Forestry update 1.3789. It can hold an extra 28 logs, which isn't much when I'm banking every 30 minutes, but as an Ironman, the extra logs being banked will be appreciated since I can't use the Grand Exchange. A casual 208k an hour at 87 woodcutting, here it is level 88. Same session of course, and yeah, the XP rate did drop a bit due to the banking and RNG, but 192k is still relatively fast for a skill like woodcutting. Here is level 89. 90 woodcutting? 91? And getting close to the end of our day with over 1.6 mil gained, I'm thinking we call it a night and return tomorrow. Good morning everybody. I've tried bringing more prayer potions per trip today, and we're holding over 200k an hour. This is so crazy for woodcutting, I love it. The XP rates already feel unreal for a gatherer skill. However, not long after hitting 93 woodcutting, we learned something epic. June 28th, 2023 was the first day that Forestry was introduced into old school RuneScape. This update was meant to change woodcutting completely from what it used to be. And while causing some controversy, it did do quite exactly that. In this very series, in episode 9, I got to enjoy Forestry on day 1. The XP rates were broken and we got over 400k an hour. It was a blast. However, the next day, it got nerfed. While we were able to get in woodcutting gains on day 1, we were rewarded anima bark from each event we completed. This anima bark has sat in our account quietly for 8 months now, cooking up some use. 6 Forestry updates later, part 2.0 of Forestry was released. This is where we had a game changer, but didn't even know it. The Forestry shop now offered a felling axe handle. This cost 10,000 anime bark and 500 oak logs. Thanks to all the Forestry we did on day 1, we already had the bark. So all I had to do was quickly get 500 oak logs and I could buy it. Using this handle on my dragon axe would make me a proud owner of a dragon 2-handed axe. So first, I tried 2-tick woodcutting the oak trees south of Falador, which I did for early woodcutting XP. However, there was no banks nearby and the run back was just way too far. So instead of 2-ticking the 500 oak logs that I needed, after the second trip, I decided to try 3-ticking at Sears Village, since it was near a bank. So after Forestry was added, all of the trees go down X amount of time after you start chopping it. Think about this from an average player's perspective. You start chopping a tree, you take a poop IRL, and the tree falls down after 2 minutes. Then you re-click a new tree. I can't AFK as a Maxscape speedrunner, so I started 3-ticking oak trees on stream, and then my genius kick chat has informed me that it's actually possible to trick tree timers like these, such that they will never fall down. Normally, when 3-ticking, you would knife log, click the tree, and then get a log on the 3rd tick. There's usually at least 1 tick of downtime. It doesn't matter whether you click the tree on the 2nd or 1st tick. However, doing this normally, 3-tick woodcutting, the oak tree will fall. In order to make the oak tree never go down, instead of clicking the knife, log, and then the tree, we have to do this very awkward pause where we start the knife log animation and then wait until the 3rd tick to click the tree. Doing this correctly will reset the timer on the oak tree and it will never go down. Because I wasn't a huge fan of the awkward pause every time before clicking the tree, I quickly realized that if I just knife logged, walked 2 tiles, and then clicked the tree, it's the same concept where I'm not touching the tree until the 3rd tick. So doing this one method on one eternal oak tree for 500 logs ended up working out. So 500 logs later, we grabbed them and made our way to the Forestry shop and purchased our felling axe handle. Made my way to an anvil, and there we go. We now have a dragon felling axe. So what actually makes this axe different than a normal dragon axe, and why is it so good? When using any two-hand axe, you get 10% bonus woodcutting XP on every log. On top of that, there's a 20% chance to not receive logs while chopping, meaning during 1.5 ticking, having to drop 20% less is a lot more convenient. And lastly, the most convenient one, especially for an Ironman like myself, I will now have infinite run energy. And I know what you're thinking, what, infinite run energy? That makes no sense. Why would an axe give infinite run energy? Well, in order for the axe to give any of these bonuses, it has to use charges. Every log you chop uses a forester's ration. Without these rations, the two-hand axe will behave exactly the same as a normal axe and give no benefits. So what are rations, how do we get them, and is it worth it? From those same events we did on day 1 for anima bark, we also got rewarded with leaves. Leaves come in different tiers from normal trees all the way to magic. When using a certain tiered leaf on a certain tiered cooked fish, we'll be rewarded with X amount of rations. Makes sense, right? As I said earlier, one of these rations is consumed per log, so you could imagine that we need a lot of rations. The reason we get infinite run energy is because every time a ration is consumed, there's a 30% chance to restore 20% of our run energy. So it's time to hopefully make enough rations for 99 woodcutting. I have 1,300 magic leaves in my inventory to start off the grind, along with 800 remaining monkfish from looting Sepulchre. Right now, I get 24 rations per monkfish, which might sound like a lot. However, assuming we get 87 XP per log, we're going to need upwards of 55,000 rations for the last 5.3 mil woodcutting XP. That's a lot of bank standing, but making these should still be worth it given the benefits. 19,000 rations in, we're pretty much out of monkfish. Thankfully though, there are shops that sell food. Taking into consideration the tiers of food, the easiest we can buy would be in tier 2, and it would be at a shop in West Ardoin that sells cooked meat. If you're wondering why I didn't multi-skill or run around training literally any skill while AFKing this, it's because for some reason in the code, you can't. Walking interrupts your action, and the only way to make rations is if you're standing still. So this shop sells 10 meats per world, so I just hopped to 2 different worlds for 20 meats and then AFK some rations. The cooking XP tracker on the top left has been on since the beginning. It's obviously low and inefficient, but to be honest, it's not as bad as you'd expect it to be, all things considered. I also grabbed my 1,192 U leaves for once I'm out of the magic, which will only give me 20 rations per meat. However, based off my calculations, this is still worth doing.
1 hour later.
And finally, coming up to 55k, just enough rations for 99, an unexpected but welcome total of 126k cooking XP gained, we have finally finished preparing Forestry for woodcutting. The 10% XP buff and infinite run energy is looking good. 45 minutes in and we're just casually getting 230k an hour. 94 woodcutting, check. Even if I technically need the teak logs for 99 woodcutting, it's just so inconvenient and unfun to go out of my way to bank the logs when I have infinite run energy. So I'll probably just not think about the missing logs for 99 construction, and to be honest, we could just get them passively through Kingdom. We spend 75k GP per day in Kingdom, and we get about 300 teak logs sent to our bank, which is about 37k construction XP per day. Assuming we're on pace to finish around May, we should be able to comfortably get enough logs from Kingdom to finish off 99 construction without having to bank any more chopped logs. So I'm just gonna permanently stay here, turn off my brain, and enjoy the fast woodcutting XP. One thing I realized that I forgot to tell you guys, earlier when I mentioned Forestry changing how every tree in the game works to have static timers based off when you start chopping the tree, the only exception to that rule is specifically farming plots such as the teak trees I'm woodcutting right now. 1.5 tick woodcutting is usually seen as a harder level of tick manip, and if people were allowed to just permanently chop the same 2 trees, or predict when they'd fall down, this method would be significantly easier and faster. So these guys still drop randomly. The boys made it to the party, and here is our next 99. Woodcutting is now done. As mentioned in the beginning of the video, I didn't want to do much planning or thinking over the last couple weeks, and the simplicity of 99 woodcutting, even though we had a little detour of forestry, was pretty straightforward. However, if you do remember, I did stop Slayer at 93 last episode due to being low on blood runes, so now it's time to get more. I only had 8 mil cash, but I do need broad arrowheads in order to runecraft. So the cycle of poor skill or Ironman mode begins. We just slayed for GP, and now we're using that GP to buy broads to runecraft, and then we'll runecraft our blood runes to do more Slayer, and then I don't know, maybe at some point we'll max with enough coins to still afford the max cape. Roughly 140,000 broads and 2,000 gold pieces remaining, let's get to work. That 8 million cash stack we just spent, that we earned ourselves, is only 1.4 mil fletching XP. We have so many more 1.4 mil fletching XPs to go. To be honest, the cost of maxing is not looking good now. At the very least, I'm starting to really appreciate the pure essence drops from Slayer. Not only do I not have to mine the day alt, but 50% more time here allows me more time to fletch, and more importantly, gives me more runes to sell for GP. I didn't notice it because it was so fast, where I just got 92 fletching, followed by 93. I ran out of broad arrowheads a little bit ago, but I want to keep runecrafting to get slightly more blood runes so I can do Slayer longer before having to return here. I did do some calculations, and we do have wiggle room to do about an hour of runecrafting without fletching, but still get 99 fletching before runecrafting. I just got 96 runecrafting, but being the amazing content creator I am, I somehow was not recording. And lastly, when I could during the last few weeks, I did spend some time on the login screen, occasionally logging in to do a farm run. I have a lot of seeds to use from Slayer, and while I'm not necessarily in a rush to use them, I figured if I'm not going to be playing, it can't hurt to do a few runs here and there whenever I have time. Having roughly 8,000 blood runes now, I'm excited but nervous to jump back into the Slayer grind. I have no idea where my GP will land in terms of maxing, because I still need another 36 mil cash just for fletching alone. And trust me, when you add in the cost of construction, herblore, cooking, or even smithing, it legit looks like we won't be able to max. I hope you guys enjoyed today's video, and as always, TY for watching. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe. And of course, if you ever want to watch any of this stuff live, feel free to check me out on kick.com/jcwrs. We have been dropping some pretty big streams since we returned. Take care everybody, and peace out. Last episode, we took a quick break from Slayer to do 99 woodcutting. Then, we spent our entire cash stack on broad arrowheads, and while fletching at Zeah, we crafted blood runes to hopefully carry us through a few Slayer levels. With 7,000 blood runes to my name, it's time to see how many Slayer levels we can get. I forgot where I left off when I last slayed, but it looks like we're starting Slayer back with 392 task completions and 1.8k points. 1800 points is already a lot, and we're close to our 400 streak, so we should be able to skip a lot if needed. The only difference between slaying now and previously is that being level 93 gives us a chance to get smoke devils, and these actually carry a high weighting to be assigned, which is 9. When plugging my task unlocks and blocks into the wiki calculator, smoke devils become tied as the 4th most common task I can be assigned. Starting off the day right, here is level 90 attack. So Abyssal Demon task complete, let's see if we get smoke devils. Nope, just steel dragons. Sometimes my character likes to play this game called Dragon Roulette, where I just get assigned black, steel, and blue dragons constantly. Looks like we're playing that right now. Here comes the smoke devils. Nope, but I'm not gonna complain about Abyssal Demons. 172 smoke devils. This is massive. For those unfamiliar with smoke devils, this task is pretty much any average player's highest Slayer XP per hour by a good chunk. Barraging Necrurals can be upwards of 100k an hour as the second best, but smoke devils with the cannon goes all the way up to 180k an hour. It's quite the difference. Unfortunately, because we're an Ironman, we don't have a cannon. However, even without a cannon, barraging these guys is still about 110k an hour. Not only that, but this 93 Slayer creature also drops the most powerful magic necklace in the game, the Occult Necklace. This necklace for some reason has a 10% magic strength buff. If you add up the Ancestral Robe Top, Bottom, and Tormented Bracelet, the best in slot mage pieces for those 3 slots, they have a total of 9% magic damage. You heard that right, this one necklace is better than all 3 of those combined. So this task seems like an obvious go, but why exactly is it so high XP per hour? Well, the dungeon has 36 smoke devils in it, and while we might not necessarily be able to tag all 36, imagine tagging even half of them. Ice Barrage has a cap of hitting 9 targets at once, so if you're able to consistently lure even a third of the room, you'll be hitting the maximum amount of targets with every single barrage. This is not possible with any other task, as most enemies only have 6 to 8 spawns in one area. So, with all of that in mind, on the Max Cape Ironman Speedrun account, let's block smoke devils. Gargoyles have a weighting of 8, meaning they are less commonly assigned, so if I have to permanently skip one of these tasks, I would rather block smoke devils. So, all of that, despite smoke devils sounding great, for this very specific account build and its goals, it doesn't line up to be efficient. I'm already 99 magic, so the barrage XP doesn't really get me closer to 99 melees. They don't drop insane bones or ashes, so I don't get any prayer XP from smoke devils either. Whereas when I do stuff like Necrurals or Abbey Demons, I get at least 50k an hour prayer. And finally, while smoke devils do drop ALX and GP, it's only just enough to cover the cost of Ice Barrage. I don't actually profit from it, and I really do need GP. So with all of that missing, is 110k an hour Slayer really worth it for my account? Don't forget, because a speedrun is in-game time, we're allowed to log out while we stack NPCs on other accounts. Of course, since we're an Ironman, we get half XP from each kill along with no drops, making this not worth it for most NPCs. However, Bloodvelds were the one task that I never stopped doing or extending. These guys are still comfortably 150k an hour Slayer, and because my ult is barraging at the same time as my Ironman, I don't have to use Ice Barrage on the Iron. I can use the cheaper version, Ice Bursting, since my ult does most of the DPS anyway. While this same strategy would theoretically work on smoke devils as well, the only way you're allowed to damage them is if you're on task. Meaning I'd have to get a new task on my ult every single time I get assigned smoke devils. Given all that extra effort for little reward, it's easier to just block them. I forgot to record, but I just hit 2,200 total level, which means we're only 77 levels to go until we max. Wasn't recording obviously, but there is 92 attack, halfway to 99 on our final melee. I needed a quick break from Slayer, and there is a good reason, but basically, we have to do cooking ASAP. The cooking strategy is to buy 10 Royal Kawambams per world in this shop, and then use them on a fire lit by an ult and simply repeat until enough cooking XP has been achieved. Since we're only buying 10 per world, you could imagine there's a lot of hopping going on. It shouldn't be a problem, but it is. Jagex accounts only allow you to hop 500 times per 5 hours, before getting this error message every time you try to log in. You then slowly gain your ability to hop again at a rate of 100 hops per hour, meaning it takes 5 hours to reset back to normal. With the amount of hopping we're doing, we gain about 1 mil cooking XP before hitting that limit. I don't want to be stuck with 99 everything and 85 cooking and only be allowed to do 1 to 2 mil cooking XP per day. So I want to slowly start chipping away at cooking now. there is 90 cooking complete. I ended up doing a 1 mil session right before I got off last night, and then when I logged in this morning, I was able to do another 1 mil. After spending 1.4 mil on 2 mil cooking XP, I started seeing this account differently. I am freaking poor. And while I did know this already, I don't think it's clicked because I was so far away, but as we're at 1333 hours played, with under 300 to go until we're supposed to max, I think it's finally clicked that I will never be able to afford normal methods to max cape. I need to start finding ways to save money ASAP. The first decision that I made was to stop casting thralls for the remaining of my slayer. Thralls were a ghost that I've been summoning to give me some extra DPS on my melee tasks, and every 60 seconds I would have to summon a new ghost, costing me 10 fire runes, 5 blood runes, and 1 cosmic rune. All of these runes I've already crafted myself at Zeah, but there is always the alternative of selling the blood runes for 200 GP each. Knowing this, we are spending about 60k an hour GP on casting thralls. It's a very low number, however, even being already 94 Slayer, I have about 70 hours remaining on melee Slayer. Not casting thralls for 60k an hour during all of this would save me about 4.2 mil. So exactly how desperate are we for GP? Well, our buyable's left doing the method that I was expecting. We need 95 to 99 construction, which costs about 20 mil doing mythical cape racks, 90 to 99 cooking, which is about 6 mil for raw coambans, 93 to 99 herbivore, and when paying the guy in Narda to make our unfinished potions, this is going to cost about 8 mil. Most expensive, 87 to 99 smithing, and wanting to do gold ores, it would cost 37.8 mil. Then, for some ungodly unknown reason, the cost of 93 to 99 fletching. We only need to buy the broad arrowheads, yet this is still going to cost us 36 mil. Add the total of all of this, and we still need 108 mil for maxing. Will we get 108 mil from 93 to 99 Slayer? Realistically, probably not. This is why we have to adjust. Coming close to my first ever Necro trip without thralls, we're not even getting 30k an hour Slayer. I used to get 32k with thralls, so either I had bad RNG this trip, or I just straight up underestimated how good thralls are. So naturally, I went to the DPS calculator on the OSRS wiki and plugged in my gear. My DPS on Necros with my stats, gear, super strength, and piety is 8.825. Thrall's DPS is actually easy to calculate. If Thralls is always summoned and attacking, it hits 1,500 times per hour. And because it ignores the enemy's defense, we know that the average hit is 1.5. So an extra 2,250 damage every hour equates to an extra 0.625 damage per second. Realistically, our Thralls won't attack every single tick because it takes some time when switching targets, but if we assume that it's attacking 75% of the time, that's still an extra 0.5 DPS, which is still a 5% increase, and when this only cost us 60k an hour, after seeing these numbers, I just had to go right back to Thralls. One trip was enough. Just for one last comparison, if we upgraded to a Torva plate body and legs, primordial boots, and ferocious gloves, we would still be doing less DPS than someone in my rag gear with Thralls. So while we still spend money on Thralls, and knowing I can't afford every good method to 99, I think it's time we consider Giant's Foundry for smithing. Hopefully not all of it, but I think we're definitely going to have to do some of it. Since we now have 90 cooking, smithing is our lowest skill, which means we can finally play Tears of Guthics for the first time in months. While Tears of Guthics wouldn't be worth to do on smithing because of gold bars being 450k an hour, if we assume Giant's Foundry is 200k or even 250, Tears of Guthics becomes worth it. That is 3 minutes gone for 15k smithing XP. Kind of weird going to a skill like that, but we'll take it. Back to where I belong at Necros, here is 92 Prayer. Just got 93 attack, 95 Slayer, which unlocks us Hydra, and while Hydra is insanely good GP for the account, because we chose to skip pretty much every single PVM upgrade, and our best range weapon is a rune crossbow, we probably can't do Hydra efficiently. My 499th task is Dark Beast, which means we're going to Konar next for the extra points on our 500 streak. I decided to use the brimstone keys I had in the past, and Damn, I didn't make 500 mil. Okay, 11 skeletal wyverns. To be honest, I don't think this is the worst task from Konar, because it should be relatively quick, so I'll give it a shot. Of course, I had to smith a new elemental shield because I dropped one from the quest. Okay, here we are. These wyverns are kind of strong, but I am hoping that I can do all 11 in one trip. They have great GP drops, so this could be good for me depending on my RNG. I ended up getting a battle staff like an elk and 3 rune items, not the worst. I have no idea what I'll do with the magic logs at the moment, but with that task completed, we now have plus 700 points and 2.4k remaining. I want to keep slaying, but of course look, we only have 2k blood runes remaining. So we're forced to take our natural break to go runecraft more blood so that we can fun Slayer again. Of course, the first step to that is to go through all of my alks that I got from Slayer while mining Dale, as we need the money to buy broads to multi-skill. This probably won't make any sense, but these are actually all of the alks since level 90 Slayer. I did take a break at level 93 Slayer to runecraft more bloods, but I didn't bother alking anything. So our first inventory got us 13 mil cash, which is decent. And of course, alking some whips for GP as they are actually decent for me. 10 of these whips will be an extra 760k GP for us. And finally, while running between rocks, I'm able to use all of my adamant and rune arrowheads I got from worms for some small fletching XP. Since fletching is stupid expensive, I just gotta look at it like 1k fletching XP is 6k GP saved. 14 million cash and 31k Dale essence. Let's go. It looks like I never sold my nature or law runes from my last ZMI session, so I'm gonna quickly do that so that we can buy as many broads as possible. And after all of that, plus the GP I had already in my bank from the coin drops, we had 21 mil GP ready to be spent. And finally, with 330k broad arrowheads, aka 3.3 mil fletching XP, and 2.8 mil cash remaining, we can start runecrafting again. Here was 94 fletching that I forgot to record. 4 hours later, still going hard, 95 fletching. Just for some variety, 97 runecrafting. Unfortunately, I did just run out of Dale essence, but we can keep going with our pure essence that we got from PVMing, as this is still worth using. 96 fletching. And with 60,000 broad arrowheads remaining, I'm actually running out of pure essence before I run out of GP for once. So, you guys know what that means. It's time to go back to Slayer. So, because it's time to return to Slayer for the 73rd time, and hopefully the last time for 95 to 99, here's a good stopping point for the video. While I do the Slayer grind, I will hopefully passively do 99 cooking, so let's do a quick review of our stats real quick. We are sitting at 2,214 total level, meaning only 63 level ups are remaining. Having 1373 hours played, to finish our original goal of 1600 hours, we will hopefully be done in the next 230 hours. There's still a lot of herb lore going on, along with the fact that we have no idea how long smithing will take us, since there's 2 completely different methods available depending on how poor we are. As always, TY for watching everybody, and if you ever want to watch the remaining of my Slayer grind live, I'll be live at kick.com/jcwrs. Take care and peace out. I'm about to do something really scary. I have been banking all of my dragon bones, and ever since I got 90 Slayer, all of my worm bones. It's time to use them in the wilderness. The wilderness altar is so much more valuable for me. Look at the worm bones for example. With wrath runes, I get 150 XP per bone. At the wilderness, because it has a 50% chance to not consume the bone, I get an average of 350 XP per bone. This helps my prayer to slayer ratio significantly. And while I still need to use bones at 99 Slayer, I couldn't help but be slightly nervous thinking about going to the wilderness. So I figured I'm going to use all of my bones now and hopefully it'll go well. Oh, I just saw a red name, so we insta-log. Step 1 for this process, suicide in the video game. I'm currently bringing you guys back to episode 5, which was almost a year ago at this point. The tile that I just died on is now where my gravestone is located, so the second step is to store the items I want in it. I have to be semi-careful of the amount of bones that I'm risking, especially because I'm an Ironman. These bones were all gotten by myself, and if I get PK'd with them, that's straight up prayer XP lost. This is why I'm so scared of this method. Imagine just straight up losing 200k prayer XP. So we got my brews, super restores, and Kawin Bams in case I get attacked, and then I'll only want to risk 500 of each bone at a time. But hey, 3 different bones, that's 1500 bones in one storage. So once I die to this NPC, all of the stuff in my inventory that goes to my grave will still go to my grave. However, coincidentally, if you remember from 30 seconds ago, my gravestone is currently located right next to the Chaos Altar. More bones, soul runes, and coins. All I have right now is teleports that I can't even use because we're in the level 38 wilderness. I am so nervous right now. I did hire up the boys and give them some work to do, so we do have some protection here. And while that does make me feel safer, it doesn't change the reality that a clan can still log in one tick and kill me instantly. Just to quickly refresh how the gravestone bank works. Right now, if I die, I lose everything in my inventory. The stuff in my gravestone is safe. So right now, I have access to 1,500 bones, essentially in a safety deposit, because I'm only risking 500 in my inventory. And while it does look dumb that I don't have food or anything to heal me, I can withdraw brews and super restores from my gravestone deposit should I be attacked. So instead of keeping food in my inventory, I keep them in the deposit so that I can use more bones per trip, increasing the prayer XP per hour. The timer right below the minimap is how long I have before my gravestone disappears, and as long as I leave the interface open, that timer stays paused. Yeah, so I insta-logged. I was scared. So they killed him, and after being told exactly, "You can relax, lol," I logged back in excited to use the rest of my bones. When running low on a stack of bones, I simply just take the new set of 500 bones from the gravestone. And first session completed with 0 deaths, getting 760k an hour prayer. The prayer XP is going to be all over the place since I'm using baby dragon, and worm bones. However, that trip was 2,000 bones in slightly less than an hour. Just for reference, going through 2,000 bones per hour as a main with superior dragon bones is equivalent to 2.1 mil an hour prayer XP. Given that I don't have a runner since I'm an Ironman, this rate is insanely good, and only so high because of the fact that I have 25 bone slots per trip rather than the usual 10 to 14. This is how good it is when you're able to store food in your gravestone. I'm a little more comfortable now, so I'm going to try stacks of 1000 bones. Wish me luck. "94 prayer." Same trip, but getting close to the end, 95 prayer. Second trip done with absolutely zero issues, still about roughly the same bones per hour being used. 1.6 mil total on the prayer tracker now, and I believe I have enough bones for one final trip. Not as many bones as I thought, but still almost 1k left for a final trip. Boys and girls, this is it. I started my session roughly 3 hours ago at 11 PM on a school night, and around 2 AM, we are finally finishing our bones without dying. I realize now I never mentioned why I had soul runes, but the reason was to cast Vile Vigor. This turned my prayer points into run energy, and of course, I could just pray at the altar for more prayer points, essentially giving me infinite energy. Alright, so the return of Slayer, but this time my prayer isn't that far behind. I'm about to get 96 Slayer, and I'm 95.5 prayer. Essentially, I need a little better than a 1-to-1 ratio. Hopefully, a lot of Necros and Heavy Demons can fix this. I have 2.1k points to burn, so it's time to not be afraid of spending. Minus 180 points, but the best task for us, 248 Necros. I just got 96 Slayer but forgot to record it. You know, the usual full-time YouTuber stuff. And just in case you missed the last episode, the reason Necros are the best Slayer task for us is despite being only 30k an hour Slayer, they do net roughly 1 million raw gold pieces every task. We are still a broke boy, so this 1 million per task can go a long way. Here is 96 attack and 2225 total level. I had to make a quick change to our Slayer strategy at level 96.5. I've been slaughtering and extending Blood Veils this whole time, but my melee XP is not on pace to be done with Slayer anymore. So what does this mean exactly? Let's look at a basic melee task. For example, let's say we're meleeing Necros in the Slayer tower. Every damage I deal is usually equal to 4 melee XP and 1 Slayer XP. However, we also had to add the chance of getting a superior, which has 300 health, but instead of 300 Slayer XP, we get 3000. This makes the ratio a little less than 4-to-1. Then of course, we can't melee every task, so we have to consider barraging, which is what we're currently doing. I do barrage and defensive for some defense XP, but it's so minimal compared to the fat amount of Slayer XP that we're getting. This makes the ratio even worse. So at the moment, I have roughly 3 million Slayer XP remaining. I should want to have roughly a 3.5 ratio to comfortably finish around the same time, meaning 10.5 mil melee XP left. Well, I kind of don't. Checking the remaining attack, strength, and defense XP that I need during the last 3 million Slayer XP, I need 14 million. That's a 1 to 4.67 ratio. We're down bad. I was so focused on keeping prayer to Slayer 1-to-1 that I underestimated my melees. The good news is that the EHP police have detected this early enough to fix it before 99. The first step of that process though, as I said earlier, was to unextend and expeditious my Blood Veil tasks. 96 prayer. $97 attack. 97 Slayer. The other fix for my melee XP ratio is to start Seahowing Tazars. Since I'm an Ironman, when my ult tags a Tazar, I get half Slayer XP on that Tazar. On top of that, there's no superiors here, so the melee XP to Slayer ratio is about 5-to-1. Each lap, I can grab ingredients to make 12 potions on my way back, since I have to hit the pool for more special attack anyway. This gives me some 0-time Herbal XP, where I'm able to make roughly 1000 potions an hour, which is about 40% of camping at a bank. Thankfully, I can finish up my last 3 potions per lap in the middle of specs, making the most of my time per lap. With the GP I've been getting as drops or alks, I've been slowly buying 99 cooking. Because I can only do 2 hours at a time because of the hop limit, all these gains happen over just a few days. 93 cooking. Jumping ahead a little bit to level 96. For the remaining of my cooking XP, I decided to cook up something. I have been holding the NPC who sells Coambams on one tile in this corner on 5 different worlds using 5 alt accounts. This way, all I do is tap my keyboard on my Ironman to hop, and he's always in the same spot for me to buy. It makes cooking a lot more convenient than potentially zooming out and having to find him, and even faster because I never have to waste a couple ticks walking. The 450k an hour cooking rate we're getting here is the real time rate. The tracker doesn't pause when I quick hop, so in the last 60 minutes of real time, I've gotten 450k cooking XP. That's how good this method is. 97 cooking? 98 cooking, and I guess in this clip you can also see my alt in the corner with logs lighting fires. And the final session, thank God, 99 cooking. You guys know the drill at this point. I ran out of blood runes, so I had to go get more essence so I can runecraft blood runes so I can slay again. I'm really hopeful that this is the last session I have before 99 Slayer. Alright, 30,000 essence. 9.6 mil cash to my name from the alcohols. I don't think that'll get us far, but we'll see. I'm making the final bits of bracelets for Slayer, and I realized that for some reason the recording stopped just 2k before 99 crafting. So just imagine we got 99 here, because that is what happens, it's just not recorded. Woohoo. 97 fletching? 98 fletching? Even larger, 98 runecrafting. I'm low on essence, so at this point I'll just do a couple more laps and then make my way back to Slayer, hopefully having enough blood runes for 99. Okay, so I'm back to Slayer. Hear me out. I'm down bad on GP, so what if we cut the magic logs in our bank for fletching XP during the run at Tazar's? A magic longbow alks are 1.5k. We have about 300 magic logs from Slayer, so that's an extra 450k GP. Not only that, but we get 91.5 XP per log we cut, and then another 91.5 XP per bow we string. This totals to an additional 54.9k fletching XP that we do not have to buy in broad arrows. So on top of that 450k we get in alks, we also spend 330k less on fletching, essentially allowing the whole process to save us 780k. That's right, on the speedrun to max cape Ironman percent, we are doing temple trekking. This is the fastest way for bowstrings, taking me about 5 minutes for 300. I wouldn't recommend this to anyone, but due to the specific GP problem on this account, we gotta do what we gotta do. So I just used up all of my bowstrings and longbows. It didn't take that long, so I'm already back to Herblore and Tazar's. This Toxzilak that I just got actually has potential. I just realized that I can sell it to the Tazar shop for 14,000 Tokkul. Each Tokkul is essentially 6 GP, so that's an extra 84k GP drop. This is worth more than a whip, which only alks for 76k. 98 strength at Abbey Demons, done. 97 prayer. We're about to go do some PVMing. You heard that right. I can't skill anymore because I'm so poor. I got a black demon task, and I was told to look at the Skatizo drop table. According to the wiki, the average GP per kill from Skatizo is 159k. Of course, this includes selling to the GE, which we cannot do as an Ironman, but look at some of the raw GP drops. We have some raw rune items that we could alk, blood and soul runes which will sell for a decent amount at the shop. 20 runite bars is worth about 220k when smith. That's a crazy drop. The 150 mahogany planks will save us about 200k on construction, 25 battle stabs, roughly 100k raw GP, and the onyx bolt tips would be a 360k raw GP drop. And I'm not saying I'll get it, but we do have a 1 in 1000 chance to hit an onyx, which we can sell for 260k tackle, aka 1.3 mil raw GP and 1 drop. So with all of that in mind, let's hope we get some really good drops here. $450 soul runes, which is 67k, not bad. Back to back early. Three rune plate bodies, 117k, not bad at all. A little bit closer than I wanted it to be. I got the fucking onyx! That's a 1 mil drop! Holy shit, let's go! Okay, let's fucking go! Oh, I got the pet too. I didn't even notice. Wait, Skodos is the pet, right? So yes, our account is actually 1 in 65k. Unfortunately, after I finished that trip, I realized that I looked at the wrong part of the wiki and the onyx is actually only 70k tackle. That's still a 420k GP drop, so it was still worth freaking out over. On the final kill, I managed a 360k drop from onyx bolt tips. This was the final loot from Skatizo, which totals out to be roughly 2 million gold pieces. Took roughly 40 minutes while averaging 19k an hour slayer. Not to mention, I also got 31 ancient shards, which should allow me to use the arc light for the remaining of 99 slayer where needed. After that, I skipped the rest of the task and then made my way to Black Dragons, which is my next one, and the first kill here, 98 slayer. Oops, I missed it, but there is 99 attack. It has been so long since this method, but we are finally back to see Howley Necros. I've grown to be so comfortable on prayer with all of the bones I've banked, that I don't even need to worry about scattering the ashes anymore. I could just use my ash sanctifier to automatically bury them, which allows me to focus on training herblore in each run, instead of prayer. See Howley Necros are the final step to making sure that I finish my melees alongside my slayer. So far in just this one task, I've gotten 364k strength XP and 43k slayer. That's a 8.46 to 1 melee to slayer ratio. This method is already efficient, but on top of everything, we also make a nice 800 potions an hour for herblore. This session, I've averaged 128k an hour. 96 defense, 95 herblore, Melee ratio is a little better now, so I came back to the Slayer Tower. Here is 98 defense. It was also 250 total, so only 27 levels left. 98 prayer. I am currently 66,000 Slayer XP from finishing 99 and 160,000 defense XP. It's impossible to know if we'll end on a barrage task, Abbey Demons, or whatever else is possible. So I'm going to take a gamble. I'm going to finish most of my defense XP from Zeah in this Necro task, and then assume that we get a barrage task like Bloodveld's next. Bloodveld's would be a free 140k an hour Slayer, however, of course, virtually 0 defense XP, which is why we're wrapping up most of defense right now. I'm now 90k defense and 50k Slayer, so I think I'm going to call defense here. So now it's time to do some testing for something I've never done before. The first thing that I wanted to test was barraging for full XP. So the same method as the Zeah, I damage it on an ult and it heals to full HP, and then I log in and barrage the whole stack until they die. Thanks to the alkables and runes that they drop, I do break even, so it's not like I'm spending money on barraging. I did this for about 4,000 Slayer XP and then I realized how bad it was. So I tried something else. Killing Necros exactly how I kill Bloodvelds, by lowering their HP and then bursting for half Slayer XP. The unfortunate thing about this is that it's 10 times more annoying because of the death spawns. However, at this point I'm just trying to get through the remaining of the task. 137k an hour Slayer? Not bad I suppose, since I don't want the defense or prayer XP at the moment. Let's hope we get Bloodvelds. The second task, perfect. I just finished the Bloodveld task, and now we need some defense and some Slayer. So honestly, whatever happens happens, we'll adjust accordingly. Abbey Demons! This task is great for defense and Slayer XP. It's probably the best one we could have gotten. 34k defense, 16k Slayer remaining. At this point, we'll finish 99 defense with roughly 8k Slayer left. So I think we'll risk leaving the task and getting a barrage task for the last 8k after defense is done. Of course, I was lucky enough to get a superior for a 4,000 Slayer XP drop, so now we should get 99 defense with only 4k Slayer remaining. This is perfect. This episode might be the best luck so far I've ever had on this account. I got another superior, which is 1 in 200. This perfects my Slayer to be done with defense roughly at the same time. Here we go, the 300-hour grind is about to be put behind us. There is 99 Slayer. And within the same minute, 99 defense. 126 combat, and we are still 98 prayer, but the last level is sitting in our bank ready to be used at the Woolly altar. I'm sure you guys are insanely curious on the KCs I've had throughout 99 Slayer, so I figured I'd allow myself to XP waste for a few seconds and do a quick recap of them. We have 15,600 Abbey Demons, 15,900 Bloodvelds, 8,400 Dust Devils, 17,600 Necros, 3,000 Spirit Warriors, and 6,700 Worms. I decided to put together a spreadsheet to give you guys some rough estimations from the main tasks we did. The highlighted column shows roughly the amount of Slayer XP gained from each task. Unfortunately, Tazars are not shown on the Slayer ring, so I had no way of keeping track of those. Some of this is inaccurate. For example, we killed a certain amount of Karen Necros for more Slayer XP each, however, I have no idea of knowing how many. The 4 mil Slayer XP missing from 99 would have come from Willy Slayer and lamps before starting Real Slayer, or stuff such as Blue Dragons, Chazars, etc. One final prayer session in the wilderness. Let's hope we don't lose our bones. If I fall short of 99, I have some unsold heads in my bank that I could use. So overall, we're pretty safe on prayer XP. Only about 2,000 bones to go through this time, should be pretty quick. Got my food and some extra bones in the deposit, along with the boys protecting me again. Unfortunately, there goes the rest of the dragon bones stack, so just my worm and baby dragon bones left. $7k prayer left and 40 bones remaining. This is cutting it super close. Oh my god, I have 4 bones left and we finished. So, as a final recap for today's episode, 99 Slayer has been completed and we did an absolutely amazing job with it. That one 300 hours skill got us 99 defense, attack, strength, prayer, and I guess even hit points if you want to count it. We also got a crap ton of seeds banked for 99 herb lore, which we'll cover in the next episode. Here are our current stats. We are sitting at 2255 total level, 22 levels off of max cape. With 87 hours remaining until we hit 1600, I have to admit, it's looking super tight. We may or may not get sub 1600 hours. All that's left to do is 96 to 99 herb lore, 98 to 99 runecrafting, mining, and fletching, 95 to 99 construction, and then whatever the heck we can afford of 87 to 99 smithing. I'm sure you guys are wondering when exactly we're done, and the answer is later on in May this month. Unfortunately, I do have to specifically wait to receive teak logs from my kingdom for construction. However, it's looking like that will be ready on the final week of May. Everything else should hopefully be completed by then. I will of course keep you all updated before the finale, and if you want to watch any of whatever the smithing grind that lies ahead of me will hold, feel free to drop the follow on kick.com/jcwrs. TY for watching everybody, I hope you all enjoyed today's episode, and don't forget to drop a like if you did, and I will see you all next time. Peace out. This is it, we're so close to finishing our max cape. With 1,514 hours played without trading other players or using the Grand Exchange, let's see our remaining stats. All we have left is 96 to 99 herb lore, 95 to 99 construction, 87 to 99 smithing, and 98 to 99 mining, runecrafting, and fletching. Smithing, fletching, and construction are all still viables, and we had no idea what we would be able to afford for the longest time. Now that we finally hit 99 Slayer very recently, I can finish up 99 runecrafting, sell all of my leftover runes since there will be no more PVMing, and do a final GP check for how much we can spare to buy the remaining skills. The first step, of course, is we still need actual essence to use at the ZMI altar, so while gathering the essence, I'm going through some alks from Slayer. So I'm nearly finishing my alks from this trip and I'm 10 mil richer. I do have a lot more in my bank, so don't worry, that's not all the GP we have for the remaining stats. Finishing these stats is kind of awkward at this point because I want to time everything to be finished around the same time. Essentially, I want to run out of alks as I'm finishing up banking all the essence, because this is pretty much the last place that I can conveniently alk without losing ticks. So with 30,000 essence to start us off, let's go finish up 99 fletching. I forgot that I did one alking trip before that last clip, so we're sitting at 23 mil cash total right now. Unfortunately, we're legit buying the most expensive skill right now, so we'll be poor in no time. The good news though, it's at least only 1 mil XP we have left to bank. Here is the last trade for broad arrowheads, and we still have 19 million gold pieces remaining. I've just been doing my normal fletching runecrafting, and coming up is 99 fletching. For the remaining 700k runecrafting XP, we'll just have to AFK to the altar as Herblore is not worth it. Just a small tip that I realized I never mentioned, if you guys are doing ZMI, make sure you don't withdraw 16,000 of every rune in your rune pouch. If the rune pouch isn't full, the runes will automatically go to it, giving you more inventory space for emptying your pure essence. With a little over 300k runecrafting until 99, it's time we do our final trip at Banking Dale. By the time I finish this, I want to make sure that I've sold everything in my bank. So, this was long awaited, but now that we're 99 fletching, we can suicide in the video game with our broads for some GP. Okay, well, I guess Mr. YouTuber can't click fast enough to die properly. So let's try this one again. So those arrows were worth 2 GP each, giving us an extra 2.1 mil to work towards our max cape. Turns out all I did wrong earlier was click right when the tick changed. Because I normally play on worlds with 70 to 90 ping, this isn't really an issue, but I hopped to a random world just to clear the wilderness and I had 10 ping, and yeah, it screwed me. Every single drop I got from Slayer needs to be milked for extra GP. That includes any leftover adamant or rune ore drops that I may have gotten. Even though it's not much, I can still make about 200k worth of bars. Since I don't have a coal bag, I could just buy coal from the shop, which is no big deal, and then when I have enough in there, I go to the bank and grab my ores. I have 1.7k mithril bars and 500 addy bars. These are going straight towards plate bodies so that we can hopefully out them all by the time we run out of Dale to mine. Like I said, we need to milk everything in our bank. I had a silly level 3 brain moment in the last clip where I kind of forgot that I have access to the Prif Anvil, which is actually one tick closer to the bank. All done now, and we finished our count at 421 mithril plate bodies and 109 adamant plate bodies. Add these two together, this is an extra 2.4 mil cash for us. I realize I never showed this from earlier, but yes, just for a visual, everything must go. Our first uncut onyx, every single obsidian drop we got from Tazars, and I did do an actual GP count on how much the taco is worth, and each one is roughly 6.5 GP when you buy 10 onyx bolt tips per world. When comparing death and chaos runes being sold in the store, they are worth 90 GP and 45 GP. However, with taco, they become 117 and 58, a 30% increase in GP. So all of the onyx bolt tips are bought at this point, all of the plate bodies are made and being out. We're almost there. I'm now officially gathering the last bit of day alt for 99 Runecrafting. 6.5k essence, that's the last bit of it, folks. We still have 92 mithril plate bodies and no time to alch them. We'll just have to find something later. Using all of my day alt essence first, and then we'll use the remaining 16k pure essence to finish it up. I am expecting to have a leftover 500 pure essence or so, which is no big deal because we picked them up 0 time from Slayer anyway. Here we go, 99 Runecrafting. I lied, 31 XP left. Here it is, 99 Runecrafting, but for real this time. Finally, I waited so long to sell all of these runes from Runecrafting, but I always had to wait for 99 Slayer first. Since we are unfortunately out of time to alch pretty much, I'm just going to sell my last 10k death runes to the shop straight for GP. A straight plus 12 mil in GP just from leftover runes. As you can see, I did save some of each rune just in case something pops up, and a lot of law runes as I will need to use them for construction. So let's move on. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say we've liquidated just about everything at this point. So let's get a drum roll for our final GP count. $38 million gold pieces. This is definitely more than I expected. However, is it enough? Let's go to the drawing board. I created a spreadsheet for my final 3 buyable skills. Construction by teak planks, herbivore by paying for unfinished potions, and smithing for gold ore. We are currently missing 19.6 mil. Plus, don't forget, I kind of need an extra 2.2 mil at the end in order to buy my max cape. Similar to other max cape speedruns, the run ends after I equip the max cape and talk to Hans. In terms of efficiency, it makes the most sense to prioritize my spending on construction and herbivore, as the alternatives aren't as good as what I have for smithing. So let's get rid of construction and herbivore on the sheet and see what we can do about smithing. Once those are paid for, I still need 37.8 mil for smithing, and obviously I'm still missing 19.6 mil. Here's the thing about smithing. I could do Giant's Foundry for 200k an hour, and if I buy Mithril and Adamant Warhammers, it's 0.05 GP per XP, which is essentially free. So at the very minimum, I know I can do some smithing at the blast furnace. And I figured with the very few skills I have remaining until we max, now would be the best time to complete every single diary that I have left to do. The final skill requirement blocking me from completing 3 diaries is 91 smithing, so we're going to send a blast furnace session right now. Here is 88 smithing, and yes, that means that I used a +1 boost for all those addy plate bodies earlier. 89 smithing. Level 90, which also means base 90 stats. And I did explain how I get this high XP rate in previous episodes, but just in case you missed it. The Blast Furnace shop is the only shop in the game where Ironmen are allowed to sell when understocked. So what exactly does understocked mean? Well, every shop has to have some kind of max quantity of an item. It can't just have infinite stock. For example, look at all the other ores that are stuck at 100 since nobody is buying them. If this were any other store in the game, if an Ironman were to try to sell gold ore, since it's currently understocked, they would be met with this error message. Ironmen may not take advantage of the pricing when a shop is understocked. Normally, when understocked, you would get more GP per item you sell. However, this shop is always the same price. And thanks to that, Ironmen are allowed to sell to the shop. And thanks to that, I found a world where an Ironman was already selling all their gold ore to the shop for GP. This allows me to consistently buy gold ore on one world without ever having to hop. Plus, I don't have to run all the way to the bank every trip. Since I dropped the gold bars, I just rebuy the gold ore a few steps away and repeat. This is how you peak well above 440k an hour pre-99. And there is 91 smithing. 8 million gold down, but our goal for now is complete. This allows me to complete the Arty Elite Diary, which will now allow me to have the maximum teleports to the Arty Herb Patch, while I grind out the remaining farm runs for my Herb XP. I also finished Varrock Elite, which doesn't really give me anything other than the 50k Herblore XP, which is more than worth the time. And another 50k Herb from when I claimed the Ardoin Elite Diary. And finally, the Wildy Diary, and I actually haven't completed any of these yet, however, I need to. So I brought a bunch of equipment and supplies to do a bunch of different steps in the resource area at once. Here we go, a rune scimitar. And that one is complete. The step for casting god spells can actually be completed without spending 15 minutes unlocking them. All we have to do is find a world with another player so we can cast it against them. So that step is now complete. Almost forgot to give them the full PK experience. Close one. In order to complete the Wilderness Diaries, I had to do a little PVMing. So I went to the multi-bosses and had a friend help me damage them heavily before logging into my iron to tag them for the kill count. Oh my god, we were here for like 3 minutes, and then as soon as I logged in my iron, someone actually showed up. Okay, I still got the kill, and it was a rune pickaxe, which I can alch for GP as well. Now, to be honest, I don't really know how to escape, because I haven't really been here, besides leagues where I would just let them kill me to bank, so good luck. Okay, that was very confusing, but I guess also very lucky. Thankfully, no more problems for the rest of the diary. Definitely want to take that 12.5k GP. A rune plate body. I'm barely even logged in for these and I'm making bank. That's Wilderness Elite completed. And then I had to kill another 3 bosses, and this time it was all solo stuff. So I really had to bring out my PVM skills for this. I actually found it pretty funny that I was able to fire surge this boss. Having leftover wrath runes wasn't the worst thing to happen. Chaos Elemental done. Oh my god, Dragon Plate Legs! These could be alched for 162k. And finally, the worst wieldy task. I need a muddy key from these Chaos Dwarves, which have a 1 in 18 drop rate. I'm legit killing them without a strength pot because I only brought 1 dose expecting to be out of here in time. But nope. "50 kills in, it finally happened." Those diaries took a little longer than I expected it to, but let's go claim our herb XP. So we just completed all the diaries we plan on doing before max. All that's left now is officially 91 to 99 smithing, 95 to 99 construction, and 96 to 99 herb lore. I do also have a couple hours of mining left, but I'm going to save it just in case something pops up. I'm not confident enough to get 99 in this one yet. So right now, over the next week or two, I plan on just taking it easy and doing herb runs to finish up my herb lore. In this time, I also have to theory craft what exactly we're doing for smithing, and how to distribute my GP so that we can still get 99 efficiently, while also having 2.2 mil to buy the max cape at the end. So when exactly is the date that we can expect to max? At the moment, it's looking like the end of May. I'm still waiting on Kingdom for my teak planks for construction, and as soon as that's ready, I'll full send 2277 total. So this is likely the second to last episode. However, before the finale, I will release a mini video in case you wish to watch the final stretch live. Just keep an eye out for that in a week or two. Thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed today's video. Feel free to leave a like if you did, maybe hit the subscribe button as well, and I will catch you all next time. Peace out. In April 2023, nearly 14 months ago, I started a new speedrun to Max Cape series, a hardcore Ironman. Unfortunately, while pickpocketing men for a start of 250 GP within 15 minutes of the account, we died and lost our only life. I didn't let that demotivate me though. As a normal Ironman, I was still restricted to gathering all items and resources myself, and as time went on, I decided to set a crazy goal. Try to achieve max total within 1600 hours. Today, that journey comes to an end. This is the final episode of the Ironman Max Cape speedrun series. Welcome, as we overcome the final obstacle of the account, the state of being poor. I have 22 mil cash. I sold everything from my Slayer grind last episode, and now I feel rich. But the reality is, this 22 mil doesn't get me as far as I wish it did. I'm currently sitting at 7.2 mil smithing XP, and with 5.8 mil remaining to 99, doing gold ore the entire way will cost me 23 mil. So fantastic, I'm only 1 mil short. It's not that bad until you realize I still need to buy 95 to 99 construction and 96 to 99 herb ore. I could have done Giant's Foundry and not spend that much on smithing, but I mean, come on. I can't not smith gold ores with these rates. I'm averaging 455k an hour so comfortably. Giant's Foundry is barely even half of that. So naturally, I decided to full send 98 smithing right now and worry about making GP later on for construction. Even if I'm gaining 0 XP during the money making method that I choose, as long as I make 1.8 mil an hour in raw gold, it'll be worth doing. I'm sure I can find something. So, all in one day's hard work, here is 94 smithing, 95 smithing, 96, 97 smithing. And finally, after nearly 100,000 gold ores were smithed and dropped in one day, here is the last level for now, 98. After that, I did some last minute liquidating of some stuff in my bank. I had some leftover rune arrows, dragon darts, and even rune darts from crystal imps or slayer, or honestly I don't even know, but they are worth something, so I'm selling them. So now that I have 4.5 mil cash and I need about another 20 million for max, it's time to theory craft some money making methods. Coincidentally, over the last couple months, Jagex has been desperately adding raw GP money making methods for gold farmers in the Wildy. The first thing that I looked at was the Wildy agility cores, where unfortunately I do have to ignore the 65k an hour agility XP that I can get since I'm already 99 and it has no value to me. But even on top of that, I can get up to 3 mil an hour in raw GP. I mean, look at this drop table. 2 1 in 3 chances for a 30k alchable per lap. That's just insane. There is a downside though. The rewards per lap go up depending on how many laps you've completed in a row. If I were to say log out from a PKer, my streak will go down. So while this is a reliable GP method, it's not good enough to where I want to roll the dice to see if I run into PKers or not. So I decided to pass on this. Then I took a look at revs, and I mean, every world had at least 2 bots, the whole thing was just unappealing. So it was time to test something that I never thought I'd be doing in a million years. On the Max Cape Ironman Speedrun series, I'm going to mine Runite. Assuming some competition, mining Rune is normally at least 1 mil an hour in raw GP. However, look at the success rate at level 98. 7.42%. When we consider knife logging and moving tiles for double rolls, we have a 14.2% chance to succeed, just about double. So also consider the time spent hopping. Since it's in-game time, we can scout on alts and stay at the login screen until we find something. This makes it even better in-game GP an hour for us. I mean, look at my XP tracker. It's only counting my time logged in. 34k, that's 269 ores per hour, and each ore is 12.8k. Obviously, we still have to make the bars, but I mean, we're mining 3.4 mil an hour worth of bars. Also consider that 34,000 mining XP gained is 34,000 less XP to do for 99 later. Not to mention, the smithing XP that I'll get from these rune bars will be less smithing XP that I have to buy with gold ores. Basically what I'm trying to say is, this is really good for us. As the hour went on, I guess my RNG got worse and my ores an hour went down. However, even at 31k mining XP per hour, I'm still getting 246 ores or 3.1 mil. And of course, that's before including any mining XP progress. I do still need to bank herbivore secondaries, so just randomly throughout my day, I end up looting whiteberries and potato cactus whenever possible. And speaking of herbivore secondaries, meet the worst, most boring secondary in the entire game, Wines of Zamorak for ranging potions. This is the slowest gathered secondary, and not only that, it's also located in the level 50 wilderness, so you have to be careful not to be attacked the whole time as well. The Wines of Zamorak respawn rate can vary based off of world population. Here is a chart that shows the world population on the left and how long the wine takes to respawn on the right. For the world to have over 1780 people, it's already 12.5% faster than the second fastest tier. Letting this number go all the way down to 11 ticks per respawn, which is roughly 40% slower than the fastest. So, especially as a speedrun account, it's very important for me to use a world with over 1780 people. And that's pretty much only world 330. So if anyone finds me, I can't even hop to another world. I have to stay here. I need roughly 4.6k of these bad boys. And getting one wine every 7 ticks, it's going to take roughly 5.5 hours. And since that guy was PKing on his feet-only controlled account, I decided to take a break and come back later. Alright, so when I came back, I moved my inventory around a little bit. And now we have minimal mouse movement. I just need to click every time the white circle does a full 7-tick cycle, making this much easier. You guys can't see it from this angle, but if you right click under my Ironman, you'll see 6 other accounts. This is a singles area, so I had all of my alts stand under my Ironman, along with 2 other guys that I hired just in case anything went too far south. That guy had a 1 in 7 chance of attacking my iron. Of course, the first attempt for someone to try to PK me, and it lands just like that. I just finished up my second trip here, banking 1954 wines at once, and hopefully never to return here ever again. Those runite ores that we mined earlier did get used during our smithing grind, I just haven't shown it. But basically, it was very fast. I just found a world with infinite coal stock, and went about making my room bars. I didn't really need a coal bag since I could just buy 200 coal at a time from the shop without banking. That Rush 98 smithing grind is finally about to pay off. At level 99 smithing, using 3 runite bars, I can finally smith rune 2 hand swords. These out for 38,400 each. This is the most effective GP you can get from smithing anything. And since it requires level 99, well, at the very least, I can boost from 98 with Dwarven Stouts, and it should be well worth it. It still hasn't really clicked to me on how good mining runite is or was, since it was such a last minute decision, but we're finally getting close to the step where we see the raw GP live. At the time of this clip, I have 36 hours left before 1600 hours played, and we got what? 95 to 99 construction, 96 to 99 herbivore, half of a mining level, and a full 98 to 99 smithing level left to do. It's impossible for me to know if I'll make it within 1600 hours or not. Since my herb runs are still being worked on, I've only half banked some skills, and I'm not sure exactly how much GP I need left in order to afford max. So at this point, we just anxiously wait. Not at all where I wanted to process alks, but it's pretty much my only option. So welcome to 3 ticks, 4 granites, 300 alks. I also grabbed some random items that I found in my bank that I haven't alked or gotten rid of yet, so on top of our rune 2 hands, we also need to alk those. Coming up to the end of the trip, I am now 11 mil cash richer. The crazy thing is, if I remember correctly, we needed about 17 mil for 99 construction, so we aren't even done yet. However, this GP gives me the start towards making logs into planks, as I haven't accounted for butler costs yet, along with unfinished potions for herblore. Essentially, we're 100% returning to get more runite. However, there are still things that I can sell, just not yet. In order to get a final GP count to be just enough for the max cape plus the 2.2 mil for buying it, we have to do some skill hopping. Step 1, we have leftover mahogany logs from way back when we were a noob, and our kingdom was on mahoganies. Back then, we were actually delusional enough to think that we'd have leftover GP for mahogany furniture. With our 1000 mahogany planks, we are going to unfortunately have to do mahogany homes. These logs will either cost me 13 GP per XP doing furniture, or 5 doing homes. The cost of mahogany homes is roughly the same as teak racks, so in terms of GP struggle, we're still spending roughly the same amount for 99. The only downside is that we only get 230k an hour here, so it's kind of not really good. Thankfully, we do at least get 346 XP per plank versus the 123 for teaks, so at the very least, we make significantly less planks for a full hour of training. Overall though, teaks are more XP per hour, including the time to make planks. And timed perfectly by accident, this is our last set of mahogany planks, and we have exactly 401 points from contracts. This is just enough to buy the helmet piece, which is 400, granting us a 0.4% bonus XP for the remaining of our construction. And with that 0.4% bonus XP buff, I decided to do some cape racks for a small period of time, just to rid some teak planks that I made earlier. Here is 96 construction. And yes, left click build and remove is real, so I pretty much just have to close my eyes while pressing 1 and 4. But at least we're not telegrabbing wines, I guess. Here is level 97. And this is why we rush 97 construction here. That pushed herblore to our lowest skill again, meaning we can do a round of Tears of Gothics for herblore XP, since it always goes towards our lowest stat. If you ever have the choice for 15k con or herblore XP in 3 minutes as an Ironman, do yourself a favor, choose herblore. I have been idly collecting secondaries for potions, and now, with 26.5 hours until 1600 hours played, it's time to get a final count and try out herblore. I looted Kingdom one more time for more herb drops, and then it was time to go through my tab of grimy herbs before making all unfinished potions. With how close it is to 1600 hours, I really want to minimize the amount of trips we go to make unfinished potions. Can't forget my 5 more crushed nests. That's 900 herblore XP with toad flax. Goodbye to 1.1 mil hard-earned cash, and hello to 5.5k potions ready to be made. Starting off with ranging potions, here is 97 herblore. Last set of ranging potions, and next up would be torstals. Unfortunately, because I only had 139 torstal potions, that one went kind of quick, so next up is super attack pots. Next up would be the Avanto potions, and I have leftover Mortmire fungus from ages ago, so I'm gonna go through all of this, but then the remaining unfinished potions will be with Snapegrass. In some way, it feels like I've been waiting for this day for the last 10 months. 1.4 mil herblore XP gained at once on an Ironman feels like a dream. There's been so much prep for this, and now we're finally going through it. Here is 98 herblore. I hope you guys didn't forget, but we still have 12,000 caviar, which is well over 500,000 herblore XP. Using these on the highest tier potion will give the most herb XP, so I'm going to start off with my ranging pots. The long day of herblore is finally coming to an end. With 600k left to 99 and still 2k caviars left, however I am missing some herbs for 99. So the remaining caviar will be used after some more herb runs. That herblore session enabled me to finally do what I've been wanting to do. It was now time to liquidate everything so that I can get a final count on my GP needed. To start off, I brought all of my runes to the rune shop. Yes, even body runes and mind runes. These guys might sell for 1 GP each, but that's 1 GP more than I had before. This is what it's like to be down so bad. So after doing some research, I learned that we can actually make a decent amount of GP selling our leftover potions to the shop. If you ever looked at the wiki prices of any items, for example here, let's take a look at the attack potion 4. It has a value, a high alch, and a low alch section. None of these are the GE price, so I personally never really understood what the point of value was until now. The general store will buy items from you for a percentage of that value. Every time more and more stock goes into the shop, it goes down. However, there is a cap at 10% of the value. So those attack pots that are valued at 225 GP each, after we sell 50, the remaining of our stack will sell for 22.5 GP each. Given that I have over 11k, this is more than 250k in just one potion. And thankfully, as an Ironman who made all of my potions, I have more than just those to sell. Look at that, 1.3 mil cash in just a few minutes of selling. This is perfect. A little less than 17 hours to go. I still have to make roughly 6 mil for maxing, so back to Runecraft we go. Okay, I'm 90% sure the calculator is correct. I am smithing my final set of Runecraft bars, which was about 400 of them. After this, I should be able to afford max. However, nearly only 10 hours remaining. This is super close. The alchs are done. I am once again a rich Ironman with over 5 million gold pieces. And now, the last ever set of T-planks that I will ever make before maxing this account. This is 99 construction, finally banked in planks. Less than 8 hours to go. I still need some herbs, so here we are. With 6 hours remaining, here's what I have left. 500k construction, 230k mining, 230k smithing, 250k herblore, and some herblore prep. I'm not entirely sure how much herblore prep I have, so it's still hard to say the exact time, but I want to say it's looking a little hopeful. I only need to farm about 1k imports, and doing 3 patches at a time and roughly 35 seconds of in-game time, this really shouldn't take long at all. And now, all the imports are farmed, and we're just about exactly 5 hours to go until 1600. It's time for the final stretch. Starting off, I left myself 30 minutes from 99 smithing, so that is step number 1. I completely lost track of time, but here is 99 smithing. 3 levels remaining, and I saved myself 1 hour of construction, so here we go. After doing 300k XP with only 70k to go until 99, I realized something. My bald ass head was showing. Normally this would never be a problem, except I worked hard for a carpenter's hat, and I'm pretty sure I just barely baked 99 construction, so I wasn't sure how much missing a 0.4% XP boost was going to hurt my banked planks. Imagine if I ran out of planks 1k from 99 construction. Okay, almost a disaster, but we're safe. Here is 99 construction. I'm not sure if I want to max with mining at granite or anywhere in the game with the potion yet, but I do want to finish herblore, so I'm going to get myself 1 potion off of 99 herblore for the time being. And of course, the final pot that we're making is energy potions with Herlanders that I've gotten from Kingdom or Slayer. That is herblore done. Time to gear for the final time before max cape. So, assuming we can do 230k mining in the next 2 hours and 45 minutes, we've easily secured 1600 hours. Given that this should take a maximum of 2 hours, I think it's safe to say we've gotten our goal. You guys gotta think about this. My goal was 1600 hours so long ago in this series. We've managed to come within 1 hour of that. That is insane. Even if I was within 20 hours, I would have said it was close, but this is less than 1 hour over a period of 1,600. 3, 2, 1, 99 mining, and 99 herbivore, and 2,277 total. I will hop if this gets chopped down. Oh, I'll try once. Actual hog chat, let's go. You guys are beasts. What? What are you doing, teenagers? Oh my god. Don't fucking do it. This happened again. There it is. Success. We've made it. The run ends after we buy the max cape. Equip it. And officiate the time with Hans in Lumbridge. The plugin timer is correct, but here we are. 66 days, 15 hours, 9 minutes. Or 1599 hours and 9 minutes. And if we do the math, that is 3.78 hours a day of playtime since I created this account. Special shout out to everyone who was able to make it, and I apologize for the XP waste, but hopefully it was worth it. For now, for the first time ever, I'm going to join you guys for XP wasting. With back-to-back speedruns, 792 hours into 1599, it's time for me to finally enjoy some casual gaming on my first ever Max Ironman. Thank you everybody who joined at any point along this amazing journey, and if you enjoyed it, please drop the like and subscribe on the video, and I will see you all next time. Have a great one.